The surrounding players gradually dispersed. Seeing the two sea elves about to leave, Ling Mo immediately chased after them and asked, "Excuse me, what are we going to do with these giant sugar canes?" Of course it was thrown away. No one eats this kind of thing, a sea elf said as a matter of course. Ling Mo took out his badge and said, "I'm a recycler. I can help you deal with these giant sugar canes." When the other party checked again to see if Ling Mo's badge was real, his attitude immediately changed. Of course there's no problem with that. Then he pointed to a tree house warehouse not far away and said, "The recycled giant sugar canes will be placed in there. You can take them if you want. In addition, there are some other things in there. If you don't mind, you can take them away as well." After getting a positive answer, Ling Mo agreed with a smile. However, she did not go to the warehouse immediately, but found a thinner giant sugar cane. One axe strike. With a crisp breaking sound, juice splashed everywhere. One of the drops flew right onto Ling Mo's face and entered his mouth through the gap in the mask. Ling Mo's first reaction to this was that it was so sweet, and then he frowned tightly. As we all know, eating too much salt will make you choke, and eating too much sugar will also make you choke. At this moment, Ling Mo felt like someone was pouring a bag of white sugar into his mouth. It is even sweeter than the sugar grass collected from the turtlebacks on the island before, and is simply a nightmare for diabetic patients. I took out the water storage mushrooms and took 2 big gulps of water. The sweetness in my mouth was suppressed, but my throat still felt uncomfortable. Because you can still hear the sound of people drinking water in big gulps coming from all around. It seems that many people have experienced the same thing as her. She was wearing a mask and drank less, but it's hard to say about other people. Putting the mask back on, Ling Mo continued to work. After a lot of effort, I finally cut down one. It is worthy of being called giant sugarcane. It is as big as a tree. If Ling Mo had not dodged quickly, he might have been hit. As soon as it fell, more than a dozen robots suddenly ran over from all directions and worked together to move the giant sugarcane away. By noon, everyone was breathless and exhausted. Even those with a talent for physical enhancement couldn't stand it anymore, and their stomachs growled with hunger. Just then, 2 sea elves came back with a cart full of desserts behind them. "Thank you for your hard work. You can take a 2-hour break now, eat something, and then continue working in 2 hours." Ling Mo was given a dessert, which included a chocolate cake that looked like chocolate cake and a cream cake that looked like cream cake. In addition, there are several small snacks. But without exception, it's all sugar. Because of what happened before, Ling Mo now feels toothache and throat pain whenever he sees candy. Fortunately, she always prepares food in advance before entering the game. He put the cakes and sugars into the space, then took out a large portion of egg fried rice from the space, fried it with millet, and it tasted the same as normal egg fried rice. After eating his meal in big mouthfuls, he put away the lunchbox and wiped his mouth casually with his sleeve. Seeing that everyone else was lying down to rest, they knew they only had 2 hours, so they had to hurry and recover their strength. Ling Mo drank a bottle of potion to restore his strength and was instantly revived. During her lunch break, she planned to go and take a look at the warehouse. After finding a secluded corner, Ling Mo directly turned on the stealth mode of the illusory cloak, successfully avoided the sight of others, and came to the front of the warehouse treehouse. The door was not locked. Ling Mo stretched out his hand and pushed gently, and the door was pushed open. The space inside the treehouse is unimaginably large. At this moment, inside, a group of robots seen before were busy in an orderly manner, arranging the giant sugar canes one by one. Seeing Ling Mo coming in, one of the robots scanned her. Recycler, no danger, allowed to enter. Ling Mo first came to a pile of giant sugar canes. Using my mental power to scan, I found that there are at least thousands of them here. There are dozens of giant piles of sugarcane like this. Ling Mo stretched out his hand and put all these giant sugar canes into the space. All of a sudden, the opponent's warehouse, which was originally full of goods, became empty. The busy robots were confused at first, but after they reacted, they looked at Ling Mo with shocked eyes. However, Ling Mo did not care about these robots, because the two sea elves said that in addition to the giant sugar canes, there were other things in the warehouse that she could take away. Since people have said so, of course, she can't be polite. Soon, Ling Mo found what the sea elf was talking about, looking at the sacks that are thicker than buckets and taller than people. When one of them was opened, it was filled with white crystals. Special sugar, the product of squeezing the juice from giant sugar cane. It has no other taste except sweetness. Eating too much at one time will damage your taste buds. It seems that the elves like to eat sweets, but they have very high requirements for the taste of sweets. Just like chocolate, good chocolate and cheap chocolate taste completely different. Since you don't like it, I'll take it all. After a quick look, I found that there was quite a lot of special sugar piled up here. After storing all the special candies into the space, Ling Mo checked the warehouse again. After making sure that nothing was left out, he turned and left. Back at work, Ling Mo released his invisibility. I looked at the time, and only half an hour had passed. Including the 10 minutes spent on eating, she still has more than an hour to rest. Ling Mo took out a stick of rice cake and put it in his mouth, eating it while closing his eyes to rest. Not long after, she suddenly felt her ear being rubbed. When she opened her eyes, a cloud with eyes and a mouth appeared in front of her. Both sides were startled by each other. Sugar? Wait a minute. Tang Dang, an elf that loves sweets. Like the flower elves, it has little fighting power and is not recognized by the elves. It often appears in places with a lot of sweets. It should be attracted by the sweet stick in its owner's mouth. After eating sweets, Tong Tong's body can produce candies of corresponding flavors, but the production efficiency is very low. About 1 pound of sweets can produce 100 grams of candies. This productivity is indeed a bit low. Since Tang Dang was attracted by her Zai Zai stick, Ling Mo took out another Zai Zai stick. While the other person was eating candy, Ling Mo tried to communicate with him using his mental power. Since the other party has no fighting power like the flower elves and is not recognized by the elves, it is better to bring them to Qingyang Star to live together with the flower elves, which will enrich the biological species of Qingyang Star. The communication was very smooth. When Tang Dang heard the word flower elf, her round eyes widened, and then she happily circled around Ling Mo. Sugar. Sugar. Really? Really? I'm going. Even though Tang Dang is able to live in the elves' territory and has not been driven away like the flower elves, the fact is that their life here is not good. Although the sea elves did not drive them away, they raised them as pets. If you are in a good mood, give you something to eat. If you are in a bad mood, kick it away. So when Tang Dang heard that Ling Mo wanted to take it away to find the flower elf, she immediately agreed. You agreed so readily. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? Hearing this, Tang Dang blinked and said, Tang Dang, you gave me candy, so you must not be a bad person. And even if you are a bad person, he would not target us because we are useless. Even as a pet, it can't be sold at a high price. Just when Ling Mo was about to put it into the space, Tang Dang called her. Sugar. Wait a minute, I'll go call the others. After saying that, Tang Dang flew away. With such a simple character, he would probably help others count money even if he was sold. Ling Mo shook his head, sat there, and started waiting. About 20 minutes later, Ling Mo felt a group of Tang Tangs flying towards him quickly. Ling Mo was afraid that they would come over and attract the attention of other players, so after greeting them with his mental power, he directly collected them all into the space. The Tang Tangs were suddenly in a different environment and were startled at first, but when they found an orchard, their fear instantly disappeared. With so many fruits, this might be heaven. The obviously older Tang Dang called the previous Tang Dang over, stretched out a snow-white little hand from his body, and patted its shoulder with a look of relief. Sugar. Good boy, well done. Sugar. Tang Dang shouted happily when she was praised. It's break time, and the players get back to work. After a whole morning of trial and error, Ling Mo had figured out how to use the axe, and it was now much easier and faster to chop the giant sugar canes. While cutting down the giant sugar cane, Ling Mo discovered many newly sprouted seedlings among them. In the spirit of not wasting, Ling Mo collected all the seedlings and planted them in the space. Throughout the afternoon, the two sea elves would come from time to check on the situation and make sure no one was slacking off. It was not until 4 hours later that the two sea elves appeared again, pushing a cart of desserts. Ling Mo looked at the time. It was exactly 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's work is over. You can take a break and have something to eat. After eating, you can choose to continue working or take a break. If you continue working, we'll give you extra compensation. Ling Mo took his portion of dessert and thought, isn't this just working overtime? However, this is much better than some unscrupulous companies that don't pay overtime pay. At least here it is truly voluntary, and they actually pay overtime pay. For the sake of the game, some people chose to continue working. Most of them were people with physical enhancement talents, and some were people who had the will, but not the ability. After all, there are still 2 days left, and they can't ruin themselves on the first day. In order to avoid losing the big picture for the small, these people chose to rest, while Ling Mo chose to contact Yunya. First, they followed those who wanted to rest and left. The sea elves prepared special tree houses for them to rest. When almost reaching the rest tree house, Ling Mo changed direction again. Wait a minute, contact Yunya. The next second, a communication interface appeared in front of Ling Mo. After 2 rings, the other end finally picked up. Yunya's blue smiling face appeared on the screen. Compared to the last time they met, Yunya looked much more haggard now. Even her deep blue skin could not hide the dark circles under her eyes. Yunya saw the background behind Ling Mo and suddenly became excited. Have you arrived yet? Ling Mo nodded. I don't know the way. Can you come pick me up? This place is indeed as beautiful as a fairy tale world, but each treehouse looks almost the same, and there is no way to distinguish them. Ling Mo stood there, feeling like he couldn't tell the directions of his face. Although she couldn't tell the directions. Okay, just stand where you are and don't move. I'll be there right away, Yunya said as she walked out and hung up the phone. After a while, Ling Mo saw a blue figure grabbing the vines on the tree house and swinging towards this side quickly. Yunya landed in front of Ling Mo and snored happily. Mo, it's been a long time. You've changed a lot. Ling Mo smiled and replied, you too. By the way, how did you get here? I thought I had to wait a few more days. Yunya asked curiously. Didn't you hire a group of people to help you grow giant sugarcane? I came here with them. Ling Mo replied. Come on, I'll show you where the elf syrup is stored. As she spoke, Yunya grabbed a vine, swung herself up, and then grabbed another vine accurately. In a short while, it swung far away. This way of walking is indeed much faster than walking. Ling Mo imitated Yunya's actions just now, grabbed a vine, and swung himself up. These vines hanging from the tree house look very thin, but they are very strong and willful. Wait a minute, I kindly retrieved the information about the vines. Elf treehouse, planted from elf seeds. It is the elves' favorite residence. The vines growing in the elf tree houses are extremely strong, allowing the elves to move quickly between tree houses. After arriving at the destination, Yunya remembered Ling Mo behind her. Just as she was about to go back to look for him, she saw that Ling Mo had caught up with her, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. After Ling Mo landed, he saw a huge tree that was bigger than the previous tree house and full of the atmosphere of age. It is so big that it would probably take dozens of people holding hands to hug this tree. This is where we process the elf syrup. Please follow me. The area inside the tree house is hundreds or thousands of times larger than it appears from the outside. It is a real factory. Can I ask, since you already have so much elven syrup that you need to hire someone to deal with it, why do you continue to grow giant sugarcane? Yunya walked in front and said without looking back, because this elf syrup is from last year. We elves eat fresh ones produced that year. Only fresh ones? Yes. Yunya explained patiently. Only desserts made with fresh elf syrup taste the best. Only by eating them can our warriors always be in the best condition. Speaking of this, Yunya's face was filled with pride. After listening to this, Ling Mo nodded silently. Although it felt a bit wasteful, she was the one who benefited in the end. Yunya took Ling and Mo through the long corridor of the production room, where many sea elves were busy. They were all wearing white protective clothing, and the surrounding environment was very clean. In a short while, a beautifully made dessert is born in their hands. As mentioned before, in order to ensure the natural and authentic sweetness, the elves always insist on handmade production. Seeing Ling and Mo staring in a trance, Yunya walked to a glass window and knocked on it. A sea elf who heard the sound quickly came over with something similar to a sugar man in his hand. Yunya took the candy man, turned around, and handed it to Ling and Mo. "This is for you." Ling and Mo looked at the blue bird in front of him, blinked, and reached out to take it. "Thank you. Although I don't know the species, I can see the texture of every feather on the bird clearly. The whole bird is so lifelike, as if it will come to life in the next second." The next second, the little blue bird in his hand flapped its wings and chirped twice, and Ling and Mo was startled. Seeing this, Yunya explained, "This kind of sugar is called yuntang. The desserts made with it can move like alive, and are very popular with children." Ling and Mo tried to take a bite. Sugar tastes naturally sweet, but not too sweet. It has a light, fruity aroma. After entering the mouth, it quickly softens and tastes like a combination of jelly and QQ candy. Led by Yunya, the two came to a door. When I opened the door, what came into view was a long wooden staircase. The surrounding walls seemed to be made of wood as well, with a texture similar to tree bark, which felt uneven to the touch. Every few meters, you can see a faint light on the walls on both sides. When I got closer, I saw that these lights were not powered by light bulbs, but sweet fireflies. By the way, she had collected a lot of these sweet fireflies in the Klino grassland before. Because the environment in the space is comfortable and food is plentiful, these sweet fireflies have reproduced in large numbers. Originally, Ling and Mo planned to sell these sweet fireflies as commodities. But because China's power system has not collapsed and Tian Firefly needs to eat sugar to glow, its sales are not very low, and most of its buyers are foreign IPs. After walking for a few minutes, I finally reached the end of the stairs. A door appeared in front of Ling and Mo. It was pitch black inside the door, like a wild beast with its bloody mouth yawning wide open, and she could only receive the faint light from outside, so that she could barely see what was going on inside. "No way." Yunya clapped her hands twice gently. In an instant, the entire space was as bright as day. Then she pointed inside and motioned Ling and Mo to look over there. All of this is leftover elf syrup from last year, as well as various candies and desserts that were not sold out. In addition, there are also some that are older than last year piled up here. You can collect as much as you can. It's okay if you can't collect all of these. Don't force yourself. We have hired other recyclers. Although Ling Mo's current reviews were all the highest praise, Yunya looked at her small body and couldn't help feeling a little worried. Ling and Mo didn't take Yunya's last words to heart. What did she mean by "don't force it"? She didn't think it was forced at all. But it was the previous sentence that caught her attention. Some of the elf syrup from previous years. That is to say, not all of it is here, right? Although Ling and Mo really wanted to tell Yunya that there was no need for other recyclers, she alone was enough. But meeting Yunya's slightly worried eyes, Ling and Mo thought it would be better to let her see his strength first. By then, maybe I won't even need to ask for it myself. Yunya will take the initiative to bring it up. Ling and Mo smiled modestly and said, "Okay." Seeing this, Yunya nodded. "Then I won't go in. It's time for me to go to work. You should work hard. If you have anything, just contact me directly." After saying that, Yunya turned and left. Only after Yunya's figure disappeared did Ling and Mo walk in. Looking around, the space here is very large, at least nearly 1,000 square meters. Fortunately, the things inside are not messy. Even for things that needed to be disposed of, these sea elves classified them and labeled them with names, which greatly facilitated Ling and Mo. Sure enough, garbage classification is still very important. Maybe it's because there's sugar everywhere. Ling and Mo feels that even the air here is sweet, and even the saliva he secretes feels a lot sweeter. Ling and Mo first came to an area where wooden barrels were placed. She used her mental power to investigate and found that all of these wooden barrels were sealed. The height of each one was about as high as her waistline, protruding in the middle and relatively small at the upper and lower ends. Handmade wooden barrels by the elves. The raw material is a withered elf treehouse. The space inside is much larger than it looks from the outside. A wooden barrel can hold about 1 ton of liquid. A sign not far away said elf syrup in interstellar language, and below it were smaller words saying jumbo sugarcane. What I mean is that this is the elf syrup extracted from giant sugarcane. No matter what it was extracted from, time is limited, so just take it away first. There were probably hundreds of barrels of elf syrup extracted from the giant sugarcane. It took several minutes to store them all into the space to prevent them from being stored in the warehouse. It was still the familiar wooden barrel and the familiar words elf syrup, but the text underneath had changed from giant sugarcane to red balm. I don't know what this red balm is, but it should be similar to a giant sugarcane. Red balm, an annual fruit that is red in color and looks like a balm. When it matures, a large amount of sugar accumulates in its body. Really? The amount of elf syrup extracted from red balm is slightly more than that from giant sugarcane. Next, Ling Mo collected dozens of different types of elf syrup. Among them, more than a dozen are directly extracted from plants, and the rest are made from the dozen or so elf syrups in different proportions. Ling Mo stored them in different warehouses according to different types. After collecting the elf syrup, the next thing is various sugar products. After arriving at this area, Ling Mo felt like he had arrived at the Candy Kingdom. Not to mention anything else, there are at least hundreds of different kinds of candies, piled up on the ground like a small mountain. Rainbow lollipops that are bigger than humans can be seen everywhere. If children came here, they would be so happy. After putting all the candies into the space, Ling Mo continued to walk inside, this time to the dessert area. Various desserts are neatly stacked here. Won't so many desserts go bad? The previous candies all had packaging bags, and the candies themselves had a long shelf life, but these desserts did not. Let's scan it with the treatment device without any hesitation. Desserts that have been stored for several months are non-toxic and edible, but they don't taste as good as those that are fresh out of the oven. Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't matter if the taste wasn't as good as freshly baked, as long as it was edible. It was the first time for her to know that there were so many types of desserts. It was simply dazzling. After the dessert area, Ling Mo continued to walk inside. When she came to the next area, she couldn't help but blink. What did she see? This is a house? Ling Mo rubbed his eyes in uncertainty. Pink walls and gate, red roof, and a small courtyard surrounded by a white fence with a green lawn, and a winding path paved with white pebbles leading to the door. This kind of house made of candy can only appear in fairy tales. Ling Mo never thought that he would be able to see it in real life one day. Moreover, through his mental power, Ling Mo knew that this house was not just for show. The workmanship inside the house was also very exquisite. It can be said that it is small, but has all the necessary facilities. However, after comparing the sizes, this house seems a bit small for adults, but just right for children. I see. This kind of candy house should be specially prepared for children, where they can eat and play. Afterwards, Ling Mo collected a bunch of special candies and finally cleared out the entire warehouse. Before leaving, Ling Mo took a photo of the empty warehouse and sent it to Yunya, and then sent an emoticon that showed how easily it was done. Little guy, I'll take advantage of you. After leaving the treehouse, it was completely dark outside. Looking at the time, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. She had spent 4 hours in there. Ling Mo stretched and then returned the same way he came. They came to the house prepared by the sea elves for the players to rest. After entering the room, I found that it was a large dormitory bed, and both men and women slept in the same room. Probably because they were tired during the day, there was thunderous snoring in the room. Everyone was sleeping soundly, and the air was filled with the smell of smelly feet. Everyone has been working all day, so it's inevitable that their feet will sweat. As we all know, even a fairy's feet will smell bad after sweating. Fortunately, everyone's situation is similar. Your feet smell, and my feet smell too. So no one should look down on anyone else. Moreover, if you stay in the room for a long time, you won't feel anything, but for someone who has just come back from outside, it's a different story. Even though Ling Mo was wearing a mask, he almost blacked out the moment he came in. It felt like being hit on the head with a stick without warning. Without any hesitation, Ling Mo left the room and found a red ball-shaped prop from the space. This is one of the props she got after the auction, called the Clown's Red Nose. This is a primary item that can enhance and block the sense of smell. Ling Mo felt that the function of this prop was similar to that of a humanoid police dog. There were several props with similar functions, but this was only a primary prop. She had originally planned to sell it directly when the time came, but she didn't expect to use it so soon. There are several tools for distinguishing smells, but this is the only one that can block the sense of smell. No, after this game is over, she has to check the props again, and then copy them with the universal gloves. After putting on the red nose tip, Ling Mo entered the room again. This time, he could not smell any stench. Some of the more vigilant players had already woken up when Ling Mo came in. Fortunately, there were quite a few players who had not returned at this point in time, and Ling Mo's appearance did not arouse their vigilance. After confirming that Ling Mo was not in danger, those people continued to close their eyes and sleep. Ling Mo found an empty bed in the corner and planned to stay there for the night. I reached out and touched my head and felt something sticky on it. These are the juices that splashed out when I was cutting giant sugar canes today. After they dried, they stuck directly to my hair. Fortunately, Ling Mo had a thick layer of gelatin on his head, which provided good protection. The sticky areas on your head can be completely cleaned by simply wiping them with a wet towel. After taking off his shoes, Ling Mo sighed comfortably. It would be great if he had a basin of hot water to soak his feet in. There is hot water in her space, but it would be too conspicuous to do so forget it. But you still need to change your socks and shoes. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Ling Mo did not dare to fall asleep immediately, but left a trace of mental energy outside. The next day, Ling Mo was awakened by a scream.
Ah!
Who stole my necklace? When Ling Mo opened his eyes, he saw a female player frantically looking for something around him. I got up, put on my shoes, and prepared to see what was going on. As soon as Ling Mo stood up, he saw a female player standing next to him. She looked to be in her 30s and was watching with great interest. Seeing this, Ling Mo stepped forward and asked curiously, "Sister, what happened? You don't know?" The female player looked at her in surprise. At this time, Ling Mo still had a red nose tip on his nose, which held up the mask high, making him look full of joy. "You must have come back very late yesterday." Ling Mo nodded. "I didn't get back until after 10 o'clock. The female player showed an expression of surprise. "It's good to be young and have endless energy." Then he began to explain to Ling Mo the whole story. It turned out that after they came back yesterday, the player named Cece, who was looking for the necklace, began to show off that she had a high-end item that would allow her to complete the game 100%. At first, no one cared. After all, no matter how good the props were, they were not theirs. Instead of wasting time and words here, it would be better to rest early and recover their strength. However, when Cece saw that the reactions of the crowd did not achieve the effect she wanted, she became angry and ridiculed everyone without any reason. As she spoke, the female player showed a look of disgust. "Little sister, please stay away from this person for a while. She is mentally ill. Don't let her rely on you." Ling Mo didn't expect that such a thing would happen when he was not back. As expected, wherever there are people, there is the world of martial arts. She nodded implicitly. "I see. Thank you for the reminder, sister." The female player smiled happily. "You're welcome. The little girl is really sweet." "Wait a minute, who is the thief?" Ling Mo communicated with Chia Mand using his consciousness. "It's the person who just talked to you."
Ling Montag.
Ling Mo glanced at the female player in front of him again. He looks to be in his 30s, but his skin is in great condition and his features are gentle. When he speaks, his eyes are curved with a smile. He is the kind of person who looks very kind at first glance. Such a person who would have thought that he would be a thief. It is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover. "So, what happened last night?" Ling Mo asked curiously. It is speculated that the player just now may have awakened a talent for theft. Theft? There is such a talent? Ling Mo was a little surprised. Yes, the stealing talent is a kind of space talent. However, unlike the normal space talent that can open up space and teleport, the stealing talent can steal something from the target person at any time. If you know the exact name and shape, you can steal it with great precision. There are currently 3 recorded talents for theft: Night Thief, Treasure Thief, and Thief's Hand. Night Thief's ability can only be used at night, Treasure Thief's ability can only be used on various precious gems, and Hand Thief is the one I mentioned above. Generally, if someone awakens these 3 talents, they need to register with the Interstellar Federation. I see. Just like a locksmith needs to register with the Public Security Bureau. Then which of the above 3 types of talents does this person belong to? Ling Mo asked again. Not sure. Given yesterday's situation, all 3 are possible. All right. While Ling Mo and Qiaman were talking, there was already a commotion over there. The female player who lost her things went from being angry to being hysterical and then breaking down in tears. Most of the people around were indifferent to this. They just stood or sat and watched the scene, with no intention of stepping forward to help. Obviously, these people don't want to cause trouble. Ling Mo didn't want to cause trouble, so she didn't step forward. At this time, the female player who had just spoken to Ling Mo said in a voice that she thought was quiet, but was actually not quiet at all. I think she deserved it. It was because she showed off yesterday. It's normal for her to be targeted by a thief. The female player's words were quickly recognized by many people. After all, we are all ordinary players with limited items in our hands. You have a high-end prop in your hand. It would be fine if you didn't hide it, but you insist on showing it off. You deserve it to be stolen. Typical victim blaming theory. Although stealing is not good, Ling Mo couldn't feel sympathy for the person who lost the things. Do you understand that wealth should not be revealed to others? Although Ling Mo did not see the scene at that time, everyone's props are hidden and will be used at the critical moment. Looking at the time, Ling Mo decided to wash up first, and then continue working. Seeing Ling Mo leave, other players also left one after another. When Ling Mo left the room, he took off the prop on his nose and put it back into the space. There was a sound of hurried footsteps behind me. The female player she had been talking to earlier quickly caught up with her. Ever since he learned from Qiaman that she was the thief, Ling Mo has been very wary of her. Noticing the changes under Ling Mo's mask, a strange look quickly flashed across the female player's face, and then quickly replaced with a warm smile. By the way, we haven't exchanged names yet. My name is Tianya Mingyu. I tell God, he owes me 1 trillion. Tianya Mingyu was stunned for a moment when he heard the name, and soon forced out an awkward smile. You called yourself this? Are you short of money? Aren't you short of money? Ling Mo asked back. Tianya Mingyu was stunned again and felt a little angry. Are girls nowadays always talking in such an irritating way? She decided to get to the point quickly, as she was afraid that if she continued, she would be angry to death. By the way, I noticed that you seem to be wearing something on your nose. Is it a prop? Tianya Mingyu asked casually. Ling Mo's eyes suddenly became alert, and he denied, No, it's just a decoration. Such a lie naturally could not be hidden from Tianya Mingyu, but Ling Mo said it on purpose. After all, someone had just lost an item. Although the other players felt that the other party deserved it, they also became alert. There was a thief among them, and no one wanted to be the next target. Sure enough, after seeing her reaction, Tianya Mingyu showed a knowing smile on his face, followed by an expression that said, I understand. After something like that happened, it's only right for you to be on your guard. By the way, I see you don't seem to have any luggage with you. Don't you have a backpack? This is to test whether I have a space button. Ling Mo said seriously, My luggage is all with me. After saying that, he quickly ran towards the dining place. When we arrived at the cafeteria, as expected, the breakfast was still mainly sweets. Some people like it, while others grimace while eating it. Ling Mo received a breakfast, which included a bottle of milk, 2 loaves of bread that could be put on his arms, a 3-piece cake, and a dozen candies of different colors. Ling Mo put away the breakfast, then took out the big steamed buns he had made. This time the buns are filled with lard. The aroma of the lard combined with the cabbage filling, plus her cooking skills, it tastes so delicious. It is a perfect match with a bag of fulling pickled mustard tuber. While eating, Ling Mo sighed in his heart. It was worthy of being made by himself. The taste was simply amazing. Everyone else was eating an extremely sweet breakfast. In such an environment, a strange fragrance suddenly emerged. Many people noticed Ling Mo in the corner. Watching her take out one bun after another to show off, I couldn't help swallowing. Even with the help of the game, players can only barely get enough food and clothing, let alone eat such big white flour buns. However, this is the cafeteria and also the territory of the sea elves. If they cause trouble at this time, they are afraid of losing their game qualifications. Ling Mo drank some milk, then took out the third bun and started eating. At this moment, she suddenly felt that there was another person opposite her. When I looked up, I met a pair of eyes from Manga. Why don't you eat the food provided by the sea elves? Don't you like it? As Manga spoke, he stared straight at the bun in Ling Mo's hand, which he had already taken a bite of. The skin is thin, and the filling is large, and the flavor becomes more intense at such a close distance. It's not that I don't like it, I just want to eat buns more. Ling Mo said casually. Mingyu laughed twice, so that's how it is. While speaking, his eyes were still looking at Ling Mo, and he did not say anything. Aren't you going to eat? Ling Mo asked. She just saw that after receiving a meal, this person put it away directly, and then walked straight towards her. His purpose was self-evident. I'm not hungry, said Mingyu. Oh. Ling Mo responded, then retracted his gaze and continued eating the bun in his hand. Hearing such a cold answer, the smile on Mingyu's face froze for a moment. No. Don't you ask carefully? As a result, this person didn't play by the rules at all. Seeing Ling Mo eating so happily, Mingyu's stomach started to growl. She looked at Ling Mo again. She was already in this state, so it would be inappropriate not to say something. However, she was disappointed again. Ling Mo continued to eat as if he hadn't heard anything. Soon, she had finished the third bun and drank all the milk. I touched my stomach and found it was only half full. I had to eat 2 more. After all, the work during the day was very physically demanding and I couldn't treat myself badly. Seeing Ling Mo took out another new bun, Mingyu thought it was for her and was about to say a few polite words before reaching out to take it. As a result, just as she was about to reach out her hand, she saw Ling Mo eating by himself, making her previous actions look like a clown. You eat so much by yourself. Don't you feel bloated? You are still young, and if you ruin your appetite, it will be a lifelong problem. Mingyu said earnestly. Ling Mo looked up, blinked, and said, I'm not full. I'm still growing, so it's normal for me to eat more. I only ate half of what I just ate. Mingyu's voice choked, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. At this time, Mingyu's stomach rumbled again. Mingyu deliberately covered her stomach and said with an embarrassed look, Oh, seeing you eating so deliciously, I'm actually a little hungry too. Eat if you're hungry. You should have received a meal just now. Ling Mo said directly. Mingyu pretended to be embarrassed and said, Well, actually I have diabetes and I can't eat such sweet things. If you have diabetes, why don't you buy special treatment potions from the store where you drank soy sauce and acted crazy? It's very dangerous to enter the game with a disease like this. Ling Mo said with a serious look on his face. That expression, that look, seemed to be saying, You are such a grown-up. How come you're not even as good as a child like me? Mingyu laughed dryly. It's not impossible to buy it. You should have brought a lot of buns with you. Can you? She didn't know whether Ling Mo was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, so she just told him her purpose directly. I have already said so, and she is a patient. She will not refuse. Ling Mo did not refuse. Yes, there are. As soon as she finished speaking, Mingyu's face lit up with joy, and she knew it. Since you can't eat sweet things, why don't you exchange your portion with me? How about that? Ling Mo's mouth corners raised and his eyes were clear, as if to say, "What do you think? My attention is good, right? You dislike desserts?" Tian Yimingyu asked in surprise. "I didn't say I don't like it." Ling Mo quickly finished the bun in his hand, but did not take any more. "I just don't like anything too sweet in the morning, and I don't have diabetes." Ling Mo looked at the hesitant Tian Yimingyu and continued to ask, "Do you want to exchange it? Do you want to exchange it? I can exchange one breakfast for 2 big buns for you. I made them myself. I guarantee that the skin is thin and the filling is big. After you eat the first one, you will want the second one. Every pig in the space is fat and strong, and a lot of lard can be extracted from each one. Add to that the fat from pigs, cattle, and sheep collected previously at Liangchen Ranch. The refined oil was enough for her to eat for hundreds of years. After refining lard and lard residue, he would keep his own share and sell the rest on the shelves. As for the cattle and sheep, she had not moved. Tian Yimingyu was still hesitating, and the others who had been paying attention to the situation here could no longer sit still. An elegant-looking young man came over first and said, "Hello, I haven't touched this breakfast yet. Can I exchange it with you?" Ling Mo looked at the elegant young man in front of him, who had a pair of fox eyes, fair skin, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his face. If this is paired with a suit or a white coat, wouldn't he look like a complete scoundrel? That's right. Ling Mo always felt that this person looked inexplicably familiar. Ling Mo ordered readily and took out 2 steaming buns from the space. Looking at the 2 steaming buns, a smile appeared on the elegant young man's face. "By the way, can I continue to exchange food with you later?" the young man asked. Ling Mo saw a hint of pleading in the other person's eyes. "Okay, but the prerequisite is that you have to exchange your own food with me." "No problem." The elegant young man agreed very readily, and it seemed as if he was giving away not food but a burden. The 2 parties happily reached an agreement. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ling Mo got up and walked outside, completely ignoring Tian Yimingyu beside him. Looking at Ling Mo's back as he walked away, Tian Yimingyu finally revealed her true face. Spat fiercely at Ling Mo's back. At this moment, people's hearts have really changed. It's just a bun, not something valuable, but you still want to exchange it for other things. Young people nowadays really have no love at all, and each generation is truly worse than the previous one. Back then, people of their generation helped each other. As a result, now he is reluctant to even give me a bun. If Ling Mo heard her inner thoughts, he would probably doubt how much water had entered her brain. "What do you mean it's just a bun? That's good food. How many people on Blue Planet have the conditions to eat it now?" My stomach protested again. Seeing that there was no advantage to be gained, Tian Yimingyu took out his own portion of food and began to eat it ravenously. While eating, he recalled Ling Mo's movements of taking things just now and guessed the location of the space button. "You don't want to give me food, so tomorrow I will take over your space and see how arrogant you are." However, what she didn't know was that all of Ling Mo's things were stored in the space, and her talent was only able to steal items from people. On the other side, Ling Mo walked out of the cafeteria. Now she was very sure that Tian Yimingyu's talent should be stealing hands. Moreover, it is estimated that this person has already set his sights on me. Although I am not afraid of this, it is not good to be targeted by a thief. Ling Mo wondered whether he should tell Yunya about this and let the sea elf solve it. It can solve the problem and make oneself invisible at the same time. It is perfect. The reason is ready. Someone lost something here. This is the territory of the sea elves, so it is only natural to let them handle it. By the time Ling Mo arrived, other players had already started working here. The 2 sea elves from yesterday stood at the door, looking over here from time to time, as if waiting for something. Seeing this, Ling Mo turned around and looked behind him. Could it be that some important person came to inspect the work today? However, no important person came to inspect. The 2 sea elves who were looking around just now immediately trotted over after seeing Ling Mo, with particularly bright smiles on their faces. "Thank you for helping us clean up the garbage that has been piled up for many years. You worked hard yesterday. I didn't expect that you are so capable. We apologize to you for our unreasonable behavior yesterday." Looking at the expressions of the two sea elves, Ling Mo already understood the reason behind the matter. "You're welcome. This is what I should do," Ling Mo said with a smile. "By the way, do you only have this one warehouse? If you have other warehouses, I can help collect them." Hearing Ling Mo say this, the two sea elves' eyes lit up. "Really? Are you willing to continue to help?" Ling Mo nodded. "Of course, you should have seen the work efficiency." The two sea elves nodded at the same time. They had indeed seen it before. It only took one lunch break for all the things piled up in the warehouse to disappear. And according to their investigation, the lunch break had not even ended when the man left. Thinking about how the tribe's warehouses were all full, filled with food that they couldn't finish eating in previous years, or that they simply didn't eat. If these things are not dealt with, they will just continue to waste space. Now, finally, someone with such powerful ability has come. If you miss it, you will never have this store in this village again. As far as they knew, this person's recycling ability must have reached S level. You know, such geniuses are usually controlled by the military, and they have no chance of contact at all. Finally, the two sea elves agreed to take her to other warehouses to collect things during lunch break. In fact, they wanted to take Ling Mo directly there, but were rejected. After all, this is a task assigned by the system, and she doesn't want the system to catch her. Now the players have come out of the cafeteria one after another. If Ling Mo leaves at this time, it will easily attract their attention. Besides, it doesn't matter if he leaves for a while. Seeing Ling Mo's insistence, the two sea elves had no choice but to compromise. Ling Mo arrived at the workplace. Many players saw him chatting happily with two sea elves just now. Tianya Mingyue came over and asked curiously, "What did you talk to those two sea elves just now?" Her voice was quite loud, and the others looked over. "Oh, someone lost something last night. I informed them and hope to catch the thief as soon as possible. I don't want to live in fear every day." Others couldn't help but nod in agreement indeed. It's a pity that they don't speak the interstellar language well and have no way to complain to the sea elves. The players who had been somewhat perfunctory in their studies before now made up their minds to study hard and make progress every day after returning. Otherwise, you won't even be able to speak, and when something happens you won't even know how to complain. Tianya Mingyu's smile froze after hearing Ling Mo's words, "So that's how it is. Will it be useful to just report it to them? What if they are the ones who stole the money? You are a little too careless sometimes. The elves seem to be quite rich. They won't steal things just for a prop, especially from other planets. Isn't this a discredit to their own race?" Ling Mo shook his head. If it was really done by the elves, their punishment will only be more severe. After Ling Mo finished speaking, he continued to work. After listening to him, the other players also started to work. Only Tianya Mingyu was left, feeling confused and extremely panicked. At the same time, he couldn't help but resent Ling Mo in his heart, blaming her for meddling in his affairs. But now that things have come to this, she can only comfort herself that the elves may not be able to investigate it. After all, she did not leave any clues and did not even get close to that person during the whole process. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible to ask her to return the things. Ling Mo looked at Tianya Mingyu's panicked expression and snorted in his heart. She deserved it. It was her fault for drawing attention to her. Retracting his gaze, Ling Mo began to cut the giant sugarcane diligently. After a tiring day yesterday, it was clear that everyone had not recovered. Except for those who have the talent of physical enhancement, everyone else is a little weak. But these people did not slack off and still worked hard. Seeing this, Ling Mo was not willing to be outdone. He kept moving his hands and chopped down a giant sugarcane in a few strokes. Just when Ling Mo was getting into the groove, a scream suddenly came from not far away. "Ah!" Immediately afterwards, screams rang out one after another, from both men and women. Ling Mo was about to go over to see what was going on. But as soon as he took a step forward, he pulled his foot back. Those people just now screamed so terribly, she should use her mental power to investigate first, so as not to see anything she shouldn't see and shock her eyes and mind. After Ling Mo found out the truth, he was extremely glad that he did not go there in the first place, because the ground on the other side was littered with egg-sized bugs. No wonder it screams so loudly. If you ask her, she will call. But what exactly are these bugs? There was also a giant sugarcane that was broken into pieces on the ground. Unlike other sugarcanes, the core of this giant sugarcane seems to have been eaten.
Who eats it?
The answer is self-evident. Wait a minute, there are bugs in these giant sugarcanes? Yes, this kind of insect is called sugarcane worm, which is the most troublesome pest for the elves. Adult sugarcane worms will lay their eggs on giant sugarcane. After the larvae hatch, they grow up by eating giant sugarcane. One giant piece of sugarcane can provide nutrition for hundreds of sugarcane worms. Hearing Chia Han say this, Ling Imo suddenly remembered that she had harvested a lot of giant sugarcanes yesterday. Could it be that these giant sugarcanes also contain these same bugs? Fortunately, Chia Man quickly denied this speculation. Once the giant sugarcane is parasitized, its appearance will become extremely fragile, and it will burst immediately if a little pressure is applied to the outside. Thinking of the shattered sugarcane that he had detected with his mental power before, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, sugarcane worms are edible because of her understanding of Ling Imo. She didn't even need to ask this time, as he had already given her the answer. Because they grow up eating giant sugarcanes, sugarcane worms are edible during their larval stage. They are rich in nutrients, with protein dozens of times that of meat, and they taste sweet. That's enough.
Stop talking.
Ling Imo was already starting to feel uncomfortable. Lan Xing has eaten all the bugs to pieces now. Even if she takes this thing back, she probably won't be able to sell it at a good price. Ling Imo said this to himself in his heart. Does this bug have any other uses? Ling Imo asked. At this time, Chia Man finally realized that Ling Imo does not eat insects. It can also be used as feed or as fishing bait. The taste of sugarcane worms is very popular with large fish. In order to prevent sugarcane worms from growing up and emerging, it is recommended to freeze them immediately after catching them. Okay, I understand. Before, Ling Imo would just pick up a giant piece of sugarcane and start chopping it. But ever since he knew about sugarcane worms, Ling Imo added an extra step before cutting them, which was to scan them first with his mental power. If there is, she will directly put the sugarcane worms inside into the refrigerator that has been prepared in the space, and then she will change another one to chop. She would never eat bugs, but they are good as fish bait, so you never know when you might need them. The sound of giant sugarcanes exploding could be heard all around, followed by screams, and countless egg-sized insects fell from the sky like rain. Ling Imo discovered that the more time went by, the more sugarcane worms appeared, but there was not a single one yesterday. Gradually, the number of sugarcane worms on the ground increased. Ling Imo looked at the fat, white sugarcane worms wriggling on the ground and couldn't help but shudder. This kind of living is more uncomfortable than death. Put it away. Put it away. Ling Imo used his mental power to quietly collect the sugarcane worms that fell on the ground, but he did not collect them all. Instead, he kept the number at a certain level so that no one would notice anything unusual. Finally, it was time for lunch break, and the two sea elves brought lunch. They looked at the sugarcane worms on the ground, frowned slightly, and whispered, "This year's sugarcane worm disaster seems to be particularly serious." Who says it's not? As usual, the elegant young man came to see Ling Imo with his lunch. Ling Imo took out his lunch and took out 2 servings of egg fried rice in disposable lunch boxes, which were filled with mincemeat, ham, and vegetables. After taking the lunchbox, the elegant young man said "Write it," and went to eat. As for Ling Imo, while everyone was busy eating, he followed the 2 sea elves and left to other places. I felt hungry on the way, so I ate an energy bar to fill my stomach. Ling Imo originally thought that they would take her to a warehouse similar to the one they took yesterday, but when she arrived at the place, she was dumbfounded. What's going on with these rows of machines? Didn't the sea elves always insist on making things by hand? You can take all of these with you, said a sea elf. Ling Imo walked closer and asked in confusion, "These machines seem to be new. Is there something wrong with them that makes them no longer needed?" Another sea elf shook his head. "The candies we elves eat are all handmade to keep the original flavor, but some radical elements in the tribe want to use machines instead of handmade ones." As a result, after those people bought the machines back, the things they made were simply inedible, and they also caused irreversible damage to the surrounding tree houses. Not long after, the plan was stopped, and the machines were left idle here. Hearing this, Ling Emo suddenly remembered that the leaves of the tree houses around him when he came here were indeed lighter than the leaves of the tree houses he had seen before, and were slightly yellowish. Looking at these machines again, they were covered with a thick layer of dust. But when the dust was swept away, the exposed part was indeed brand new. This batch of machines is at least 90% new, or even 95% new. As for the machine model and functions, I will study them slowly after I get back. Anyway, she is omnipotent, so don't be slow. By the way, how long will it take you to collect these machines? Otherwise, you won't have to go to work this afternoon. After all, there are several more places like this. There are several more. Ling Mo's eyes lit up instantly, and then he said firmly, "Don't worry, I work very efficiently." Having said that, she no longer hid herself and directly opened up her mental power to cover all the machines here. The next second, these machines disappeared from the warehouse and then appeared in the space. Ling Mo felt dizzy. The therapeutic device was running at full capacity, continuously helping her restore her mental strength. Looking at the empty warehouse, the two sea elves' jaws almost dropped to the ground. Are all the recyclers so efficient now? No, the one who is amazing is not the recycler, but the person in front of me. After Ling Mo showed off her skills a little bit, the two sea elves obviously respected her more. In order to save time, under the guidance of the two elves, the three of them quickly arrived at the next warehouse. On the way, with the help of therapeutic equipment and recovery potions, Ling Mo's mental strength has almost recovered. The second warehouse still contained machinery. Judging from their condition, they should have been purchased together with the previous batch of machines, but they looked a little different. Forget it. I'll study it after I get back. Release mental power to wrap the machine. This time, Ling Mo did not collect all the machines at once, but in 2 batches. Although her mental strength has almost recovered, the feeling of having all her mental strength exhausted is not pleasant. She has plenty of time anyway, so she should just take it easy. The third warehouse is still machinery. This time is slightly different from the previous 2 times because the machinery this time is 100% new. Are you sure you don't want these things? They haven't been unpacked yet. Ing Tong said, pointing at the things in the warehouse. The 2 sea elves waved their hands. No, you can take them all. Can I ask you why you bought these things? The previous ones were at least unpacked and showed signs of use, but this one wasn't even unpacked. This means that the contents have not been moved. If you're not going to move it, then why buy it? You'll have money to burn. Of course, she wouldn't say these words directly. A sea elf explained, these things were originally intended to improve the lives of the tribe. Then why did you give up? Ling Mo was very curious about this. She had discovered before that these elves seemed to hate technological products. Because we really can't stand the food made from these things. The taste buds of elves are very delicate, and they can taste any strange smell. Hearing this, Ling Mo's face showed an expression of understanding. In the eyes of others, this habit of the elves might be a bit pretentious or even sick, but in Ling Mo's opinion, he just wants to say that there should be more such habits. After putting all the things in the third warehouse into his pocket, Ling Mo couldn't wait to go to the fourth warehouse. However, the fourth warehouse was not filled with machinery, but green sacks. They were called sacks, but they were only about the height of her calves, with seals on the top and neatly stacked up in an entire warehouse. Ling Mo opened a bag and immediately smelled the scent of grass mixed with soil after the rain. He then looked inside the bag and found that it was filled with seeds of strange shapes. Seeds of the elf treehouse. A qualified elf treehouse seed should be a very regular circle. After 1 month of planting, it will be able to grow into a perfect tree house and produce seeds after a year. The elf tree house is warm in winter and cool in summer. A qualified elf tree house has complete functions, equipped with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, a storage room, and automatic defense capabilities. The unqualified elf treehouse seeds are irregular in shape, and have a certain chance of dying directly after being planted. The growth time is unknown, and the final product is also unknown. It may grow into a perfect elf treehouse, or it may become an ordinary elf tree. Everything is possible. P.S. Unqualified elf treehouse seeds are not capable of reproduction. Good guy, I know good guy. Are all those tree houses outside grown from this kind of seeds? Although the seeds here are unqualified, as long as they are seeds, it's fine. Isn't it just that the probability of growing it is smaller, and the time and shape are uncontrollable? This is not a big problem, just make it into a blind box. Just looking at the configuration of the elf treehouse, there will definitely be countless people rushing to buy these seeds. Collect all the seeds into the space. Next is the fifth warehouse. When the warehouse was opened, there were rows of transparent wings, some big and some small, of different sizes. The elves' wings fall off. Every once in a while, the elves will shed their wings and grow new wings. The old wings have a certain flying ability, and most importantly, they can be thrown as darts at the seaside. Wings of different sizes are shed by different types of elves and have different functions. P.S. The elf wings will become very fragile when they are alone. Please be careful when touching them. Ling Emo saw the reminder to wait and subconsciously slowed down his movements. After collecting all the sugars in the warehouse, the two sea elves took her to several more warehouses. This time, the warehouses were filled with various kinds of sugars. When they pushed open the last warehouse, there was a sudden cloud of smoke and several people were choking and coughing. Wait until the dust settles before looking inside. The things in here can be said to be messy and varied. A mountain of sacks and elf treehouse seeds. Forget about the sack. There is no doubt that what's inside is special sugar. Because the seeds of the elf treehouse are in direct contact with the ground, some of them have begun to sprout. But because there is neither sunlight nor water or sufficient nutrients here, its growth is very slow and it is still just a small sapling. These bags look quite old. How long have they been here? Ling Mo asked. The two sea elves shook their heads and said, I forgot. This warehouse is the first one, so there are all kinds of things in it, including our childhood toys. Ling Mo put all the things in the warehouse into the space. But when I received the seeds from the elf treehouse, I was in trouble. Excluding those that have not sprouted, as many as 2/3 of the elf treehouse seeds have sprouted. A rough estimate is that there are tens of thousands of them. However, these seeds were originally piled together, and now after sprouting, many of their roots are entangled together, so it may not be easy to separate them. By the time all the warehouses were emptied and Ling Mo returned to his original place, the players' lunch break had just ended, and the timing was just right. Are you sure you don't want to take a break? Asked a sea elf. After expending so much mental energy, he can still be so energetic. This person is indeed not an ordinary person. It's just strange why such a person was not hired by the military, but instead came to work for the elves. Ling Mo shook his head and rejected his kindness. No, thank you for your concern. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly thought of something and retracted his foot. When the two sea elves heard that someone was stealing things in their territory, they immediately took it seriously. Although they don't think it was done by their own people, if such a thing happened and was known to others, it would still affect their reputation. We will thoroughly investigate this matter, and we will probably have results this afternoon. Don't worry, we will deal with this kind of theft seriously. Hearing this, Ling Mo nodded with satisfaction. Back in the big sugarcane area, the other players have already started working. Although Ling Mo was not late, he was the last one to arrive. But at this time most people were busy working and didn't notice her. Suddenly, a crisp explosion was heard not far away. Ling Mo looked in the direction of the voice. I saw with my own eyes a giant sugarcane that was more than 10 meters tall and almost as thick as a leg suddenly explode, and the sugarcane worms inside scattered like flowers from heaven. The expressions of the people around have changed from shock at the beginning to accustomed to it now. In fact, because the probability of insects appearing becomes higher and higher as time goes on, once someone tries to attack a new giant sugarcane, the people around will immediately disperse. Because of the presence of bugs, the giant sugarcane will explode with just a single hit from an external force. Therefore, as long as they see that everything is fine the first time, everyone will breathe a sigh of relief and come back again. At this time, the giant sugar canes in this field have been almost cut down. Ling Mo scanned the remaining ones with his mental power. There were only a dozen or so left in total, and only 2 or 3 of them were intact. The rest were all eaten by sugarcane worms. Seeing this, Ling Mo quietly used his mental power to take away all the sugarcane worms of those giant sugarcane plants. So, when a player attacked a giant sugarcane, the giant sugarcane did not explode, but was chopped off very easily. It was not until the sugarcane slowly fell down that everyone realized something was wrong. The inside of the sugarcane is actually hollow, no wonder it's so easy. However, now is not the time to worry about such things. There is only a little bit of the giant sugarcane left, so they need to speed up. In a short while, all the remaining giant sugarcanes were chopped down. When the last giant sugarcane was carried away by the robots, a robot that was only slightly taller than the others appeared. Ling Mo was not unfamiliar with this robot. The robots we encountered in the first and second rounds of the game were of this type. From the limited conversations I had with them before, I learned that they were employed by farms and ranches originally. Ling Mo planned to wait until he entered the game again. If he encountered this kind of robot, he would ask where he could hire them and how much the monthly salary was. But now she has a better option, so she gave up this plan. You have done a good job. Now I will take you to the next place. The robot said in an emotionless voice. We have completed the work. Shouldn't we take a rest next? A player suddenly said. As soon as these words were spoken, they were instantly recognized by many people. They worked so hard just now because they thought they could rest early after finishing the work. Hearing this, the robot just glanced at them and said, It's not time to rest yet. Please continue working. After saying that, he turned around and walked in another direction without looking back. The person who just spoke felt humiliated, his face flushed, and he said angrily, You're just a robot. Why should we listen to you? Then he threatened the players around him, None of you are allowed to go. Come back with me and rest. The law cannot punish everyone. As long as we don't go, it can't do anything to us. Ling Mo looked at the man who was obviously in an abnormal mental state. She remembered that this person seemed to have awakened a talent called patience. This talent can overdraw future potential. Simply put, if a person runs a marathon, he will definitely not be able to finish it with his original physical fitness, but by overdrawing future physical strength through the talent of endurance, he can turn the impossible into possible. However, the side effects of this talent are also very obvious. After all, overdraft is like a loan. If you borrow, you have to pay it back, and there is interest. According to research, excessive use of the gift of patience can damage the nervous system, leading to emotional instability, decreased IQ, and impulsiveness. Just like the person in front of me. No one took his threat seriously. You don't want the game spot, but they do. Watching the robot moving farther and farther away, Ling Mo was the first to catch up, and the others followed closely behind. And none of the people who had followed the man just now and agreed with him stayed away. The person who was left behind by everyone was shouting angrily on the spot. At this time, his brain was controlled by anger, and he had no idea what the consequences of doing this would be. He was like a broken person, making a scene without caring about anything. At this moment, 2 robots descended from the sky and quickly subdued the man. At the same time, the sound of the game system rang in the ears of all players. Warning! Player De Paixio deliberately destroyed public property. His status is now revoked, and he will never be hired again. When the game started, the system just announced that it would select the second batch of players from Blue Star. This punishment was quite severe. After hearing the system's punishment, all the players fell silent and followed the robot obediently. After walking for a few minutes, everyone was brought to an endless vegetable field. Your task is to pull out all the beet heads here and place them neatly, the robot said, pointing to a flat place not far away. This is the beetroot. Ling Mo looked at the vegetable patch in front of her. Not long ago, under the guidance of 2 sea elves, and last night, she had harvested a lot of elf syrup made from beets. The dark green leaves look very much like radish tops, but real beets should grow in the soil. After issuing the task, the robot did not leave, but walked aside, seemingly supervising everyone. Ling Mo came to the edge of the vegetable field, held the roots of the leaves with both hands, and then exerted force. Not surprisingly, the part below the root of the leaf remained motionless. She is no longer the same person she used to be. She can even carry a gas tank on her shoulders without any pressure. Looking at the people around her, their situation seemed to be similar to hers. No one had yet pulled the beets out of the ground. Ling Mo tried several times without success, so he decided to try another method. She no longer pulled directly, but instead exerted force left and right. Loosen the surrounding soil, and then pull it out with force. After some effort, Ling Mo finally successfully pulled out the first beet. The appearance of a beetroot is very similar to a radish that has been magnified several times horizontally. The skin is black and has small bumps on it. Moreover, unlike radishes which are crispy, the skin of beets is thick and very tough. Ling Mo leaned in and smelled it. Apart from the smell of moist earth, there was no other smell. Seeing Ling Mo's success, the people around him immediately followed suit. After mastering the method, everyone's speed increased. This was much easier than when they were cutting the giant sugarcane before. Before, you had to bend over all the time, but now you can just sit on the ground. There were a total of 50 players in their group, and excluding the person who was eliminated before, there were 49 left. 49 people act together, and even if someone occasionally falls behind, the speed is still very fast. Soon, the 9 piles of beets on the open space formed a small hill. Just when everyone was preparing to make further efforts, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from behind them. There are 2 elves walking towards this side, but judging from their size, they don't seem to be sea elves. Ling Mo turned his head and saw 2 green figures appear. Unlike the sea elves whose entire bodies are blue, these 2 elves have cyan bodies, even the pupils of their eyes, but their skin is white. Tree elves, they are rare in number and not good at fighting, but they are very smart and have strong mental power. They are the representatives of wisdom among the elves. Looking at these 2 tree elves, they had a gem on their foreheads that swayed slightly with their movements. Ling Mo looked at the shaking gem and felt it was so familiar. This gem was exactly the same as her favorite gem, except that it was not as big as her favorite gem. One of the tree elves swept his gaze over everyone and finally landed on one person. Ling Mo followed the tree elf's line of sight and saw Tian Yimingyu struggling to pull out a beet. As if noticing Ling Mo's gaze, Tian Yimingyu also looked over, but quickly looked away. After looking in the direction of Tianya Mingyue for a while, the 2 tree elves whispered to each other. Their voices were so quiet that even if the players wanted to eavesdrop, they were powerless. As for Ling Mo, when he guessed that they were most likely coming for Tian Yimingyu, he withdrew his attention and began to work attentively. After the 2 tree elves finished their discussion, one of the tree elves waved at the robot and whispered a few words of advice. The robot nodded to show that it understood. The tree elf patted its head to indicate that its mission was accomplished and gave it a snack. The 2 tree elves turned and left, and the robot returned to its original position, as if nothing had happened. It's 2 vegetable plots away from where Ling Mo is. This is an open space. The players who came here were arranged neatly and orderly, with a chopping board and a sharp kitchen knife in front of each person. Here, the player's only task is to handle the various unknown crops that are continuously delivered here in accordance with regulations. Yi Kai and Fui were assigned here. Yi Kai skillfully took a washed beet and split it into 2, and cut the food into pieces skillfully. Fui next to him was doing the same thing, except that he was dealing with another crop that was rich in sugar. It looks like that has been magnified 10 times and smells like it too. Fortunately, I have been exercising regularly during this period, otherwise my arms would be broken after working for a day. Yi Kai said while waving a kitchen knife. Even though the kitchen knives in their hands are only thin, they are very important. I don't know what happened to Boss and Momo. There is no danger in this game. As long as you don't be lazy, you should be able to pass it, so you don't have to worry about them at all.
Free said.
Yi Kai nodded in agreement. You are right. Besides, for that girl with super strength MOMO, This game is a piece of cake for her. Fuyu smiled but said nothing. Soon, today's work is over. Yi Kai saw that his dinner was nothing but cake, and even the drinks were sweet. After putting it into the space button, he took out a bun and started to eat it. Fuyu beside him did the same thing. I remember your second brother hates sweets the most.
Fuyu suddenly said.
Yi Kai nodded. Indeed, I heard from my eldest brother that when my second brother was a child, he was chased by a bee while eating candy and got stung all over his head. He stayed in the ICU for a month and has been traumatized ever since. He gets sick when he sees anything sweet. Then it would be terrible if he entered this game. Other people in their families also became players. Among them, Yi Kai's second brother Yi Chung was one of them. Hearing this, Yi Kai's eyes widened suddenly, but he quickly returned to normal and said helplessly, "Then I can only wish him good luck." With his second brother's ability, if he enters this game, there will be no problem in completing the game, but he will probably suffer. At the same time, the second brother who is going to suffer, as mentioned by Yi Kai, found Ling Mo early after finishing a day's work.
This is dinner tonight.
Ling Mo took out 2 extra large lunch boxes as agreed. Because players have big appetites, Ling Mo always prepares extra large portions. Yi Chung happily left with 2 lunch boxes. The other players also became restless upon seeing this. At first, they were able to accept eating these cakes because they tasted really good. Moreover, they hadn't had dessert for a long time since the natural disaster on Blue Star. But no matter how delicious it is, you can't eat it every day. After eating several meals in a row, their stomachs have begun to protest. Although there was no way to test their blood sugar, it must have been off the charts at this time. Even their teeth began to ache after seeing the food in front of them. After a moment of hesitation, a player finally stood up and walked towards Ling Mo. "Hello, can I exchange food with you?" the man asked. Seeing this, Ling Mo shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't have much food myself." Although Ling Mo wanted to agree, she didn't miss the looks of the others.
But you just switched with that guy.
The man said unwillingly. "We have already made an appointment," Ling Mo said. The implication is, it's your fault for coming here late. Moreover, after Chia Man's reminder, Ling Mo now understood why that person looked familiar to him before. That person looked 50% similar to Yi Kai. Even some of their small habits were the same. According to Chia Man's analysis, the two should be brothers. Previously, because of the matter of the resurrection grass, Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fuyu introduced their family situations to her respectively. Among them, Yi Kai is the youngest child in the family, with 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters. Among them, one brother Yi Chung and one sister Yi Xia are players. If I'm not mistaken, this person is Yi Chung.
But
the man wanted to say something else, but didn't know how to say it. After all, the things belong to someone else, and it is up to them to decide whether to exchange them or not. Ling Mo didn't give the man any chance to speak. He quickly finished his dinner and left the cafeteria. But she had no place to rest. Late in the evening is a good time to work. Sent a message to Yunya. After a while, Yunya found Ling Mo. As soon as they met, Yunya was very enthusiastic. "I've heard about what happened today. I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Ling Mo smiled implicitly and said, "I'm just doing my best. It's my honor to be able to help you. You have not only helped us but have really helped us a lot. The elders asked me to thank you very much." Thinking that he would be leaving tomorrow and time was limited, Ling Mo said, "If you want to thank me, please give me more work." Yunya didn't expect Ling Mo to answer like this. I often hear people asking for a pay increase, but this is the first time I've heard someone asking for an increase in workload. Of course there is no problem with that, but this cannot be considered a thank you gift. By the way, my father has a position in the army. If you are willing, I can ask him to write a letter of introduction for you. You have such powerful abilities. It's a waste here. You should go to the army to develop your abilities. Hearing this, Ling Mo thought that there should be various weapons in the army, and this seemed to be a good suggestion. But if she really caught the military's attention, could she still return to Blue Star? Another thing is, what if the location of Blue Star is exposed? You know, the gap between people on the blue planet and those in the interstellar space is extremely large. Ling Mo declined softly. Thank you, but no thanks. I don't have any such plans at the moment. Yunya first looked Ling Mo up and down, then said to herself, You look so young. It's reasonable for you to refuse. I heard that the discipline in the army is strict. Women are used as men, and men are used as animals. Newcomers might be bullied if they go there. Forget it, I'll help you exchange your reward for something else. Now I'll take you to the warehouse. After walking for about half an hour, the two finally reached their destination. As soon as I landed, I saw two sea elves slowly coming out of the warehouse, each driving a huge car. It seemed like something had just been transported in. What's in it? Ling Mo asked curiously. You'll know once you get in. After entering the warehouse, you are greeted by a rich smell of chocolate. What comes into view are pieces of chocolate that look like a wall. Rolla cocoa, a kind of candy made from the resin of the Rolla cocoa tree. It tastes bittersweet and contains a lot of energy. Just a small bite can provide energy for a day and keep the body from feeling cold. P.S. Adding it to the nutrient solution may have unexpected effects. Don't you want these anymore? Ling Mo asked.
준비하나디.
These are the leftovers from overproduction. They're just sitting here, so why not let you take them all away? All right. Ling Mo expanded his mental power and collected all these luo kakos that were like walls into the space. It was the first time that Yunya saw Ling Mo collecting things. Although I had heard about it from other sea elves before, I was still shocked when I saw it with my own eyes. If her father saw this, he would probably take this person away from the base even if he had to him away. Are all the cocos in this warehouse this kind of Rollo cocoa? Ling Mo asked after collecting more than a dozen pieces of Rollo cocoa. Yunya nodded, yes, but these are just raw materials, and there will be some finished products later. Hearing her say this, Ling Mo began to calculate his mental power. He couldn't use it all at once. After all, the area of this warehouse was not small. Therefore, in order to save mental energy, Ling Mo walked into the warehouse while storing all the luo cocoa on both sides into the space. The entire warehouse is very large. In addition to the initial batch of Rolla cocos that look like a wall, the finished products that follow are countless. An hour later, it took Ling Mo longer to store all the luo cocoa in the warehouse. After leaving the warehouse, Yunya immediately took her to another warehouse. Before entering, Yunya started introducing. This warehouse contains a variety of spices. Seasoning? Don't you like sweet food? Why are there seasonings? Ling Mo asked curiously. Just in the past few days, whether it is breakfast, lunch, or dinner, it is either cake or candy, which shows how deep the elves' love for sweets is. It's difficult to satisfy everyone. Not all elves like sweets. It's just that there are very few such elves. Moreover, after eating sweets for too long, they sometimes want to change the taste. Yunya said, without any hesitation. Then why don't you season it like this? Of course it's because we consume too little, and we buy a lot of fresh ones every year, so the piles keep growing. I see. Ling Mo walked into the warehouse and originally wanted to put the things directly into the space. But driven by curiosity, he walked to the nearest sack and opened it, revealing glowing red powder inside. As soon as I opened it, a fishy and spicy smell hit my nose. Shiny, spicy chili pepper powder. It is made from mature, dried and ground shiny, spicy chili peppers. It tastes spicy and will create a sparkling effect when sprinkled on dishes. It is a very good decoration. However, adding chili powder to the cake made Ling Mo admire the creativity of these elves. Seeing this, Yunya stepped forward and said, This shiny, spicy chili powder is my second favorite. It is sweet, spicy, and delicious when dipped in cake. You can try it when the time comes. Just don't eat too much. Eating too much can easily hurt your stomach, which is a pity. Ling Mo laughed dryly twice. No, it's not a pity at all. It took several minutes to store the hundreds of bags of shiny, spicy chili powder in front of him into the space. Next comes the second seasoning. Sour. A sour and spicy that is related to white, but has a stronger medicinal effect. Over the next period of time, Ling Mo experienced a variety of seasonings. In Yunya's own words, in order to experiment with what kind of seasoning would taste better with cake, They collected almost all the strange and bizarre seasonings in the interstellar space. What is the final result? Ling Mo asked curiously. Salt and sugar are the most delicious and are liked by most elves.
There is also fruit jam.
Fruit jam with dessert is my favorite way to eat it. With Yunya's introduction, Ling Mo also met Guaguajiang. The transparent bottle contains translucent green jam. There are no particles in the jam. From a distance, you might think it is a bottle of green juice. Fruit jam. It comes from a tree called fruit jam. The fruit is green and translucent like jelly. When it is ripe, you only need to apply a little force and the jam inside will burst out. It is very convenient. After storing all the fruit jams into the space, the warehouse will soon reach the end. There is only one last thing left. Ling Mo looked at the rectangular objects in front of him that were wrapped in paper and placed against the wall. If you smell it carefully, you can smell a faint tea fragrance mixed with the fragrance of flowers and fruits and vegetables. All in all, it's a bit complex, but not unpleasant. These are the drinks we made ourselves. We put them here, if we couldn't finish them. I didn't expect to get so many likes without realizing it. After putting these things away, another hour had passed without me noticing. Walking out of the warehouse again, it was now completely dark outside. Come on, I'll take you to the last warehouse. You've been tired all day. We can talk about the rest tomorrow. After hearing Yunya's words, Ling Mo was about to say that he was not tired and that there was no problem staying up all night, but at this moment the treatment device suddenly sounded an alarm for him. Her mental strength has been overdrawn too many times today. If she does not choose to rest, she will not be able to provide the mental strength for the moon wheel and the soothing bell tomorrow. Hearing this, Ling Mo was stunned. She almost forgot about these two guys. Come to this last warehouse. Ling Mo looked at the elf treehouse, which was obviously quite old, and couldn't help but pray in his heart, hoping that it would be a good thing this time. There was enough food. Wish there was something else. God heard her call and granted her wish. When I opened the warehouse door, there was indeed no food or sugar inside. Inside the warehouse, there are neatly arranged bows and arrows as well as various different kinds of magic wands. Elf bow and arrow. Bow and arrow made from the elf tree can produce different effects in the hands of different people. P.S. In semi-worn state, attack power weakened elf cloak. Dyed with the sap of the elf tree. Wearing it can make one invisible in the jungle and reduce one's own weight, making one as light as a swallow. P.S. It is in a semi-worn state and not as smooth to use as a brand new one. Elf staff, made from the core of the elf tree. Staffs of different colors represent different elements and can enhance combat effectiveness. P.S. In semi-worn state, the effect is weakened. Seeing this, Ling Mo was already a little excited and incoherent. These should be the various weapons that the elves usually use and then are eliminated. Although they are not hot weapons, if these things are brought back to Blue Star, they should be able to improve the player's combat effectiveness by several levels. In addition, it can be seen that the elf tree is really important to the elves. After calming down her excitement, she walked towards the warehouse. This time, Ling Mo took a lot of time to clean up all the things in the warehouse. By the time she had collected everything, her mental strength was on the verge of being overdrawn, but Ling Mo was still very excited. You're amazing. As soon as she came out, Yunya hugged Ling Mo in her arms. She was now very glad that she had sent a letter for help to Ling Mo. No, I should be thankful that we added each other's contact information when we first met on the island Turtle. By the way, the compensation I applied for you has arrived. Do you want to know what it is? Yunya asked mysteriously. Seeing this, Ling Mo nodded in agreement. What's the reward? In addition to the elf leaves I promised you at the beginning, I also applied for an additional 100 elf treehouse seeds for you. Sure enough, after hearing about this reward, Ling Mo's eyes lit up. I like this reward very much. Thank you. Right, I knew you would like it. Looking at Yunya, who was smiling happily, Ling Mo suddenly said, Well, can you do me a favor? What help? I will definitely help in any way I can. Yunya Pai said with a confident look on his face. Hearing this, Ling Mo did not hesitate and said directly, It's like this. I want to purchase a batch of eliminated intelligent computers. Things like intelligent computers are strictly controlled in the interstellar world, and each person can only apply for one with their ID card. If it breaks or you want to replace it with the latest model, you need to take your ID card to the designated place to register. But if it is an eliminated intelligent computer, there will not be so many rules. Most of the functions of these intelligent computers have been uninstalled, retaining only the most basic functions such as calls, messaging, and searches. However, even so, not everyone can purchase in large quantities, but after all, Ling Mo is a recycler. She is qualified. Sure enough, after hearing Ling Mo's request, Yunya agreed very readily. How much do you want? Yunya asked. Ling Mo thought about it. Smart computers like mobile phones are in short supply. The more the better. Yunya said, we have tens of thousands of units that have just been eliminated. If you want more, you'll have to wait. I need to transfer them from other places. They will probably arrive at noon tomorrow. Okay, then it's settled. The price will be based on the market price. Ling Mo said. Return to residence. Before going in, Ling Mo took out the clown nose and put it on himself. She came back yesterday around 10 o'clock, when everyone was asleep. Today she came back even later than yesterday, but the lights in the room were on. Ling Mo approached the room and immediately noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Everyone stood up and focused their eyes in one direction. Because everyone's attention was drawn, no one noticed Ling Mo's arrival except for a player who was sitting closer to the door. Following the crowd's gaze, I saw the two tree elves that I had seen today were checking each player in the room one by one. Next to them was the player who had thrown things during the day. The two tree elves soon came to Tianya Mingyu. Tianya Mingyu originally still had some hope. After all the previous inspections were just a cursory glance, without even a single question asked. This made her feel that the two elves in front of her were just going through the motions and doing their job. Unexpectedly, the two tree elves did not just take a look and leave like before. Elves are generally handsome in appearance, and tree elves are the best among them. Under normal circumstances, if Tianya Mingyu was stared at by two handsome guys like this, she would have blushed long ago. But now, meeting their sharp eyes, Tianya Mingyu felt inexplicably nervous. What's your name and what's your talent? Asked a tree elf. A look of panic flashed across Tianya Mingyu's face. These are my privacy. I have the right to refuse you. Besides, why didn't you ask so many other people before but only asked me? You are treating me differently. Tianya Mingyu said loudly, as if only in this way could she hide her guilty conscience. At this time, the two tree elves did not change their expressions at all. They said slowly, we now suspect that you are involved in a theft case. Please come with us. Tianya Mingyu was completely panicked now. Why do you accuse me of stealing? What evidence do you have? The two tree elves looked at Tianya Mingyu as if he were a fool. They had already made it so obvious. Why didn't this person understand? Tree elves have a talent called super perception, which allows them to sense even the slightest movements and clues. So, after knowing that a theft had occurred here, they just came here to take a look around and had already identified the murder. What happened before was just routine and to avoid it happening again. When the other players saw this scene, they were not fools and could not react. I didn't expect the thief to be such a person. Tianya Mingyu has a very good relationship with people. Even though at the beginning, everyone didn't know each other, with Tianya Mingyu's careful efforts, after a day of getting along with each other, everyone had a very good impression of her. Everyone who has come into contact with her thinks she is a kind person who loves gossip a little. Of course, these people include Ling Mo. No one would have thought that such a person would steal things. Oh my God, she approached us before. Could it be just to steal our things? I remember now. She had quietly asked me what props I had. I was cautious at the time and didn't say anything. She asked me about it, but I only had 2 useless, elementary items on me. I guess she didn't like them, so she didn't steal them. Everyone started talking one after another. You don't know this until you hear it, and you'll be shocked when you hear it. Everyone's experiences were surprisingly similar, and they had all been taken advantage of by Tianya Mingyu without realizing it. Some accidentally revealed their talents or props, while others lost some food. who understood what was going on, looked at Tianya Mingyu with angry eyes. Among these people, the angriest one is the player whose props were stolen this morning. The others' losses were just minor ones, but she actually lost a high-end prop. No one would be able to remain calm.
Ah!
While shouting, the female player rushed forward, pushed Tianya Mingyu down, and then tore her hair frantically. Tianya Mingyu was not a pushover, and he started fighting with the female player. "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't take your props at all, and you didn't know how to restrain yourself. Even if your props were stolen, you deserved it. What does it have to do with me?" When other players saw this, no one stepped forward to stop it. One reason is not wanting to get into unnecessary trouble, and another reason is wanting to see some fun after a busy day. The two tree elves looked at the two people who were fighting each other, frowned, and then pressed a button. Soon, two sea elves rushed in. Two sea elves, one on each side, forcibly separated the two people who were fighting. At this time, both of their clothes and hair had become extremely messy, and there were clear slap marks and scratches on their faces, which showed that they had just been violently attacked. "Take them all away," said a tree elf seriously. The two were taken away as the other players watched. The two sea elves looked thin, but the power in their hands was terrifying. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not get free and could only allow themselves to be taken away obediently. After the two disappeared, another tree elf said to the other players, "I hope you will learn from this and don't let the same thing happen again." After the tree elf left, Ling Mo also returned to his bed. It was quiet all around. Everyone was busy with their own things, and no one spoke. At this moment, the cold voice of the system suddenly came. Player Tianya Mingyu, due to suspected theft, with sufficient evidence, is now stripped of his player status and sent to the interstellar prison for 18 months of forced labor. Upon release from prison, he will be repatriated to Blue Star. Player Xiao Tutu, due to fighting in public, is only given a warning and will not be repeated in the future. All players are requested to take this as a warning. Upon hearing the system's punishment, almost everyone raised their heads and widened their eyes. Deprive players of their identity. Interstellar prison. 18 months of forced labor. Everyone was prepared for Tianya Mingyu to be stripped of his player status, but why did he have to do another 18 months of forced labor in an interstellar prison? You know, in this game, no player dares to say that he has never done anything bad. Even Ling Mo couldn't help but feel a little flustered, but he quickly calmed down. Ling Mo had read interstellar law and had some understanding of its contents. 18 months imprisonment should be the punishment under interstellar law. Interstellar law has clear regulations that those who steal important financial matters in huge amounts will be sentenced to 1 to 3 years in prison and a fine. After realizing this, Ling Mo felt much more at ease. Lie on the bed, close your eyes, and start sorting out what you have just harvested. Several warehouses are filled with luo cocoa. Apart from the wall-like candies of Rollacoco, the remaining candies made with Rollacoco were enough for her to sell for a long time, plus the various candies and special candies she had collected before. She will have one more item in her store. I have to say, these elves are really a waste. It's only been a year, and sugar doesn't expire. You know, sugar is a good thing on Blue Star now. In addition to these, there are all kinds of seasonings. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty are the most basic ones. There are also many seasonings that she has never heard of before, as well as various jams. Then there are various kinds of tea. Ling Mo controlled her mental power to open one of them, and a flat rectangular brick appeared in front of her. This should be considered a tea cake. The whole color is white, but it is slightly yellowish, and the shape of the petals can be clearly seen. This should be a scented tea made from some kind of flower petals. Victory flower tea. After taking it, the body will be in an excited state. It is not advisable to drink too much. It will cause insomnia. Children should not drink it. Finally, there are various elven bows, elven cloaks, and elven staffs. Each elf is a skilled archer, and not everyone can use their bows and arrows. Ling Mo tried it and found that any elven bow was very heavy, heavier than her 1,000-feather bow. But her thousand-feather bow is a prop and has been integrated into her mental power, so it doesn't count. In addition to the elven bows and arrows, the elven staffs are also quite powerful. It looks small, not even as tall as her, but it actually weighs at least 20 to 30 kilograms. After putting everything in order, Ling Mo checked the things he had collected during the day. If I were to say the most valuable things I collected today, they would definitely be the machines. Wait a minute, can these machines be used to produce nutrient solution? Nutrient solution is the greatest invention in the universe. Although it doesn't taste very good, it has indeed saved many people. As the most critical ingredient, other ingredients are not important. Yes, it doesn't matter. In fact, as long as you have a suitable manufacturing machine, food supplies, and water, you can produce nutrient solution. This machine is a product developed by Aska Company and has excellent business capabilities. In addition to making nutrient solution, this machine can also process other foods. As long as you input the instructions, there is nothing it can't do. Wait a minute, and he quickly gave a positive answer. Hearing this, Ling Mo's mouth couldn't help but rise. These machines can make nutrient solution. She originally planned to keep one set for herself and sell the rest. But after listening to the advice to wait, she decided to keep 2 more sets and sell the rest. In addition to these machines, she also collected a lot of home appliances produced by Interstellar. Keep the ones you think are useful and sell the rest. After spending several hours to organize everything, suddenly, a shout was heard not far away. Wong Wing Wing. Following the sound, I saw a black and white figure running towards me quickly. The black and white fur is smooth and flowing, fluttering in the wind as it runs. Ling Mo took a closer look and found that it was actually a border collie. The change seems to be quite big. Not only has its body size grown several times, but it also seems to be emitting a layer of light. Anyway, it doesn't look like an ordinary dog. Ling Mo knew that something must have happened during the time she was not in the space. Her mental power swept through the space and soon discovered something unusual. Why were there several less marrow-cleansing fruits? Considering the previous changes in Border Collie, the answer to who did this is self-evident. No, how can it do that? Never mind, a dog is a dog, a Border Collie is a Border Collie, it's normal for it to do that. Not to mention, in order to make them more obedient, Ling Mo also used his mental power to develop their brains. In order to prevent stealing from happening again, Ling Mo called Yuluan over and asked her to be responsible for guarding those special fruit trees. After finishing these things, Ling Mo fell into a deep sleep. There were more important things to do tomorrow, so she had to gather her energy. The next day, Ling Mo opened his eyes on time. For Yuluan and Anselingling, Ling Mo opening his eyes was like the ringing of their dinner bell. Therefore, 3/4 of Ling Mo's mental power was drained in an instant. Feeling mentally weak, Ling Mo got up from the bed, went to the washroom, washed his face with cold water, and instantly became much more awake. With the help of the therapeutic device, mental strength is gradually recovering. Other players also woke up one after another. After 2 days of eating sugar 3 times a day, some people are beginning to get fed up. Fortunately, this time the sea elves also noticed the players' emotions. Although today's breakfast was still cake, it was a cake with special seasonings added. Ling Mo got a breakfast sprinkled with grass salt. Grass salt, a type of salt extracted from plants, is less salty than ordinary salt and has a hint of grass. Yicheng came to Ling Mo and asked, "What do you want to eat this morning?" Like Ling Mo, Yicheng had also guessed her identity. It's just that neither of them had any intention of recognizing each other. But then again, they didn't know each other in the first place. "Today's cake is not sweet. You don't want to eat it?" Ling Mo said. Yicheng shook his head firmly, no. At first, he did have an aversion to sweets, but gradually, even cake-shaped things would make him feel uncomfortable, no matter what they tasted like. Pork grease buns. Because the portion of the buns was not as large as the lunchbox, Ling Mo gave a few more this time. After saying thank you, Yicheng held the bun, found a table, and sat down to eat. Seeing this, Ling Mo put away the breakfast in his hand and took out another portion of fried rice. Ling Mo has had too many desserts during this period of time. To be honest, she doesn't have a particular appetite for them. She just decided to eat fried rice with egg. I don't know when Yunya will be able to deliver the intelligent computer. All the beets in the beet field had been pulled out yesterday, and today the sea elves assigned them a new task. Ling Mo was assigned the job of stirring the syrup. The juice extracted from the plant is processed into syrup. The syrup at this time cannot be called elf syrup. It is just the most ordinary syrup. Ling Mo's task is to stir the ordinary syrup continuously until there are no bubbles in it. This is the first step in making the elf syrup. Ling Mo was dumbfounded when she saw the several-meter-high pot in front of her and the stirring stick on it that was thicker than her leg. Although she was very strong, she was not strong enough to stir a bucket of syrup. Looking at the sea elf that had already left, Ling Mo had no choice but to go on. Fortunately, she had a lot of powerful potions. Ling Mo was prepared to endure hardships, but after getting started, he found that the job was not as difficult as he had imagined. She held the stirring rod in both hands and started stirring the huge bucket easily. During the whole process, Ling Mo did not feel any resistance except that the stirring rod was a little too large. As Ling Mo continued to stir, bubbles continued to emerge from the syrup in the bucket. At this moment, Ling Mo's nose was filled with the fragrance of flowers and fruits. I guess the bucket of syrup she is stirring now should be extracted from some kind of fruit. Looking around, the situation is similar everywhere. Many players were assigned the same job as her. The person closest to Ling Mo is a player who has awakened his physical enhancement talent. It should be only a local enhancement, because Ling Mo noticed that the development of the man's arm muscles was completely disproportionate to his body. Local reinforcement is classified as a medium talent in Blue Star because it only strengthens a certain part, and other parts that have not been strengthened are still very fragile. It's easy for others to find your weaknesses during a fight. However, strengthening the arms, isn't this a perfect professional match? Apparently, this player thought so too. His already strong and developed arms swelled up again. He grabbed the stirring stick with both hands and began to stir frantically. The speed was so fast that after images appeared, Ling Mo looked at this scene in shock and thought, this shouldn't work. The purpose of stirring is to expel the bubbles in the syrup and mix the liquid inside thoroughly. But now it is stirred evenly, but are these fast speeds sure not to create more bubbles? Soon, the movement here attracted the attention of others. A group of sea elves in work clothes ran over in a panic, and when they saw the syrup swirling into a vortex, they almost fainted. The leading sea elf quickly stopped the man's actions. At this time, even a fool could see that the sea elves were very angry. The player realized that he had made a mistake and walked down the workbench with a nervous look on his face. Because the distance was quite far, Ling Mo could only vaguely hear their conversation, but it was not clear. This is when the time comes for slowness to come into play. Through Chiaman's interpretation, Ling Mo roughly understood their conversation. It's nothing more than some criticism. After all, that player's mistake was unintentional. As luck would have it, the player was stirring a kind of syrup whose production was very scarce. Now that it has become like this, all the syrup will have to be scrapped. Even if it is used forcibly, after it is made into elf syrup, it will be full of bubbles, which will affect the taste after it is made into the finished product. This was something the sea elves would not allow to happen, so it had to be scrapped. After watching the excitement, Ling Mo continued with the work in his hands. As she continued to stir, the bubbles in the syrup became fewer and fewer. As the syrup continued to cool, the surface of the syrup turned into a beautiful amber color, and Ling Mo's stirring movements became more difficult. After reaching this point, Ling Mo continued stirring for another 10 minutes. Suddenly, there was a ding sound above her head. The light overhead turned green. Seeing this, Ling Mo guessed that this should mean completion. This was followed by a click. The stirring stick in the hand is locked, probably to prevent someone from overstirring the syrup and causing the syrup to be ruined. The syrup is mixed, so what should she do next? It's not time to get off work yet. Ling Mo looked at the time. It took her 1.5 hours from the beginning of stirring to now. That is to say, it takes at least 1.5 hours to stir a bucket of syrup. Because it was her first time, the speed had to be slow. The actual speed should be faster than 1.5 hours. Fortunately, Ling Mo's confusion did not last too long. Soon a sturdy sea elf came over. He first smiled friendly at Ling Mo, then he grabbed the huge barrel with both hands, lifted it off the ground easily, and left. Ling Mo gasped when he saw this scene. No wonder elves are said to be a warlike race. After a while, another sea elf of impressive stature came over carrying a new bucket full of syrup. The sea elf left after Ling Mo nodded. Looking at the syrup in front of me, I sniffed and found that the taste was different from before. Did you add to the syrup this time? It looks a bit like candy. The stirring stick in the hand kept stirring. With the experience from last time, Ling Mo's movements were obviously much more skillful this time, and he completed the work in just over an hour. Next came the third barrel. This time it was the taste of green apple, which was Ling Mo's favorite taste. When Ling Mo eats fruit candies, his first choice is pineapple flavor, followed by green apple. I looked at the time, and after this call, it would be almost time for lunch break. Once you start stirring the syrup, you cannot stop. So, in order to avoid working overtime, Ling Mo slowed down his movements. She is a professional at leaving get-off work on time. It was noon smoothly, and Ling Mo had just finished the work he was doing. He received his lunch from the sea elf, and then exchanged it with Yicheng. You seem very anxious. Is there something wrong? Yicheng couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Ling Mo blinked. Am I being so obvious? Yicheng nodded. It's very obvious. He knew that Yi Kai often brought things from the game to Blue Star. Could it be because of this incident? If you don't know what is good and what is bad, you naturally don't know what to bring back. For example, he brought several space buttons with him into the game this time, but apart from a few giant sugarcane seedlings, he still didn't know what to bring back. Another reason is that there is not enough space. The gifts brought into the game account for a large part of the cost, not to mention the things brought back. Because the two were not familiar with each other, Yicheng did not continue to ask. However, he was cautious and planned to ask Yi Kai about it after returning. On the other side, Ling Mo, who had no idea what Yicheng was thinking at the moment, had already received a message from Yunya saying that the things she needed had arrived. After arriving at the place Yunya mentioned, Ling Mo looked left and right, and there was nothing there except Yunya.
What are you looking at?
Yunya blinked in confusion. What you want is here. As she spoke, Yunya took out a black box from her hand. There are a total of 200,000 obsolete AIs here, 50,000 of which I collected from other elves, and the rest were provided by my father. Speaking of this, Yunya felt a little guilty, as she almost exposed Ling Mo's existence. After all, this was the first time Ling Mo asked for her help, and Yunya didn't want to disappoint her friend. But how to gather more intelligent brains within a short period of time is a problem. Even if she mobilized all her connections, she could only gather 50,000 units. At this time, she suddenly heard her father talking to someone, saying that the military was going to eliminate a batch of intelligent computers, about hundreds of thousands of them. Yunya's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. This was exactly what she needed right now. So, Yunya directly asked her father for these eliminated intelligent computers. There is no doubt that it would arouse the father's suspicion if his daughter wanted so many intelligent computers at once. As expected, Yunya was questioned. Fortunately, she was smart enough to get away with it. Ling Mo took the black box and immediately realized something was wrong. This black box should be a large space button, but it seems to have something installed on it that shouldn't be there. Wait a minute, scan what's in the lower left corner of this box. Ling Mo said quietly with his mind. It's a tracker. Wait a minute, the result was given very quickly. Really? Looking at Yunya in front of her, her eyes were clear, so the tracker should not have been installed by her. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that Yunya's acting skills were too good and no flaws could be seen. There are no flaws on his face, so it is impossible that there is no mental fluctuation at all. Considering what Yunya said just now, Ling Mo is actually more inclined to the second possibility. It must be Yunya's father, who noticed something was wrong. However, these hidden trackers are of no use to Ling Mo. Not only can she easily find the location of the tracker, but her mental power can also block the tracker's signal. Thinking of this, Ling Mo put the box into the space.
Thank you.
Let's go to the warehouse now. I won't be here for long. Time is limited. Let's finish this quickly. Yunya nodded. I know that someone as capable as you must be very busy, and the remaining warehouses are close together, so it won't take long. Ling Mo thought that the things in the warehouse this time were all kinds of sugar. It turned out that she guessed wrong. Pushing open the door of the warehouse, it was filled with furniture with exquisite natural patterns. Ling Mo had collected a lot of furniture made of sandalwood or wangwali before, but none of them looked as beautiful as the one in front of him. Moreover, the wood seemed to have a pleasant aroma. Elfwood furniture. Furniture made from leftover pieces of elfwood. It carries the unique scent of elfwood. Elderly people can prolong their lives when using it, while children can open their minds and increase the chances of awakening powerful talents. P.S. The older the elfwood is, the better the effect. After listening to Chia Man's introduction, there were only 3 words in Ling Mo's mind. Good stuff. There were so many pieces of furniture made of elven wood. Ling Mo started collecting them without saying a word. Because time was tight, Ling Mo also paid attention to the consumption of his mental energy at this time. With the healing device running at full capacity, he drank the potion that restored his mental strength as if it were water. After collecting an entire warehouse, we came to the second warehouse. The previous warehouse was filled with furniture, and this warehouse is filled with various tableware. Tableware such as spoons, chopsticks, and forks are relatively small in size, so they should be made from thinner branches of the elf wood. What is this? As he was collecting, many sealed wooden barrels suddenly appeared in front of Ling Mo. These barrels are very similar to the barrels used to hold elf syrup. But the barrels here should not contain elf syrup. At this time, Yunya answered Ling Mo's questions and said, these are filled with fairy resin.
Elf resin?
Elf resin, a kind of juice secreted by the elf tree. It is transparent, non-toxic, and sweet. It can moisturize the intestines and promote movements after consumption. However, it is not popular among the elves because it does not contain enough sugar. In the past few days, she has fully realized how much the elves love sweets, so Ling Mo feels that the level that the elves think is not sweet enough should be just right for her to drink. As for smooth movements, vegetables are scarce now, and the demand for vegetables on Blue Star is simply insufficient to meet the supply. Whenever vegetables or fruits are put on the shelves in Ling Mo's store, they will be sold out immediately in just a few seconds. There are too many people and too little food, and many people cannot get any vegetables at all. The most direct result is constipation. Some people look for medicine on the internet to treat constipation, as the stool only goes in but not out. Some people even spank themselves because they can't defecate. In fact, young people are better off. The ones who suffer the most are the elderly and children. Even though Ling Mo's medicine box can produce a variety of medicines, there is no medicine for treating constipation. Moreover, the medicine box seems to be very resistant to Blue Star's medicines. Collect all the spirit resin in front of you into the space. This is the last item in the warehouse. With the disappearance of the elf resin, the entire warehouse became very empty, and even the echoes could be heard when people spoke. Let's go to the next warehouse. The next warehouse was still filled with furniture, mixed with various children's toys. Of course, these toys are also made of elven wood. As the saying goes, no matter how hard the life is, you cannot let your children suffer, and no matter how poor the life is, you cannot let your education suffer. Elfwood can help children awaken more powerful talents. I believe no parent can resist such temptation. Ling Mo followed Yunya as they kept moving between warehouses. When you open a brand new warehouse, you will see metal boxes and metal warehouses everywhere. What are these? Ling Mo asked curiously. Since they were just some unused things, Yunya did not hide it. These are medicines that are about to expire, as well as treatment chambers and hibernation chambers that have reached their expiration dates. Food in the interstellar space is divided into 2 categories. One is ordinary food, such as elf syrup. Although it contains energy, this energy only provides the body's needs and has no other effects. Such food is ordinary food. Foods with special uses and effects, such as the shisui fruit, are collectively referred to as special foods. Half of this food will be processed into various medicines and distributed to more people. For example, one marrow-cleansing fruit can only be eaten by one person, but if it is made into medicine, it can be distributed to 10 or even more people. The medicines in front of you are made from foods with special effects. If we were to ask what Blue Star lacks the most right now besides food, it would be medicine. Although Ling Mo's medicine box can produce various medicines, its power is limited. In addition to these potions, there are also hibernation chambers and treatment chambers. Hibernation chamber. After lying in it, you can quickly recover your physical strength and eliminate physical fatigue. The effect will be better when used with potions. P.S. The hibernation capsule is only usable for 2 years. If any accident occurs after the expiration of the period, the company will not provide any compensation. Treatment chamber. Speeds up wound recovery. Used with different treatment agents for better results. P.S. The treatment cabin is only usable for 3 years. If any accident occurs after the expiration of the period, the company will not provide any compensation. Ling Mo automatically ignored the subsequent reminder. What if it's past its expiration date? It's not broken. After Ling Morang confirmed that there were no problems with the hibernation pods and treatment pods, he couldn't wait to start moving the things in the warehouse into the space. While moving, Ling Mo suddenly thought of something. Now that she has a large amount of cash in her hands, can she ask Yunya to help her purchase a batch of supplies? However, considering the issue of time, it would be best if the elves have it now. Thinking of this, Ling Mo quickly asked Xie Man to search for the specialties of the elves. Here is the Elves Interstellar online store. The elves seem to be so averse to technology, yet they actually have an online store? Ling Mo kept collecting things, while at the same time he used some of his attention to open the online store. As soon as she opened it, a dazzling array of items appeared in front of her, dazzling Ling Mo. Ignoring those useless candies and desserts, Ling Mo's goal was very clear. She wanted something that had special effects, preferably one that is both cheap and affordable. Bold candy. After taking it, even a coward will muster up the courage to face danger. This is good. The camouflage lollipop, when held in the mouth, can help the body blend into the surrounding environment. It is one of the favorite snacks of elf children. P.S. After becoming invisible, the body will emit a faint sweet smell and can only blend into the natural environment. The effect will diminish as the lollipop continues to melt. This one is good too. And child candy is specially prepared for pregnant women. If taken for a long time, the baby in the belly will stop growing, but not stop developing. It can allow pregnant mothers to maintain a slim figure during pregnancy without causing any harm to the fetus. Ling Mo searched everywhere but only found 3 kinds of candies with special effects. After selecting the things, Ling Mo just put the last treatment cabin in the warehouse into the space. When heading to the next warehouse, Ling Mo suddenly approached Yunya and asked, "Yunya, let's discuss something. What's the matter?" Yunya turned her head and looked at her, blinking her big watery eyes. "Look, I finally came here. Can you help me buy some things?" Afterwards, Ling Mo told them about his desire for bold candy, disguised lollipops, and mother-child candy. First, bring 1,000 packs of each. We'll calculate the purchasing fee separately. It's not that Ling Mo doesn't want to buy more, but 1,000 packs is the upper limit on the online store. Hearing this, Yunya frowned in confusion. "Why don't you just order this thing online? We will provide free shipping and deliver it to your home for free. Asking her to do the shopping on my behalf is just a waste of time." Ling Mo laughed dryly and explained, "Because I live far away, even I don't know how to fill in the address. I'm afraid you can't deliver it, and I'm in a hurry. I need it today." Finally, Yunya nodded and agreed to Ling Mo's request. "Okay, place your order on the smart computer now, and I'll pick it up for you now." Seeing Yunya agree so readily, Ling Mo happily started placing an order online. In addition to the 3 kinds of candies mentioned above, Ling Mo also bought a lot of other things, including clothes and skincare products. The elves are all handsome men and beautiful women, and they age slowly. The skincare products they make are very famous throughout the galaxy. Yunya took Ling Mo to the next warehouse and left in a hurry. Because Ling Mo needed it urgently, she had to hurry. Ling Emo withdrew his gaze from Yunya's back and turned to observe the things in the warehouse. It was past rest time, but she had no intention of going back. Before coming, Yunya changed her work content for this afternoon and asked her to leave the room where she was mixing syrup. So, Ling Mo's job now is to clean up these overcrowded warehouses. This warehouse is different from the previous one. There is a very obvious symmetry on the door of the warehouse. There must be someone who comes in and out here frequently, which is why such obvious traces were left behind. Unlike the previous warehouses, although they were covered with dust, they would be as good as new as long as the dust was wiped clean. This shows that this warehouse should be used frequently, and the things inside might have been delivered not long ago. As we approached the warehouse, we saw it was filled with all kinds of vegetables and fruits. In addition to the giant sugar canes and beets that I have seen before, there are many that I don't recognize. She picked up a fruit that looked like a cabbage, but when she peeled off the outer leaves, she found a purple apple inside. It looks very fresh, and even the place where it connects to the fruit tree has not started to change color. This means that the fruit must have just been picked. But why not give it up? Hidden at the base of the leaf, there is a tiny insect eye. Of course, the bugs inside had disappeared long ago. She said that these people were just too delicate. What's wrong with having bugs? The presence of bugs means that the fruit is ripe. Except for the fruit in Ling Mo's hand, the rest were in a similar situation. Either they had been bitten by insects, or the skin was not clean enough and had black spots. Ling Mo shook his head and put all the fruits into the space. I'm going to hold a promotion for these fruits and vegetables when I get back and give them as treats to my family. I'm sure everyone will go crazy for them. In the past, a rotten apple would be fought over by many people, but these fruits and vegetables were just bitten by insects and had a few black spots on them, which was not a big deal at all. You don't even need to handle it, you can just pick it up and chew it. After all, these are vegetables rich in vitamins and dietary fiber. Moreover, whether it is fruits or vegetables that can grow here, they all taste sweet. Having said that, her shop has supported quite a few scalpers during this period. When Ling Mo was collecting vegetables and fruits into the space, a group of sea elves once again brought in a batch of discarded fruits and vegetables. Seeing this, Ling Mo hurried over to help. After revealing his identity, Ling Mo took away all the fruits and vegetables they brought, amidst the shocked looks of the sea elves. Then a pot of syrup was brought over. It was the barrel of syrup that was ruined by the player with enhanced arms. At this time, the syrup inside has completely solidified and is connected to the barrel. In this situation, Ling Mo did not show any disgust and put them all into the space. She was busy moving quickly, turning her head from time to time to look behind her to see if Yunya was there. We came to the next warehouse, which was filled with branches of various kinds. According to Chia-man's introduction, these branches were trimmed from the elf tree. All the furniture and tableware that Ling Mo had seen before were made of these things. However, the elf tree needs to be pruned every once in a while. In addition to being used to make various things, the pruned branches will also be left with a lot of them and cannot be used up at all. Over time, it became what it is now. The elf branch placed at the innermost part of the warehouse has begun to change colors slightly due to its age. Fortunately, it does not affect the use. 2 hours later, Ling Mo cleaned up all the elf branches in the warehouse and felt a little dizzy. This is a sign of excessive mental effort and brain fatigue. Even with the help of healing devices and recovery potions, Ling Mo's body would still feel tired, mentally tired. Looking at the warehouse not far away, Ling Mo decided to take a break. Take a break before continuing to work. Not long after I sat down, I saw Yunya's figure swinging towards me from a distance, holding a vine. Landing next to Ling Mo, Yunya showed a row of white teeth and said, "Happily done." Then he pointed to the back and said, "Wait here for a while. The food will be here soon." Seeing her breathing heavily, Ling Mo considerately took out a bottle of milk. This milk is served at breakfast time and should suit the elves' taste. Thanks. Yunya took the milk and drank it all. After drinking it, he smacked his lips, shook his head, and said, "It's not sweet enough." "Isn't this sweet enough?" Ling Mo blurted out in surprise. "You know, this bottle of milk is sweeter than all the milk on the blue planet." Seeing this, Yunya explained, This milk is specially prepared for you foreigners. The elf syrup in it has been reduced by half. After all, not every race can adapt to our eating habits. It turns out that you also know that other people cannot adapt to your eating habits. However, despite consuming so much sugar and calories every day, each of these elves still has broad shoulders, narrow waists, and long legs, without any excess fat on their bodies. I don't know how they maintain this look. Wait a minute, do you know why the elves don't get fat even if they eat so much sugar every day? While waiting for a break, Ling Mo asked curiously. The elves do a lot of training or labor every day. In addition, if too much elf syrup is consumed, it will also be converted into fat, but it is invisible fat. Not long after, a car appeared in Ling Mo's sight, with huge boxes placed on the car. Here they come. Yunya waved happily at the sea elf in the distance. Because he had already paid before, Ling Mo put all the boxes into the space after a few taps. Oh, right, pregnant women only need to take the mother-child candy once a month. Don't take too much. You need to be extra careful in the last month because you may give birth at any time and the baby is relatively small, so avoid any accidents. Newborn babies are relatively small, but don't worry about that. They will grow rapidly in the first 10 days after birth. If conditions permit, put them in an incubator for a few days. If conditions don't permit, it's fine not to put them in an incubator. Listening to the other party's instructions, Ling Mo nodded continuously. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. After the sea elves who were delivering the goods left, Yunya asked in a low voice, You are not a race that is very easy to get pregnant, are you? Of course not. What are you thinking about? Ling Mo gave her a strange look. I'm not an adult yet. Although she is an adult on Blue Star, she is still a minor in the interstellar space. So it's not. I was shocked, but if it's not, why did you buy so many mother and child candies? Usually only pregnant women buy this kind of candy. I brought it for my family. Ling Mo said casually, prepare more to be prepared. After resting enough, Ling Mo continued to work. The next few warehouses are obviously quite old. The previous warehouses could be opened by Yunya just standing there and scanning the door, but when opening these warehouses, she took out the key. As she opened the door, Yunya said, If it weren't for the clan leader's reminder, I would have almost forgotten that there is a warehouse here. The key rotated several times in the keyhole, and as a colorful halo spread from the keyhole to the surrounding area, the metal door made a rumbling sound and slowly opened. As the door opened, the dark warehouse suddenly became as bright as day. When Ling Mo saw what was inside, he took a breath of cold air. These are things from a long time ago. I didn't expect they were still there. Yuanya kept talking about the stories he had heard since he was a child, but Ling Mo couldn't hear a single word he said. In her eyes, there are only these mechas. In Ling Mo's opinion, all the things he had collected before were not as important as the mechas in front of him. Not daring to waste even a second, Ling Mo started working immediately. Because these mechas and combat ships are relatively large in size, Ling Maji has to store them one by one into the space, which greatly reduces her efficiency. But Ling Mo didn't care about these, still putting them into the space one by one. In order to prevent the mechas from colliding with each other and causing unnecessary damage, Ling Mo was very careful in every move. Yunya looked at her cautious look and said, You don't have to be so careful. These mechas have been here for many years anyway, and many parts should have aged. Ling Mo took the opportunity to ask, Can these mechas still be used normally? It can be used. Yunya thought for a while, and said, Although these are obsolete models, the battles were very intense at the time, with wars taking place almost everywhere in the galaxy. So, at the time, the requirements for mechas were just 4 words, durable and strong. Everything else was secondary. In comparison, although today's mechas are more advanced, more beautiful in appearance, and have more functions, they are also more fragile. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo nodded with satisfaction. As long as it can be used, it's fine. Moreover, the 4 words durable and sturdy translate into good quality and low price. The mechas Ling Mo brought back were equivalent to model machines. With the model machines, with the capabilities of Chinese scientists, they would definitely be able to research better ones. Before I saw it, she just brought back some broken machines from the farm. After those people studied and modified them, they all turned waste into treasures. This made Ling Mo regret that he sold it too cheaply. Thinking of this, Ling Mo sped up his hands again. Feeling that her mental strength was about to be exhausted, she drank a bottle of potion to restore her mental strength. Fortunately, the medicine box will refresh as usual in the game. She has praised it a lot in the past few days, so it should be enough for her to use. As time passed, Ling Mo was reluctant to rest for a moment because he was afraid that he would not be able to collect all the things. After all, this is already the third day. Who knows when the game will end? This game obviously cannot be measured by previous experience. By the way, do you know when we can leave? Ling Mo suddenly asked. What's the emergency? Yunya asked. Ling Mo shook his head. That's not the case. It's just that we seem to have been hired for only 3 days, and today is already the third day. You can leave after get off work at 8 o'clock, but if you want to stay, you can stay. But don't do it. If my dad sees you, you probably won't be able to leave. Yunya thought of her father and shook her head repeatedly. There is no way the military would let go of such a powerful recycler. Ling Mo also understood what Yunya meant, and the idea of staying a little longer was instantly dispelled, so she speeded up her actions. You get off work at 8 o'clock, right? I looked at the time, and there were still 4 hours left, which should be enough. Ling Mo worked at full speed, continuously loading those mechas and combat ships into the space. Unfortunately, although these mechas and combat ships remained intact, they were not loaded with any weapons and ammunition. Forget it. Let someone else deal with this problem. She is only responsible for taking the things back, and she doesn't care about the rest. The next few warehouses were full of such mechas and fighter jets, and Ling Mo couldn't even suppress the smile. As he was collecting the energy, suddenly at a certain moment, Ling Mo felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his whole body was spinning. The next second, he felt a sharp pain. She felt as if her head was about to split open. It felt like someone was hitting her head with a hammer, as if it were a drum. The pain made Ling Mo bend down involuntarily, and cold sweat broke out instantly. Calm Bell. Ling Mo held his head with both hands, used the healing fire on himself, and called out the soothing bell at the same time. As the white flames appeared, bursts of pleasant bells rang out in the warehouse. Ling Mo felt much better instantly, and the pain gradually dissipated. What happened just now was because she overused her mental power, causing her mental power to become disordered and attack herself. It is a manifestation of excessive mental overdraft. Fortunately, this is the last warehouse, and there are not many left. I looked at the time, and there was still half an hour left, which was enough. After a few minutes of rest, Ling Mo started to put things into the space again. With so many mechas and combat ships, if she missed one, she would be so heartbroken that she wouldn't be able to sleep when she returned. As for mental overdraft, that was when I challenged myself. And there is a healing device here. It will help me recover my mental strength. At worst, I can go back and sleep for a few days to recover. I don't know how long it took, but just as Ling Mo endured the discomfort, he finally put the last fighter spaceship into the space. Looking at the empty warehouse, Ling Mo felt complete. The body collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. Fortunately, Yunya was no longer by her side at this time. Otherwise, she would have been scared to death seeing this scene. Ling Mo closed her eyes and lay on the ground motionless. She seemed to be unconscious, but in fact she was very awake and just didn't want to get up. At this time, her mental power became very active, and she could feel that her mental power had been enhanced again. Just like a spring, the harder it is compressed, the higher it bounces back. However, doing so is also very dangerous. Ling Mo watched the treatment device test her body, and the column for mental power was bolded and highlighted in red. In order to recover your mental strength, it is recommended that you do not use your mental strength for the next half month. As if afraid that Ling Mo might not take it seriously enough, the treatment device added a series of exclamation marks after this medical order. Really, does she look so out of control? This can only be considered an accident. After all, who can remain calm when seeing so many mechas and combat ships? By the way, I hope Yueluin and Enfeling will not run out of food. Ling Mo asked. These two guys feed on her mental energy. The next half month will be the master's mental recovery period. I understand that I cannot keep the moon wheel and soothing bell during the recovery period. However, these two beasts were born not long ago. Is it really okay for them to be hungry for half a month? And she remembered that weapon beasts should not be hungry. Ling Mo's eyes lit up. Yes, there is Xiaobai too. The problem with the weapon beast was solved. After lying on the ground for an unknown amount of time, Ling Mo felt much better. However, he still didn't want to get up and was even too lazy to open his eyelids. After an unknown amount of time, she heard the familiar voice of the system. Time is up. Congratulations to all players for completing the game. Next, the system will increase the number of players and the game difficulty will be upgraded again. Your competition will become more intense. Please continue to work hard. Congratulations to the player for getting drunk and getting noticed by the interstellar military. Next time you play the game, you will enter a more difficult game instance. Please stay tuned. Ling Mo opened her eyes suddenly, but before she could make any move, everything went dark in front of her eyes, and then the world was spinning. Ling Mo was standing before entering the game, so he naturally stood after coming back. My body couldn't help but lean back and then fell onto the soft bed. Thinking back to the last words of the game system in her mind, she felt angry and helpless. Lying on the bed, she slowly closed her eyes, and the feeling of fatigue came over her like a tidal wave. Forget it. She decided to rest first. However, the cold floor is not as comfortable as a bed. Not long after lying down, he suddenly stood up, raised his head, and touched his head. Having a head full of gelatin is still of some use. At least it saves her time in taking care of her hair every day, but it is a bit difficult to deal with. Although she was very tired, she still insisted on entering the space to wash the gelatin off her head. An hour later, Ling Mo changed into a set of silk pajamas and came out of the space in a refreshing outfit. Before going to bed, I thought about the rewards for this game that I haven't gotten yet. As he was thinking, Ling Mo fell asleep. Because the procedures in the store have already been set up, Ling Mo doesn't have to worry about it at all. This time Ling Mo brought back a lot of good things from the game, although most of them were candies. But at this time, let alone eating sugar, even being able to eat enough is a luxury. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Ling Mo was still sleeping, with no intention of waking up. At this time, in the Don't Miss It store, the latest products have already been put on the shelves. As the doors opened, people from all over the world rushed in frantically and began to buy food in the food area. Soon, everyone noticed the difference. There was an extra stall in the food area. Looking closely, I saw that it was filled with all kinds of candies. Oh my God! One of these candies can last a whole day. What kind of magical candy is this? Is it true that I can eat candy for a whole day? I don't believe it unless I can try it for free. The person just now, you are dreaming. Why is there a purchase limit on candy? Each person can only buy 3.
What can we do with that?
In addition to the food area, some people went to his area and soon found something different.
11 Stoff, 11 Bau, 11 Klok, 11 Wings.
Although these items have been used, their effects are no less than those of a high-end prop. In addition to these 3 items, there are various machines obtained from the game, and even the mechas and combat spacecraft are put on the shelves one by one. Oh my God! What on earth did I see?
Un mecha, un combat spaceship.
Can anyone tell me how someone could have done that after drinking soy sauce and going crazy? There's actually an intelligent computer? My hand speed has finally. Who on earth stole my intelligent computer? The previous 4-piece set of the elf was barely acceptable. After all, before that, he had already started using props on a large scale after getting drunk. Some even speculated that after drinking soy sauce and going crazy, he had the ability to produce a large number of props. And this speculation was soon confirmed. Because this is not a secret, you can find out by just checking it with a learning machine. Therefore, they guessed that the drunken behavior must have awakened his spiritual talent, and that the talent was very high. Shop that you should not miss if you are drunk. It opens on time at 6 o'clock every morning. Many people squat here every day, especially those who are headed by the country. These people's target is not food, but the potions that are refreshed every day in the medical area, the weapons in the weapons area, and so on. At this time, all countries in the world, including China, have entered crazy mode, frantically calling people to send supplies over. The other side seemed to say something, and the staff members started yelling. What do you mean by wait a little longer? Do you know how many people are eyeing those two things? If you wait any longer, they will be gone. 123 Wooden Man was sitting not far away and saw the scene but did not stop it. He kept sending messages in a drunken manner, but received no reply. In this regard, Er San Tu-ren was not in a hurry. After being together for such a long time, he also knew that when he was drunk, he would not like to read the messages, but as long as he read the messages, he would definitely reply to him. It's just that this time the pressure from above is more urgent. I guess the whole world is now watching the combat mechas and combat ships. 123 Wooden Man was actually a little resentful. After all, such an important thing could not be traded privately, so how could it be taken out? However, as soon as this thought appeared, the 123 Wooden Man immediately shook his head and threw away these dangerous thoughts. How could he think like that? The things belong to others, he can do whatever he wants with them. After all, he had helped them a lot by getting drunk. If he questioned them about this, he would be an ungrateful person. Realizing that there was something wrong with his mentality, 123 Wooden Man immediately took it seriously. Inside the store, some people soon noticed another unusual situation. Generally speaking, the 5th floor of the Don't Miss It store is not open to the public, and only those who are invited can enter, just like the previous auction. But this time, the 5th floor was actually open, and it contained a completely new area. Ling Mo's 5th floor, which had been renovated due to the auction, was not restored to its original state. After all, she had spent money on all of this. At this time, the 5th floor was divided into 2 different areas, each of which was filled with silver cabins, namely the hibernation cabin area and the treatment cabin area. The first person who arrived here looked at the scene in shock. After briefly reading the introduction twice, he came to one of the hibernation capsules. He is a player whose talent is muscle strengthening. He overused his talent in this game, causing pain all over his body when he moved the slightest. After seeing the introduction of the hibernation capsule, he decided to give it a try. After carefully comparing the prices of the 2 options, the man chose the former. Although it took a little longer, it was cheaper. After the selection was made, the door of the hibernation capsule slowly opened. After lying down as the cabin door closed, the person lying inside felt a cool feeling coming from all around. This feeling does not make people feel cold, but rather very comfortable. Soon, the person lying inside felt sleepy. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he woke up again, the cabin door that had been tightly closed had been opened. After getting up and leaving the hibernation capsule and stretching his limbs, he was surprised to find that the pain in his body had disappeared. The fatigue that had accumulated in the game also disappeared, and he hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. After leaving the 5th floor, he posted this incident online. Not surprisingly, the news broke. Many people come here because of its reputation. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not believe in a treatment cabin that can heal injuries or a hibernation cabin that can restore fatigue through a good night's sleep. But the person who got drunk and acted crazy is not an ordinary person. He has created many miracles. Moreover, with the combat mechas and combat spaceships in front of them, people's acceptance of the treatment cabins and hibernation cabins was obviously much higher. Compared to combat mechas and combat spacecraft, which are unaffordable for most people and are obviously aimed at various countries, people are more interested in intelligent computers. It is said that it can connect directly to the brain, which is equivalent to a fully intelligent butler. It has all the functions that mobile phones and computers have, as well as things that mobile phones and computers don't have, and it can completely free your hands. However, wait a minute, the number of intelligent computers released is limited. There are only 10. Those who got the items quickly hid away and were secretly happy, while those who didn't expect them felt extremely regretful, regretting that they were too slow. In addition to intelligent computers, furniture made of elf wood is also selling very well. After all, This is something that can prolong your life. In the past, health products were said to be able to prolong life, but maybe that was just bragging. But everyone knows that the Don't Miss store that was drunk never does those false things. Let it be as it is. Therefore, some wealthy people replaced all the furniture in their homes with elf wood. Not only is it beautiful, it can also prolong life. Isn't it much more beautiful than those red sandalwood and wangwali? Online, people kept asking her to continue to put it on the shelves, and countless people tried to contact her in private messages. However, all these messages fell on deaf ears and received no response. Because the person they were looking for was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. At the same time, in the base, a man wearing a purple robe dotted with silver crystals looked like stars in the Milky Way. The man sat cross-legged in a 5-pointed star magic circle painted with black paint, with white candles lit on the 5 corners, and he was muttering something. As time passed, the flame of one of the candles suddenly began to shake violently, and then the candle went out instantly. As the candle went out, 2 lines of blood and tears slowly flowed from the man's eyes. Divination talent. The greater the matter, the greater the price you pay. At the same time, if your talent is high enough, the price will be reduced accordingly. Take Fuyu for example. Ling Mo had long noticed that Fuyu's reactions would become slower after each divination. According to Fuyu himself, this is the price he needs to pay. After each divination, the body's functions would begin to decline, but this situation would not last long and would return to normal after a period of time. The length of time is determined by what he is fortune-telling. For someone like Fuyu, his physical functions will only decline for a period of time after divination. To the fortune-teller, this is like Pengu creating the world. The man closed his eyes tightly, and 2 bloody tears slid down his cheeks and dripped onto his robe. If nothing unexpected happens, he is drunk and going crazy inside the base where we are now. Where exactly is it? Asked an elegant-looking man in a dim corner. I don't know. There seems to be something around him that is preventing me from exploring. I have said what I need to say. Now can you let my family go? They are all innocent. It turned out that the fortune-teller in front of him was abducted. The elegant man threatened the fortune-teller's entire family and forced him to pay a huge price to divine the location of the drunk person. The elegant man had a smile on his face, but his eyes were unusually cold. Of course, I said I would reunite your family, but before that, you need to tell me all the divination results. The fortune-teller did not answer immediately. He had lost his eyes now, so he did not notice the murderous intent in the elegant man's eyes. But he also knew that the other party was not a man of his word. But he had no other choice. So, after hesitating for a moment, the fortune-teller told the rest of the divination results. I divined that the specific location of the drunken man is in Area A or Area B, and there are a group of powerful people around him. That's all? That's all. The next second, a stream of blood spurted out from the fortune-teller's neck. The elegant man appeared behind the fortune-teller without anyone noticing, holding a dagger dripping with blood in his hand. The fortune-teller suddenly opened his empty eyes and stared blankly ahead. In his ears, there was a devilish whisper. Your family has gone down to the next level, and you will be reunited with them soon. The fortune-teller opened his mouth, but no words came out. In fact, there was one last sentence in his divination, which was that if the elegant man did not stop in time, his life would be in danger. Watching the fortune-teller pick it up completely, the elegant man took off the purple robe on the other person, folded it carefully, and put it away. This robe is a top-level item, but can only be used by a fortune-teller. Its function is to improve the fortune-teller's divination ability and accuracy. If it weren't for this prop, with the fortune-teller's talent, he would definitely not be able to predict Ling Mo collect the fortune-teller's body as well. Now that he had the exact area, he decided to start the next step of the plan. The fortune-teller just mentioned 2 locations, Area A and Area B. In fact, elegant men prefer Area B. On the other side, Ling Mo slept for 36 hours before waking up. Feeling his stomach growling in protest, Ling Mo stood up and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up. As soon as I stood up, I suddenly felt something touching my hand. When she looked down, She found that it was her salary for this game, a total of 13 silver coins, which was what she earned from her work in the past 3 days. In addition, there is the income of the recyclers. Ling Mo took out 3 emerald green leaves. This is the leaf of the elf tree that Yunya had promised before, and it has the power to reawaken people. By the way, she had collected a lot of fairy tree seeds before. Would the fairy leaves that grew on them have similar effects? The answer is no. The leaves in Ling Mo's hand are the leaves of the elf mother tree, and they can only fall naturally from the elf mother tree. The key point is that they must fall naturally, and they are emerald green all over, and the leaves without any damage can also have such effect. Put one of the leaves in the medicine box. Soon, 2 new buttons appeared on the box. A potion called Elf Potion. After taking it, one can gain certain abilities of an elf, which could be appearance or combat power. It is considered a kind of genetic medicine, but any changes that occur are random. The second one is called the Start Over Potion. After taking it, your talent will be reawakened. The new talent will still appear immediately. Once you take it, you cannot regret it. A person can take this Start Over Potion 5 times in his life. The leaves of the elf tree can only be taken 3 times, but after being made into a potion, it becomes 5 times. It's worthy of being called a medicine box. It's awesome. After putting away the other 2 elf leaves, Ling Mo looked at the other rewards again. A staff specially made for those with the gift of psychic power. It can change size at will and become soft, so it can be wrapped around the body like a belt. Ling Mo was very satisfied with this reward and put it in the interlayer of the all-purpose gloves so that it would be convenient to use. After washing up, Ling Mo went to the first floor, holding his hungry stomach. Is there no one here? Looking at the empty first floor, Ling Mo went straight to the kitchen. I took out a box of self-heating hot pot from the cupboard and filled my stomach first. Everything else was secondary. While waiting for the hot pot to be cooked, Ling Mo asked about what happened during her coma. After knowing that Qianman had actually put combat mechas and combat spaceships on the shelves, Ling Mo quickly opened the private message. Not surprisingly, her private messages had exploded, with a long list of unread red messages. In fact, ever since the game came out, her private messages have been flooded all the time, but none of them have been as lively as today. Ling Mo read these private messages one by one. All of them were about combat mechas and combat spacecraft. There are also things for the intelligent computer, elven wood furniture, treatment cabin, and hibernation cabin. Click on the information box of 123 Wooden Man. 123 Wooden Man, Brother Joe, combat mecha, combat spaceship, intelligent brain, elf wood furniture, treatment cabin, hibernation cabin. How many you have left? I want them all. Price is not an issue. Well, I'm so greedy. I want everything. You didn't put those production lines on the shelves? Ling Mo asked. No, because you said you wanted to keep 3 sets, and I didn't know which 3 sets to keep, so I didn't move.
Ling Montag.
Never mind, this is perfect. As Ling Mo was thinking this, another message popped up from the 123 Wood. 123 Wooden Man, Brother 9, the players in the base have made some good stuff recently. I'll send it to you. Before Ling Mo could react, she heard a system notification sound. Ding dong, the player 123 statue of stone used props to teleport to the player who is drunk and crazy and gave him a set of clothes. These are special clothes made by the player's talent. Even if he is wearing many clothes inside, he will still look beautiful after putting on these clothes. This is not the end yet. What follows is a series of system prompt sounds, all of which are things sent by the 123 Wooden Man. From food, clothing, housing, and transportation to rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. Is this an attempt to bribe her or an attempt to bribe her? It's this piece of clothing. It's obviously men's clothing. I can't wear it at all. It's too big. Ling Mo was surprised that there were people who had a talent for making seasonings. Drunk and crazy. Stop. Don't send me any more drunk and crazy. All the things you want, except the treatment cabin and the hibernation cabin, are fine. Originally, Ling Mo was planning to use the treatment cabin and hibernation cabin to open another store, but the game system did not allow it. A person can only own one shop, so she had no choice but to put both the treatment cabin and the hibernation cabin on the 5th floor. in the base. When Sanmu 2 heard the news that the man was drunk and acting crazy, he jumped up from his stool in excitement. The huge noise soon attracted the attention of other staff members. Seeing this, Xiacheng immediately stepped forward and asked excitedly, "How is it? How is it? Did he get drunk and reply to you? What did he say?" 1, 2, 3. Wooden Man repeated Ling Mo's words. He said that apart from the treatment chamber and the hibernation chamber, he agreed to the trade for the rest. Thinking of the changes on the 5th floor of the Don't Miss It shop, Xiacheng immediately understood what the other party meant. "Ask us if you can sell us one for research," Xiacheng said. After all, the Academy of Sciences is still waiting. The previous combat mechas and combat spacecraft were snatched away by other countries because he was a step slow. Those academicians who were obsessed with research all day long almost drowned him with spit. Who would have thought that these seemingly amiable and taciturn researchers are actually so blunt in their words and don't even use a single dirty word when scolding people? They are truly worthy of being scholars. The Wooden Man hesitated a little. "Let me try." 1, 2, 3. Wooden Man, "Brother 9, can you sell us one treatment cabin and one hibernation cabin?" Followed by a teary-eyed puppy emoji. After seeing this, Ling Mo thought about it and agreed. She is not a person who is stubborn. Moreover, she roughly guessed the reason why Mu 2 wanted the treatment chamber and the hibernation chamber. It would be better to let those scientists do some research on it. If the treatment cabin or hibernation cabin here breaks down, we can send it to them for repair. Drunk and crazy. "Sure, I have a few more assembly lines here. Do you want them?" Assembly line? The first reaction of 1, 2, 3 Wooden Man is definitely not an ordinary assembly line. What is emergency number 1? All situations related to being drunk and acting crazy are called emergency number 1. Sure enough, the drunk guy didn't keep anyone in suspense and responded quickly. "Drunk and crazy. Production line for producing nutrient solution. You should have planted radish on a large scale now. If not, you can buy the raw materials for me. The price is negotiable." The Wooden Man didn't even see the sentence after that. He only saw the words nutrient solution production line. Ever since they brought the nutrient solution back from the game, they have been studying it. After they had the soldiers' grain radish, they tried to produce nutrient solution, but the results were either unsuccessful or successful, but the amount of soldiers' grain radish consumed was enough to feed 10 or even more people in a day. It would be better not to produce it than to waste such nutrient solution. Moreover, the nutrient solution they produced tasted even worse than the finished nutrient solution they brought back. Although the original nutrient solution tasted bad, it was still drinkable. They developed their own drink, but it's totally unpalatable. It was sticky and had a strange smell, just like a mouthful of thick phlegm that had just been spit out. After Ling Mo agreed on the price with 1, 2, 3 Wooden Man, he handed the matter over to Chia Man to handle. The store has also put some of the intelligent computers on the shelves. There is no other way as the demand is too high. After arranging everything, the hot pot is almost ready. Just as Ling Mo was about to eat, the sound rang in his ears again. "Master, I want to apply for a batch of funds." Ling Mo stopped what he was doing and asked curiously, "What do you want to apply for funding for?" "Used to upgrade the system. After the upgrade, I will be able to better help the master manage the store and several other planets." After hearing "wait a minute's" words, Ling Mo was very moved. But on second thought, such an upgrade should not be cheap. So I asked, "How many gold coins will this upgrade cost?" "Billion? How many?" 1 billion. "Are you sure that this price is not determined according to your own wallet?" However, Ling Mo still agreed to Chia Man's request. The reason is simple. She doesn't have much to spend money on right now. Keeping so much money in hand, there is nothing you can do with it except looking at it when you have nothing to do. Moreover, after experiencing the hoarding of supplies during the apocalypse, Ling Mo always felt that it was more practical to spend money. There is still a lot of unspent cash in her space. With Ling Mo's consent, the amount of money in her bank account quickly shrank significantly.
Ding.
Federal Bank shows that your bank card has just been deducted 1 billion.00, and the current balance is 24,367,549.43. Looking at the balance with both zeros and integers, I counted it and realized that it was not small. At least on Blue Star, she is definitely the richest person. No, it suddenly occurred to me that there is another person who has a wallet that can spit out money at any time, so she cannot be the richest person yet. The second one is fine too. And after getting Ling Mo's consent, he immediately started upgrading. The upgrade is expected to be completed in 5 days. I will turn on the automatic mode during these 5 days. Please be patient. After saying this, the voice of "wait a minute" disappeared completely. Ling Mo briefly understood this automatic mode. Simply put, the most basic functions are retained and the rest of the functions are turned off. It's similar to the batch of intelligent computers she brought back. The only difference is that Ling Mo's intelligent brain can still connect to the star network, and the previous commands are also being executed. Finally, I can eat. After working for a long time, I finally get to eat something hot. Just as Ling Mo was about to pick up his chopsticks, a loud bang was heard behind him. When I turned around, I saw Yi Kai rushing out of the room with an excited look on his face. Seeing Ling Mo eating in the living room, Yi Kai was stunned for a moment. "Are you awake?" Ling Mo took a bite of the vegetables in the hot pot and nodded. "Just woke up. Where are the other two?" "Fuyu went out. He was talking in a weird way early in the morning. He said something was attracting him, and he wanted to go out and look for it. The boss went to the base. We brought back a lot of good things this time, including a small assembly line which is said to be used to make nutrient solution." As Yi Kai spoke, he walked into the kitchen and soon came out with a portion of self-heating rice. He came to the opposite side of Ling Mo, took out the water storage mushroom and added water to it while saying, "Originally we planned to keep that assembly line for ourselves, but the taste of the nutrient solution is really..." Yi Kai gave Ling Mo a look that said, "You understand. We don't lack food, so why should we suffer this? Moreover, making nutrient solution requires a large amount of military rations. Although we have a lot, the quantity has never changed. This assembly line is a complete waste in our hands." After saying that, Yi Kai looked at Ling Mo and asked curiously, "What did you bring back this time?" Hearing this, Ling Mo blinked at him and said cunningly, "Want to know? It looks like it must be good stuff." Yi Kai's eyes lit up and he nodded. Under Yi Kai's expectant eyes, Ling Mo slowly uttered a word, "Sugar." Yi Kai waited for a while. "What else? What else? Candy isn't enough." Ling Mo glanced at him, as if to say, "Young man, you are too greedy." Now on Blue Star, sugar is definitely a rare commodity. Not to mention sugar, even red dates are sold one by one. Ling Mo brought back a bunch of candies. Is there anything wrong with that? Of course there is nothing wrong with that. Looking at Yi Kai's lost expression, Ling Mo decided not to tease him anymore. "This is for you." Ling Mo pushed a blue metal box over. "What is this?" Yi Kai took the metal box and asked curiously. Ling Mo was eating hot pot and said without turning his head, "Intelligent brain." Hearing this, Yi Kai's eyes widened suddenly. Intelligent brain. Isn't this the one sold in the drunken shop? There are more than one person who entered the game. Why can't I get what she can get? Ling Mo said casually. Now that you mention it, it seems to make sense. Then, how did you get the intelligent brain? Yi Kai asked curiously. Hearing this, Ling Mo looked up, smiled mysteriously, and said, "Of course I met an acquaintance." Acquaintances? Yi Kai was puzzled. What kind of acquaintances could he meet in the game? Seeing Ling Mo's personality of staying at home all day, he knew that he probably didn't have many friends. Even if he did, they were probably just nodding acquaintances. Yi Kai subconsciously thought that the acquaintance Ling Mo was talking about was a player. No. She just drank soy sauce and acted crazy. That was her. How could she meet herself? Do you still remember the elf we met in the sea race, the one who gave us the space button? Afraid that Yi Kai would forget, Ling Mo suggested reminding him. Yi Kai's eyes changed from confusion to surprise, and then to shock. Then I suddenly looked down at the table. Those elves looked exactly like the elf we met. Ling Mo nodded. Now you know how I got it. Because of Yunya's excuse, Ling Mo dared to take out the intelligent brain. Moreover, the batch of intelligent computers she took out were somewhat different from those sold in the store. Ling Mo asked Qiaman to reinstall some of the functions on these intelligent computers so that they could connect to the interstellar network. Although these intelligent computers are not as good as Kaiman, they are definitely many times better than the collection. Moreover, Yi Kai and the other two had applied for interstellar ID cards long ago, so there would be no problem even if the interstellar authorities tracked them down. After listening to this, Yi Kai couldn't let go of the intelligent computer in his hand. After opening it, there was only a very small chip inside the box. How do I wear this? Yi Kai looked at Ling Mo for help. It is said that it is installed on the eyes and can be directly connected to the brain, but this is also a huge challenge for Yi Kai. After all, he has never even worn colored contact lenses. Ling Mo finished the last bite of hot pot, took out a wet tissue to wipe his hands, stood up and walked towards Yi Kai. As a result, Yi Kai held the intelligent computer in his hand, gestured at his left and right eyes, and asked, "Which eye do you want to press on?" Looking at Ling Mo's malicious expression, Yi Kai had a bad feeling in his heart. Left eye no, right eye, right eye. Seeing Ling Mo approaching, Yi Kai subconsciously leaned back. However, Ling Mo did not give him the chance to escape. After pulling the person over, he held the intelligent computer with one hand and opened his right eye with the other. The process of installing the smart brain is not complicated. As long as you put the smart brain into your eyes, it will actively go to where it should go. So, before Yi Kai could react, Ling Mo's side was already over. Before Yi Kai could even utter a scream, Ling Mo had already retreated. Is this the end? Yi Kai was shocked and incredulous. What should I do next? Ling Mo tapped the corner of his eye with his finger. Turn on the phone. Following Ling Mo's method, Yi Kai also tapped the corner of his right eye with his fingers, and soon, changes occurred in front of his eyes. Yes. Yi Kai was extremely excited, just like a child who walked out of the house for the first time and saw the new world. Then add a contact method so that it will be convenient for us to contact each other in the game later. Ling Mo said this and directly sent a friend request. Yi Kai agreed immediately. For the next period of time, Yi Kai stopped eating and began to concentrate on studying the new toy he had just got. Seeing this, Ling Mo did not disturb her and prepared to go upstairs after finishing his meal. There is no time to upgrade. Her mental power is useless, so she should not go out. This period of time is just right for her to practice well and observe the conditions of those planets. Seeing Ling Mo wanted to do it immediately, Yi Kai suddenly called her. Mo, you should have prepared some for Boss and Fuyu as well. Ling Mo nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? That's great. Give it to me, and I'll give it to them for you. Seeing Yi Kai's expression that said I'm ready to make trouble, Ling Mo agreed to the request just to watch the fun. Since she was free anyway, she didn't recommend watching a chase scene. He took out 2 boxes containing intelligent computers and threw them to Yi Kai. Yi Kai took the box and said, "By the way, if you have time, go into combat training mode. The guy inside has asked me several times. I think he suspects that I ate you, and he's been getting more and more ruthless recently. Is the technology in this interstellar space so advanced? It's just a combat training model, but it's made to look like a real person." Ling Mo didn't hear what Yi Kai said next, and just said okay. Then he turned around and forgot about it. Back in a room, Ling Mo prepared to use the golden sky eye to check the conditions of several planets. Especially Qingyang Star. I don't know how its development is going. This time she brought back a lot of candies, planning to keep them on Qingyang Star. But just as she had this thought, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her brain. Ling Mo then remembered that her golden and red heavenly eyes had been swallowed by Xiao Bai. Now, controlling these heavenly eyes requires mental power, but she is unable to use any mental power at all now. Ling Mo lay on the bed with a dull expression. Fortunately, she was not silent for too long. Even though she lost her mental power, she still had her robot. Fortunately, he had bought a lot of robots before and placed them on different planets. On the Yunhaixing side, most of the robots have switched to underwater mode and are busy at this moment. Ling Mo observed everything around him by controlling the body of one of the robots. In just a few months, the Yunhai star can be described as 2 completely different stars. When it was still a garbage planet, the Cloud Sea star was lifeless, and even the wind blowing from the sea was lonely. A large area of the underwater platycodon kelp has been propagated. The fish that feed on platycodon kelp also began to reproduce wildly. And those carnivorous fish are also growing stronger because of their herbivorous nature and reproduction. Ling Mo estimated that after the next game, these fish would be ready to be sold. On the sea, baobao vine and xiao vine are growing unrestrainedly. Every day, a large number of baobao vines and xiao vines mature and then are transferred to Ling Mo's space by the golden sky eye and the red sky eye. Finally, they're sent from the space to the store for sale. Looking at these thriving vines and tall vines, Ling Mo wondered whether he should throw some water and wood stones over to shorten their growth cycle again. This matter can be done after her mental strength recovers. Anyway, there are a lot of water, wood, and stone in her space. If things really don't work, there is still Little Mocha Star. There are also water and wood stones in the Little Mocha Star, but the number is not as large as that on the Mocha Star. Afterwards, Ling Mo went to take another look at the Yunhai whale eggs. The hatching is going well, and the two porpoises are working very hard. Originally, Ling Mo wanted to find some island turtles. After returning from Yunhai Star, Ling Mo looked at the situation on other planets. Everything on Qingyang Star is proceeding in an orderly manner, and Ling Mo has even seen the outline of a city. Sure enough, when it comes to infrastructure, no country can compare to China. The mining of the other two garbage planets was also very smooth, but there was some trouble on the Little Mocha planet. It's not a big deal, it's just that some people want to plant the flag of their country on the Little Mocha planet. Some people even want to leave the mining area and explore other places on Little Mocha Star. Ling Mo would never allow such a thing. She only allowed them to mine on the planet, but did not allow them to take the planet for themselves. As the saying goes, if there is one, there will be two. Whenever she took a step back, these people would find a way to take 3 steps forward. They don't think you are kind and nice, they just think you are easy to bully and will keep taking advantage of you. Fortunately, Ling Mo had kept a trick up his sleeve when signing the contract. A clause was added at the end of each contract. The final right of interpretation of this contract belongs to her. She did not hide this matter and laid it out in the open. It is telling those people clearly that if they can sign, they should sign, and if they cannot sign, they should make way for others. There are also robots on the Little Mocha planet, and with the patrols of the Golden Sky Eye and the Red Sky Eye, if anyone is found crossing the line, they will be eliminated immediately. At times like this, you must be ruthless and not give the other party any chance to make further advances. After looking around at several planets, Ling Mo finally withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. Not long after, there was a commotion downstairs, and it was easy to tell what was going on. Ling Mo took out a lollipop and put it in his mouth, walked out of the room, and came to the stairs to the second floor. At this moment, a chaotic farce was taking place in the living room on the first floor. It's really a mess. Ling Mo watched Yi Kai and Jiang Xinfu performing a series of wall-climbing moves downstairs. Then 3 people fought from the inside to the outside. In order to eat the fresh melon, Ling Mo naturally followed him outside. Then she saw Yi Kai grow a pair of green wings and fly into the sky while being chased by the other 2. Boss, you 2 should just give up. The sky is my home turf, and I just meant well.
Don't be so petty.
Although he said this, the expression on Yi Kai's face was full of confidence and provocation, which was tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. Can this be tolerated? I can tolerate this, but they can't. Immediately afterwards, Ling Mo saw Jiang Xian and Fuyu took out the flying vehicles. Obviously, Yi Kai had forgotten about this. Seeing 2 people chasing after him on a flying vehicle, he turned and ran. The wings behind him were a gift from God, and they were much more convenient to use than an aircraft. Has Yi Kai's talent evolved? Ling Mo thought of the wings behind Yi Kai just now. Before, after learning about the talents of the 3 people, she had asked Xie Man to collect relevant information on this matter. She was very sure that it was impossible for Yi Kai to grow wings from the hurricane talent he awakened, unless the talent evolved, or he awakened the flying talent for the second time. The latter is obviously impossible. Not to mention the age issue, if Yi Kai really had a second awakening, it would be impossible for him to hide it from them. So long, it can only be the first possibility. But we need to wait and come back to confirm it. During the time Ling Mo was in a daze, Ye Kai had already been caught by Jiang Xian and Fu Yu and pinned to the ground. I discovered this not long ago. You're lucky. Fu Yu took out a small bottle from his pocket. Inside the bottle is a colorful dye bug. Ling Mo recognized the insect at a glance, and some information about it emerged in his mind. The colorful dyeing insect is a mutated species of dyeing insect with stronger effects and longer-lasting effects. Ordinary dyeing insects can only dye the surface, but the colorful dyeing insects will dye their internal organs into colors from the inside to the outside. Even the teeth will not be spared, and it will take about half a year for them to completely disappear. Fortunately, this kind of insect still does not cause any harm to the human body. Moreover, studies have shown that dyeing hair and skin with dye insects can protect hair, protect skin, and delay aging. Amid Ye Kai's screams, a rainbow man was born. The colorful dyed insect particles are not like real rainbows. Their coloring is very random. So, Ye Kai looked like he was hit by a colorful water bomb filled with paint. Ha 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 ha. Deafening laughter broke out in the villa. Facing the merciless ridicule from Ling Mo and the other two, Ye Kai was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. This is not fair. Boss and Fu Yu, you have two people. Jiang Xian laughed enough, rubbed the stiff muscles on his face, glanced at him and said, "Who told you it's fair? Besides, you deserve it. Who let someone poke our eyes out?" Fu Yu nodded in agreement. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. You. Ye Kai pointed at the two of them with a look of grief and anger, and then, ha ha ha. Ah. I want to break off my friendship with you. From now on, you go your way, and I go mine. We won't interfere with each other. After saying that, he left without looking back. Looking at Ye Kai's resolute back, Ling Mo felt a rare sense of guilt in his heart. Is he okay? Did we go a little too far, just now? Seeing this, Jiang Xian waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about him. He has broken off relations with me 800 times since we were young, and I have never seen him really do it. Besides, judging from his appearance, he will be back soon." As he spoke, Jiang Xian looked at the time, then stretched out 3 fingers and began counting down.
3, 2, 1.
As the last sound fell, Ye Kai's figure appeared at the door, as expected. Under the gaze of the 3 people, he walked back to his room with heavy steps.
"See, I was right."
Jiang Xian spread his hands and said, "In the next few days, because he had no mental strength and Qiaman was no longer around, Ling Mo did not go out and stayed at home obediently. During this period, the restart potion and elf potion made from elf leaves once again caused a sensation. The restart potion can reset talents, which gives hope to many players who have awakened garbage talents. But elves are different. In people's general impression, elves are beautiful and powerful. Now that there is an opportunity to become an elf in front of us, I guess few people can resist the temptation." Originally, Ling Mo thought that the sales of the start-over potion would be a little higher, but he didn't expect that the number of people who wanted to buy the elf potion far exceeded the start-over potion. Every day, a large number of people leave messages under the store, wanting her to sell elven potions. But Ling Mo himself couldn't control this kind of thing. After all, it was all random. So Ling Mo simply ignored these people's requests. Ding dong! The intelligent brain upgrade is complete. A mechanical sound was heard, and Ling Mo's eyes lit up instantly. Finally, wait a minute, I'm finally back. Moreover, her mental power also came back with Qiaman. Ling Mo felt the surging mental power in his body and almost burst into tears. I have missed you guys so much during these days. Wait a minute, are there any new features added in this upgrade besides what you mentioned before? Ling Mo asked. After spending so much money, there should be some new features.
Of course there is.
Wait a minute, a happy voice came. Ling Mo immediately realized the difference. The voice of wait a minute became smoother, and the emotions in the voice seemed to become fuller. I have just updated the largest and most comprehensive information database in the universe, and now I can handle multiple things at the same time. At the same time, I can also project the collected information for more people to view, which is equivalent to a shared memory palace. Handle multiple things at the same time? You couldn't do it before? Ling Mo asked curiously. Of course it was possible before, but not as much as it is now, and the speed was not as fast as it is now. In short, what appears in front of you now is a brand new weight. In addition, I have added an important function. Now I can directly connect with the mecha and the intelligent brain on the spacecraft. Wasn't it possible before? Of course not. The intelligent computers installed in mechas and spacecraft are different from our civilian intelligent computers. However, this time, because I was one of the first batch of intelligent computers to come into being, I was given a special upgrade so that I could be like those military intelligent computers. Just by listening to your happy tone, you can tell how happy this makes him. It's just a pity that they have neither spaceships nor mechas now. No, she does. There are a lot of them in the space. But Ling Mo was really not very interested in those mechas because they were too ugly and completely different from the mechas and spaceships she had imagined. Another thing is that the spaceship is not useless in the game now. It can be said to be useless, so she is not in a hurry. Now, without returning, Ling Mo immediately thought of what happened to Yi Kai before. After describing Yi Kai's situation in detail, Chia Man quickly gave an answer. Based on the owner's description, it is speculated that Yi Kai may have used green wind feather, a fruit that looks like feathers. After eating it, those with wind-type talents will undergo directed evolution, that is, grow wings. This kind of fruit is only useful for people with wind talent. For others, it is tasteless and unpalatable. At this moment, Ling Mo's message box suddenly flashed twice. Yi Kai, come down to eat. Since the advent of intelligent brains, people have been sending messages to each other, and they call it getting used to the existence of intelligent brains. Come to the first floor. Today it was Fuyu's turn to cook. The table was placed with 4 steaming dishes, 1 soup, and purple rice. This was the most common meal in the past, but now not many people can afford it. Several people are used to chatting while eating. By the way, there seems to be a lot more patrols in Area A recently. What happened? Ling Mo asked. As soon as his mental strength returned, Ling Mo couldn't wait to scan the entire base from top to bottom and found that the patrols in Area A and Area B were several times more than usual. Especially in Area A, there is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry post every 5 steps. What is the purpose of this? It seems that a killer appeared in the base and specifically targeted people in Area B. In just a few days, more than a dozen people have died, and all of them were players. Jiang Xian said. Then what does this have to do with Area A? Yi Kai said. Fuyu gave him a look that said, how can you be so stupid? And said, players who can live in Area B are generally above average in strength and talent. Plus, all the dead are players, so the base thinks the enemy may be targeting the players. Area A is difficult to attack because of patrols. Although there are patrols in Area B, there are not as many as in Area A. Moreover, those patrols are not regular military units, so there are many loopholes for them to exploit. Does the base suspect that this was done by spies? Ling Mo said.
Jiang Xin note that.
It's not a feeling, it's a certainty. When those people were found, their bones were all broken. It seems that they were tortured and finally died by having their necks broken. It seems that the other party was looking for something. So now the base is strictly checking those who have entered the base recently. We'd better not go out recently to avoid getting into trouble. Ling Mo nodded. I don't like going out anyway. That being said, Ling Mo was really concerned about this matter. If there really was a spy sneaking into the base, it would definitely not be a good thing. After finishing his meal, Ling Mo lay on the bed with his eyes closed and focused his mental power. Since this person only attacks people in Area B, maybe this person is in Area B. Ling Mo decided to focus on searching Area B. In order to find the person, Ling Mo searched very carefully, searching almost every inch of land. Even rat holes were not spared. No, aren't all the mice in Area B so fat? No, this looks like a hamster. How did this little thing survive until now? And it looks like it's living a pretty good life. Following the rat hole all the way down, Ling Mo quickly found the reason. This hamster actually grew mushrooms underground. This is really an incredible thing. So Ling Mo put the hamster and its mushroom into the space, waiting to study them slowly later. The main thing now was to find someone. After searching the entire Area B again, the person was not found, but a lot of places where food was hidden were found. If Ling Mo's moral bottom line wasn't high enough, she would have taken all the food away long ago. If it's not in Zone B, is it somewhere else? If he is the murderer, first of all, he must not stay in Area B. Although there is a saying that there is always something dark under the lamp, the risk is too great. And his target has always been players, so it is unlikely to be in Area D, as almost all the people living there are ordinary people who can only do some physical labor every day to barely make ends meet. Although there are players in Area C, the proportion is not high. Either there are many people in their families and a lot of labor force, or one player supports an entire family. In order to reduce costs, you can only live in Area C. In Area B, players are either alone or in a family with 2 or more players. As for Area A, not everyone can live there if they have money. At the beginning, Ling Mo and his friends took out so many things in exchange, and later they kept exchanging supplies brought out of the game with the base, so that they could live here. And the other people in Area A. Have you seen this base? This place was built with their money. Those who have money contributed money, those who have strength contributed strength, and those who have supplies contributed supplies. If he is the murderer, he can no longer stay in Area B and will definitely come to Area A. Although Area A was heavily guarded, everyone's attention was focused on Area B at this time. Area A actually has loopholes that can be exploited. Thinking of this, Ling Mo began to use his mental power to carefully inspect Area A. Because it has been done many times before, Ling Mo is very familiar with every tree and blade of grass in Area A, and she can usually spot anything unusual at a glance. So, after checking Area A, she quickly discovered something different. In the villa next to them lived a family of 7, including grandparents, parents, and a 12-year-old girl. There are 2 players in this family, the young couple. They had moved in before Ling Mo and his friends, and except for some frictions, their life was very peaceful. But today, Ling Mo noticed that this family seemed a little different. The 4 old men usually have their own rooms, but today they are rarely staying in the same room, and they seem to be frightened by something. The couple is able to move freely, but they always seem to be tiptoeing and cautious. Most importantly, what about their children? Their child, the 12-year-old girl, was gone, replaced by a grown man. Good. It looks like he has found the murder. Seeing this man ordering this family around like a big boss, Ling Mo's fists hardened. Ling Mo wanted to get rid of this evil right away, but before that, he had to find the missing girl first. This is not a difficult task for Ling Mo coming from Area B to Area A. He must not have had much time to hide the girl. Maybe she is still somewhere in Area A. Sure enough, in a hidden corner of Area A, Ling Mo found traces of fresh excavation. Explore further down, and you will find a hidden cellar. After removing the obstruction, the little girl was found lying inside with her eyes closed and breathing weakly, but fortunately, she was still alive. If she had been a little later, the little girl would have died. Now that the person has been found, the next step is to get rid of the culprit. Originally, Ling Mo planned to send the person directly to the base. Perhaps he could interrogate him to get some useful information. But after hesitating for a moment, he gave up the idea. Firstly, the base is very busy now and may not have the time to waste with him. Secondly, this person does not seem to be a spy. He seemed to be coming for her. I found so many people, and it turns out that they're not drunk and acting crazy. At this moment, the man in the villa was furious. He searched almost every area in B these days and killed so many people, but not one of them was drunk. At this point, the man had to admit that he might have been looking in the wrong direction from the beginning. He was no longer in Area B after drinking and acting crazy, but in Area A. When Ling Mo heard the man's mumbling, she was certain that he was coming for her. Haha, the last person who sought death like this has the grass overgrown tall on his grave now. It is worth mentioning that after Ling Mo's previous incident, the people of the Red Duck country no longer dared to live there. Although other countries covet such a large island, Due to the current special circumstances and the fear of drunkenness, they have to give up such a large piece of land. Therefore, this place was naturally taken over by China. After hundreds of years, the Red Duck country finally returned to the embrace of the motherland. This is really cause for celebration. Ling Mo first took the unconscious girl into the space temporarily through the air. Then, without any mercy, he crushed the man's heart in midair. Compared to those people who suffered so much from him before they died, Ling Mo felt that he was really kind for letting the man die so easily. At the same time, the couple next door looked exhausted and frightened. There were still traces of tears on the wife's face, but they dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction because their child had been abducted and his whereabouts were still unknown. Don't worry, that person promised that as long as we are obedient, he will not hurt Xia Xia. The husband comforted. However, the more he comforted her, the more his wife cried. Seeing this, the husband sighed helplessly. Even he himself didn't believe what he had just said. Speaking it out is not only to comfort your wife, but also to comfort yourself. At this moment, a painful groan suddenly came from the room. When the couple heard the noise, they hurried in to check what was going on. The man who was originally sitting upright on the chair, giving them orders and bossing them around, now had a purple face, one hand covering his heart, his face full of pain. Seeing two people coming in, he opened his mouth to call for help, but no sound came out. Upon seeing this, his wife rushed forward and said anxiously, "You can't die. You can't die. You haven't told me where my daughter is. Give me back my daughter, my Xia Xia." However, the wife's cry did not bring the man back to life. After the man died, even his body suddenly disappeared. Just when the couple was shocked, their daughter suddenly appeared. The wife couldn't believe her eyes. Looking at his daughter who had been lost and found again in his arms, he burst into tears of joy. At this time, Xia Xia, who was in a coma, slowly opened her eyes and was immediately excited when she saw her old mother with tears streaming down her face. But his body was too weak and he couldn't move at all. Although he couldn't move, he could speak. "Mom, I just saw the fairyland. It's so beautiful there." Xia Xia, who was taken into the space by Ling Mo, was not completely unconscious. In addition, the environment in the space was good, and I regained some consciousness while I was dazed, so I saw the scene in the space. But it didn't take long, because Ling Mo soon brought her here. As for the man's body, it was naturally taken away by Ling Mo. Ling Mo did not let the man's body stay in her space for too long, and directly threw him out of the base. Destroy the body and cover up all traces. Before throwing it out again, Ling Mo found a lot of space nodes on the man's body. The things in these space nodes are in a mess, with food being the majority. It seems that these space buttons were snatched by the man from the people he killed. In addition to food, there are several props. Among them, a purple robe caught her attention. This robe can actually block her mental power. Take the robe out of the space. It feels cool to the touch, like the finest silk. Such a big piece of clothing feels weightless in the hand. I have to say, the beauty of this dress really touched Ling Mo's heart. "Wait a minute, scan this robe," Ling Mo said.
Scanning.
Name: Prophecy Robe. Ability: this is a chosen item created specifically for fortune tellers. After the fortune teller wears it, he or she can strengthen his or her fortune-telling ability and resist the backlash brought by fortune-telling. It is the prop that all fortune tellers dream of. However, it should be noted that the prophecy robe is a very picky item. If the user's talent does not meet his expectations and the performance is too mediocre, the price paid for divination will be doubled. Why does this prop look like it was specially prepared for Fuyu? Since it was useless to keep it in his hands anyway, Ling Mo decided to give it to Fuyu to make the most of the cloak. But how to give is a problem. If I just give it to you directly, how do I explain the origin of this robe? In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she decided to pretend to be drunk and act crazy. Soon a thought came to my mind. Ling Mo directly hung the prophecy robe in the store and wrote the name and ability of the prop in detail. Then set the price to free. It is marked in red font on it, which means it is for the destined person. Only those with strong enough talent can take this item away, and they must have a talent for divination. Of course, these are just superficial phenomena. After all, the manipulator behind the scenes is Ling Mo, and she can take whatever she wants from anyone. At the same time, Ling Mo added another condition to the transaction, which was that he could never predict her identity unless she agreed. This kind of promise may be just empty words to others, but to the fortune teller, it is like the Fujianese people swearing an oath to Mazu. Ling Mo directly set it up in the background, so that only Fu Yu could take this prop away. After doing all this, Ling Mo praised himself for his cleverness. Now, he just had to wait for Fu Yu to take the props away. It shouldn't take much time. After all, there are countless people watching her shop 24 hours a day. Sure enough, the news that a drunken shop was giving away props for free quickly became a hot topic. This is not just an ordinary item, it is a growth-type item that can grow. Needless to say, this is very valuable. The top leaders of other countries didn't know about it, but it was the first time for ordinary people to see a prop that could grow. Most of the props in their hands are disposable and will disappear after one use. Even so, props are very precious. So, after hearing the news, countless people flocked into the Don't Miss It shop, which was already crowded. Fortunately, Ling Mo's store is not a physical one, so it can accommodate any number of people. Otherwise, it would have been packed with people. It's a pity that this prophetic robe can only be used by those who have awakened the talent of divination. Although the final spot had already been decided, in order to prevent certain people from taking advantage of the situation and not letting others get it while he himself did, Ling Mo specially found a talent tester. This was a machine she had received from the rabbit orc. She had discovered it not long ago when she was tidying up her space. Once the prophetic robe is taken away, the machine will also be sold as a commodity. Ling Mo separated the prophecy robes into a separate area, isolating all those who were not gifted in divination from it. In this way, 99.99% of the people were directly blocked outside. Of the remaining 0.01%, a large portion will be blocked out due to lack of talent. So all in all, there aren't many people who can actually get access to the prophecy robe. After dealing with the prophecy robe, Ling Mo started to deal with another matter. The previous auction allowed her to accumulate a lot of props. Ling Mo planned to sell all those disposable props related to escape, and those useless props. Ling Mo has no shortage of ways to escape, so these props are not of much use in her hands. Most of those useless props have no practical use, just like vases, they can only be displayed for beauty. While tapping the props, Ling Mo actually found an interesting prop. No, to be precise, it was 8 identical triangles. The reason why these 8 props attracted Ling Mo's attention was that the materials and shapes of these 8 props were exactly the same, and they attracted each other, just like a magnet. Ling Mo tried to piece them together and miraculously discovered that the 8 props together formed one prop. After the pieces were put together, it became a palm-sized yellow octagonal box. It looks like a powder compact with a small mirror inside. After scanning it carefully, I found no relevant records. After a period of exploration, Ling Mo quickly figured out the use of this prop. How to put it, if used properly, this item is very powerful, but if used improperly, it is only at the level of an intermediate item. This item is like a launcher, in which 8 tokens will appear randomly every day. In addition to this prop, Ling Mo plans to copy the rest of the universal gloves. Since she got the universal gloves, this has been the item she uses most often. Especially when you see that it can copy props, it can be said that once you see a prop, you can use it in 10,000 ways. However, although the universal gloves can copy props, they cannot copy those disposable props, and copying props also takes time. Moreover, the copied props are also time-limited. But this is not important. After all, the original props are also time-limited. Ling Mo looked at the various props in the space, and she would be busy next. The prophecy robe was eventually taken away by Fu Yu. After getting this result, everyone was curious and regretful. Some people even contacted Fu Yu, wanting to pay a large sum of money to buy the prophecy robe from him. Even the people inside the base came to us on their own initiative. From the other party's conversation, Ling Mo learned that China does have growth-oriented props. In addition to China, there are also reports that growth props have appeared in Lighthouse and Russia. Ling Mo was a little angry when he heard the news. When the auction was held, I was reluctant to take out the growth items and instead took out a bunch of useless items to fool her. Because of this incident, Ling Mo even disliked the 1, 2, 3 wooden men. According to our research, the growth conditions and usage methods of each growth item are different, but without exception, the potential of growth items is enormous. The person who came to talk this time was a woman dressed in a suit and dressed smartly. The woman talked incessantly. Her purpose was to get Fuyu to hand over the language robe. Why do you think that the robe of prophecy will be wasted if it is kept by Fuyu? Although the woman's behavior was for the country, Ling Mo just couldn't stand seeing her praising her own people while stepping on Fuyu. It seems that this thing can only play a real role in their hands, and if it is used by someone else, it would just be a waste of resources. The woman didn't seem to expect Ling Mo to interrupt. After all, this person is famous for being aloof, and he has always adopted a bystander attitude in previous negotiations. Some psychologists have even analyzed that Ling Mo is most likely an extremely emotionally cold person, and the reason he chose to act with Jiang Xian and the other two was to seek their protection. These 4 people get together, and each gets what they need. So the woman naturally thought that Ling Mo would still choose to watch this time. The woman was somewhat displeased that Ling Mo interrupted her, but she also knew that Ling Mo was not just a pretty face. Ling Mo usually doesn't talk, but once she opens her mouth, no matter Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, or Fuyu, will refute her. So she patiently explained softly, "That's not what I meant. The prophecy robe is an extremely rare growth item. Now everyone knows that it is in Fuyu's hands. I don't know how many people are staring at him. You must know that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure." That's true. If Ling Mo had not already understood the characteristics of the prophecy robe, he would really think that the woman was right. In fact, the prophecy robe itself is equivalent to a top-level defensive item, the kind that is effective for 24 hours as long as you wear it. After all, fortune tellers are notoriously fragile. With the defensive power of the prophecy robe, let alone damaging it, even if you bombard it with a cannonball, if even a hair falls off, she loses. As for why it is not mentioned in the introduction, it is because this is its least noticeable ability. If Ling Mo herself had no talent for divination, she would not have been willing to take out this prop. But then again, although the prophecy robe is powerful, not everyone can afford to wear it. As for the method of upgrading, Ling Mo already knew it. The robe of prophecy grows by constantly absorbing the backlash brought about by the prophecy. Therefore, if Fuyu wants the prophecy robe to grow, he just needs to continue to perform divination. This information was also told to him the moment Fuyu took off the prophetic robe. However, when your talent is not strong enough, the prophecy robe will not absorb the backlash brought by divination, but will increase the punishment. So there is no need to worry about the things that women talk about. Jiang Xian looked at Fuyu and said, "Fuyu, no matter what you plan to do, we will stand by your side." Fuyu sighed, looked at the woman and said, "Minister Li, thank you for your connections, but since the prophecy robe chose me, it means that it is destined for me. As for those people who are staring at me, if they have the ability, then come on." After saying this, Fuyu stared straight at Minister Li, his eyes revealing undisguised high spirits and fearlessness. "In my 20s, just out of school, full of passion, at the age when I am fearless. Not to mention, Fuyu has this ability." Seeing that Fuyu is unwilling, Minister Li did not force him. She did want to, but who could blame these people for always being able to bring out all kinds of things from the game? Although they now have Qingyang Star, if they really use force against Ling Mo and others, inevitably someone will say that they are killing the donkey after it has done its work, which would be an ugly sight. "Okay, if you encounter any danger or change your mind, you can contact me at any time." After saying this, Minister Li stood up and was about to leave. Just as she turned around, Fuyu suddenly called her. "Minister Li, when I just got the prophecy robe, I did a divination. The next natural disaster will begin after the next round of the game." As soon as those words were spoken, everyone present looked at Fuyu in unison. Minister Li did not doubt the truth of Fuyu's words. After all, this was the person who was recognized by the robe of prophecy. Then, do you know what the next natural disaster will be? Under everyone's nervous gaze, Fuyu slowly said, blizzard, low temperature, and in 3 days, there will be a major outbreak of insect plague. After hearing Fuyu's words, Minister Li's expression changed again, and the colleagues who came with her also looked unhappy. Thank you for the reminder. After expressing his gratitude, Minister Li almost trotted away with his men. They came for the prophetic robe, but now there was something more important than the prophetic robe. They won't have much time after the next round of the game, not to mention the insect plague that will break out in 3 days. Watching Minister Li leave in a hurry, the few people left looked at each other in bewilderment. Should we prepare in advance? Ling Mo said. Yi Kai said, no, we already thickened the house when we built the basement. After he said that, Ling Mo also remembered that the 3 of them did do a lot of things during that period of time. Then how about adding a fireplace in the living room and storing some firewood? Ling Mo said. Also, should we try this thing? Ling Mo said as he took the phone out of his pocket, opened it, and searched for the video he had watched before. The people in the video are preparing for winter. First, use curved racks to surround the front of the house, then cover it with plastic sheeting and fix it. Doing this not only keeps you warm, but also provides more space for activities. Obviously, it was the first time that Jiang Xian and the other 2 saw such a video, and their eyes lit up. However, such a fixed bracket needs to be customized, and when it is extremely cold, there will definitely be heavy snow, and ordinary brackets will definitely not work. Even rebar and ordinary plastic sheets will not work. It is best to use thicker ones. Jiang Xian said, and Fuyu followed suit. Also, reinforce the roof to prevent it from collapsing when it snows. If you think about it this way, they have a lot to do, and all of it needs to be completed before the next round of the game begins. Don't forget, there will be a major insect outbreak in 3 days. After several people planned what to do, they broke down the tasks into smaller parts, with each person taking charge of a part. Because Yi Kai can fly, he is responsible for reinforcing and repairing the roof. Jiang Xian is responsible for the fireplace in the room. Fuyu is responsible for the customization of the greenhouse and support outside. The remaining miscellaneous work was taken over by Ling Mo. Now all the manufacturers have stopped production, and even express delivery has been cut off, so it is not easy for Ling Mo to find plastic sheeting, especially thickened ones. But there is a saying that goes, a big reward always brings out the brave. Huh? Why does it sound weird? Never mind, that's what I mean. Ling Mo directly posted the task in the game forum, naturally using the name God owes me a trillion. By the way, it was her first time to speak in the game forum, and the reward was 10 radishes. 1 stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. The gaming forum that was just discussing other topics was instantly attracted by Ling Mo's message. Almost everyone is asking whether it is true or false. Seeing so many people asking, and even many people questioning whether this is fake, Ling Mo also patiently replied, God owes me a trillion. Of course it is true. I have already posted the transaction. It must be thicker, and the bigger the better. I will choose the most sincere person to trade with. Not long after this reply was sent, a new message popped up below. I love flower boys. Friend, can you tell me what you want the plastic sheet for? After seeing this message, Ling Mo did not reply immediately. The reason is very simple. They are afraid that the other party will take the opportunity to raise prices. She didn't know when the base would release the news after Minister Li returned, so she had to speed up. There were 10 vines of radish in front as bait, and soon people came one after another wanting to trade with Ling Mo. Ling Mo selected several of the best quality ones for trading. Looking at the plastic sheets piled up like a small mountain in the space, it seemed that they were afraid that if they took too little, they would not be able to be selected. Ling Mo took out some and placed them in the living room. These plastic sheets should be enough, and the rest would be in case of emergency. The problem of the plastic sheeting was solved, and then there was the firewood. After all, if you have a fireplace, you can't be without firewood. To be honest, Ling Mo was not short of fuel, but that did not mean he had no legitimate reason to use it. So we still need to stock up some firewood symbolically. And warm clothing. Although there are constant temperature clothes and superheated mushrooms, the constant temperature clothes also have their limits. No one knows how cold it will be at that time. The number of superheated mushrooms is also limited, so clothes must also be prepared. If you want to prepare these things, the fastest way is naturally to ask other people for help. Anyway, she still has a lot of food and rations. Soon, Ling Mo once again announced several long-term transactions. 100 kilograms of firewood could be exchanged for a vine of radish. There are also clothes and quilts for winter that can be exchanged for military rations. The better the quality, the more you can exchange. At this time, some smart people have already smelled something unusual. If the act of God owes me a trillion only made them suspicious, then the subsequent drunken behavior was like confirming their guess. Ling Mo set up a new recycling booth in the Don't Miss It store under the guise of being drunk. Recycling firewood, coal, thick clothes. The remuneration she set was not as high as before, which could be considered a disguised reminder. As for how many people can understand it, that is not her business. Sure enough, after seeing the drunken behavior of the man who drank soy sauce, many people followed suit. Firewood and coal are easy to deal with. When it was extremely hot, I don't know how many trees died. 100 kilograms of firewood in exchange for a vine of military rations is equivalent to giving it away for free. But not many people have thick clothes and quilts to keep warm because most of them are eaten by insects and are completely unusable. Ling Mo thought that all the furs of the prey that the black wolf had hunted before had been preserved, and they should be usable after some processing. It only took her one afternoon to prepare everything she needed. Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu also started their work. Inside the villa, in addition to where the three of them lived and the basement for storing food, there were many empty rooms. Ling Mo decided to make use of all these empty rooms. But before that, in order to deal with the insect plague 3 days later, she needed to seal all the gaps first. We were busy until the afternoon, when suddenly a rapid bell rang in the base. This was a bell that would only ring in an emergency. At the same time, the base announced to everyone that there would be a severe insect outbreak in 3 days and required everyone in the base to lock the doors and windows, take precautions, and not go out casually and preferably not go out at any time. At the same time, it was announced that the next natural disaster would most likely be extreme cold, which would come after the next game, so everyone should be prepared to keep warm. For a moment, panic, helplessness, and fear seemed to spread throughout the base. Some smart people have already taken action. Why do you think the base would issue such an order? Yi Kai asked puzzledly. Haven't you forgotten the previous planet auction?
Fu said.
Hearing this, Yi Kai's eyes widened. You mean the higher-ups want to send these children to outer space? Given the current situation on Blue Star, sending it to another planet might be better than staying here, Jiang Xian said. Ling Mo on the side nodded. The environment on Qingyang Star is indeed better than that on Blue Star. Even before the end of the world, the environment on Qingyang Star was better than that on Blue Star. But haven't other countries said before that the environment on those planets is extremely harsh and not suitable for human habitation at all? Yi Kai said. You're wrong, not all of them. Fu Yu reminded there is also a little mocha star. Of course I know that, but didn't that little mocha star drink soy sauce and act crazy and not let anyone in? Just because other people can't enter doesn't mean China can't. After all, from the end of the world to now, everyone can see that he is biased towards China after getting drunk. Also, don't forget that the next natural disaster predicted by Fu Yu is very likely to be extreme cold. Considering the situation during extreme heat, even adults may not be able to withstand it, let alone children. When the time comes, they will probably be the first to be abandoned. Some people will do anything to survive. If that's the case, then isn't the old man also very dangerous? Yi Kai said. Fu Yu at the side said slowly, children are the hope of a country. This sentence is a bit cruel, but it is the fact. Yi Kai showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and then stood up. If this is the case, I have to go home. Jiang Xian and Fu Yu also chose to go home, leaving Ling Mo alone. Ling Mo observed the situation above through the golden sky eye left on Qingyang Star. Suddenly, tens of thousands of excavators appeared on Qingyang Star working at the same time. The scene was so shocking that it was beyond description. Many facilities have already been built. Ling Mo even found traces of flower elves in it. Looking at these buildings, there are dormitories, schools, libraries, hospitals, etc. that have been completed. It seems that the country planned to do this a long time ago. When he saw the school, Ling Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Those children should be able to resume their school life soon after arriving on Qingyang Star. Because she saw that there were already teachers in the school and textbooks were being printed at a rapid pace. The tables, chairs, and benches have been prepared, and there is no problem except that it is a little crowded in the classroom. After the previous 2 rounds of natural disasters, extreme heat, and insect plagues, the 2 groups that lost the most lives were the elderly and children. Children under 3 years old, in particular, simply cannot survive in an extremely hot environment. The country should have realized this matter, so it issued this order. Looking at the announcement issued by the base again, there is a special note below, which is that pregnant women can also be taken care of by the base. At the same time, if the child is under 3 years old, a guardian can accompany him. It's a pity that nowadays, not only are there few children on Blue Star, but there are almost no pregnant women. After all, in such an extreme environment, both pregnant women and children are a burden. Cannibalism has already occurred in other countries due to food shortage. In comparison, China's situation is much better than those countries. They can even access the internet now. When this news came out, some people questioned it, some were puzzled, and asked the country to give a reason for doing so. Why should their children be managed together? Where should they be taken? But the base kept silent about this matter. Qingyang Star is now a top secret of the country and cannot be disclosed. Some people took advantage of this incident to cause trouble. However, these people still underestimated the cohesion of the Chinese people and their trust in the country. Although the base remained silent about their issues, many people still chose to send their children away. The reason is simple. The children will only suffer more if they stay with them. Maybe they can get a full meal in the base. At the same time, without children, their lives would be much easier. Some people even wanted to send their elderly family members over, but were rejected. Suddenly, the entire base became bustling with activity. Many people brought their children to the administrative hall of the base, and soon a long queue formed. Of course, not everyone is willing to send their children away. Some wealthy or powerful people are still waiting and watching. They feel that they have enough food and water, are capable of taking good care of their children, and are unwilling to endure the pain of separation. The base did not force these people. If these people can really do it, they will naturally be happy to do so. After all, they are under a lot of pressure to accept so many children at once. With the joint efforts of exoskeletons, combat mechas, and countless talented awakeners at their current speed, even if they run at full capacity, they can only build a building in 3 days while ensuring quality. In the past, they couldn't even imagine such a speed, but it was still not enough. Carloads of children are sent away continuously, and a bright future will be waiting for them. Seeing this, Ling Mo took the opportunity to put the Tang-Tangs in the space into Qingyang Star and told them not to reveal their identities. At the same time, they were assigned a task, which was to coax the children. Among the children sent away, the majority were young. After all, children can't do anything, and keeping them around would only be a burden. Teenagers, especially the older ones, are already half the labor force, and keeping them around can help reduce the burden on the family. These young children will definitely not be able to adapt if they suddenly find themselves in a completely new environment. Even if the military arranges professionals to take care of them, it is absolutely impossible to take care of everything. After all, there are so many children. In addition to Tangdang, Ling Mo also sent the soothing bell over. After doing all this, Ling Mo sighed. This was all she could do. On the other side, Ling Mo handed this month's land restoration liquid to the robots of Yunhaixing, and they were responsible for using it to transform the land and dump it into the ocean. With the help of the Golden Sky Eye, he observed the situation of the Cloud Sea Star. The Cloud Sea Stars have changed a lot, but also seem to have not changed much. We're talking about the seawater here. Wait a minute, has Yunhaixing changed? 0.1%? So many. Yunhaixing is a planet and a huge one at that. From 0 to 0.1% is already a lot. I didn't expect the land restoration fluid to be so effective. Doesn't that mean that it won't be long before Yun Haixing will be able to become the same as Hailingxing? However, wait a minute, her fantasy was soon shattered. The reason why there is 0.1% is because Ling Mo put a lot of living things in it. Most of that 0.1% is due to these living creatures. Land restoration fluid may be helpful, but not as much as imagined. After listening to Chia Man's explanation, Ling Mo's excited heart instantly cooled down. Forget it, I'll just continue collecting things. She collected a lot of things in the past few days, firewood being the most. Every few minutes, someone would contact Ling Mo wanting to trade firewood. Most of these people have foreign IPs. The domestic base has issued an early warning, and everyone is rushing to stock up on warm items, so the number of people trading is relatively small. Ling Mo didn't want all of these people. After all, even if she really wanted to take them all, she couldn't. Of the collected wood, except for a part that was placed outside, the rest was all stored inside the space. If all the firewood was left outside, they probably wouldn't even have a place to step. It was not until the third day that the base gradually became quiet. In the past few days, Ling Mo has almost prepared everything he needs. The day of the third day passed quickly. Nothing happened, and there was no so-called insect plague outbreak. Many people doubt whether this is fake. Fuyu was very firm about this. I won't be wrong. Today hasn't passed yet. At night, Ling Mo, who was in the room, suddenly realized something was wrong. Something was flying towards the base, and the number of them was very large. Ling Mo immediately realized that these things were bugs. A large number of insects are attacking them, not just on one side but on all sides. These bugs were like a well-trained army, surrounding the entire base. At this time, an emergency bell rang in the base, reminding ordinary residents to quickly return to their homes to hide, as a large number of insects were flying towards them. At the same time, more than a dozen fighter jets filled with insecticide took off at the same time. In the past, because insecticide was often sprayed in the base, there were rarely any traces of insects. Even if there are only a few of them, which does not affect normal life. But now, bugs keep jumping out from different places. Land, floor, wall, roof, toilet. Ling Mo and his companions looked at the overwhelming scene outside and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Luckily, Momo had soaked the gallbladders of flower beetles in water and sprinkled it all over the house, blocking all the gaps. Otherwise, we would be miserable now. Jiang Xian said. Yi Kai frowned and said, most of these bugs came out of the ground. Could it be that they have learned the art of drilling? They should be insect eggs left behind a long time ago, and they have only hatched now. Ling Mo thought of a more reasonable explanation. It's also possible that they suddenly appeared. Fuyu said, don't forget that from the very beginning, these bugs suddenly appeared. Either way, it doesn't mean much right now. Ling Mo looked at Fuyu and asked, when will this insect plague end? Fuyu sighed and said, this last revelry before death will probably last until the next natural disaster comes. Hearing this, Ling Mo looked at the bugs outside that kept hitting the window. The windows are made of bulletproof glass and are thickened for insulation, so they are not easily broken. Fuyu just mentioned the last carnival, which means that these insects have a premonition that the next natural disaster is about to come. And they are about to face destruction, so they attack human bases like crazy. Just as Fuyu said, the insect plague has lasted for several days, and there is still no sign of ending. There was the sound of fighter jets flying overhead. Dead insects kept falling from the sky, piling up into a thick layer on the ground, but no one dared to go out and clean it up. Ling Mo looked at the corpses of these insects and quietly collected some of them to use as food for the chickens, ducks, and geese in the space. The sky was dark, not because of bad weather, but because the dense swarms of insects blocked the sunlight. The lives of Ling Mo and his companions remained the same as before. Except for not being able to go out, nothing else changed. On this day, Jiang Xian was once again knocked out of combat mode. Ling Mo looked at the wounds on Jiang Xian's body, gasped and said, it feels so serious. The guy in the battle mode seems to be getting more and more aggressive. Even if I adjust the difficulty, it doesn't work. Is it broken? But this machine is probably out of warranty long ago, so they can't repair it even if it's broken. At this time, Jong Xian had already stood up from the ground and waved his hand, saying, "No, it's not broken." I can feel that he didn't use his full strength. And although the wound on my face looks minor, it didn't hurt the root. It's just some superficial injuries. Hearing this, Ling Mo nodded doubtfully. Is that so? By the way, Momo, it seems like you haven't entered combat mode for a long time. Jong Xian suddenly said. Ling Mo nodded, hugged himself with both hands, and said innocently, "Seeing you guys being beaten so badly every day, I'm scared. Besides, I have Black Wolf here. In terms of fighting, the three of you combined may not be my opponent." Now it was Jong Xian's turn to remain silent. Although it was indeed the case, it was a bit heartbreaking when you said it so bluntly. Black Wolf is Black Wolf, and you are you. From now on you must ensure that you enter combat mode, once every 3 days. Jong Xian ordered seriously. He was obviously very diligent before. Jong Xian said secretly in his heart. If Ling Mo knew about his complaints, he would definitely cry out that he was unfair. She is also very diligent now, okay? She just didn't enter combat mode during this period, but she went to the other ones frequently and even never stopped exercising. You don't necessarily have to get beaten to improve your strength. Under Jong Xian's coercion and inducement, Ling Mo finally entered combat mode. Almost at the moment of activation, a fist came towards her. That's totally unsportsmanlike. Ling Mo was so frightened that all the national quintessence came out. Fortunately, she is not a person who adheres to martial ethics. The person on the opposite side didn't seem to expect Ling Mo to fight back, and his body stiffened before his brain. He leaned back and dodged Ling Mo's attack. Just when he was about to fight back, the other party couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw that the attacker was Ling Mo. However, Ling Mo doesn't care about that. After seeing that his first attack missed, he went straight for the second attack, without any pause. About 10 minutes passed like this. During this period, the opponent was just defending and had no intention of fighting back until Ling Mo got tired and stopped what he was doing. Ling Mo sat on the ground in a very ungraceful manner, holding the stick in his hand and breathing heavily, looking up at the person opposite him. "Have you vented enough?" The other party asked calmly. Ling Mo was sitting and he was standing, with a helpless and even doting tone, just like the helpless look of an elder after teaching his disobedient junior a lesson. "I heard you've been looking for me?" Ling Mo decided to change the subject. As if he hadn't expected Ling Mo to ask this, Yao coughed lightly with some embarrassment. "I didn't keep looking for you, but you didn't show up, so I thought something happened to you. Although we don't know what went wrong with the program designed by Al, there should be a competitive relationship between these people with different personalities. Generally, in this situation, if any one of them shows signs of weakness, the other three will attack him together." With this understanding, and since Ling Mo had not appeared for a long time, he naturally thought that the other party had been swallowed up by the other three people. Yao didn't know why he cared so much, but the person in front of him, let's call him a human for now, exuded an aura that made him feel comfortable. They were obviously derived from the same program, but the other three didn't give her that feeling. Ling Mo looked puzzled. What could possibly happen to me? She just didn't want to come in and get beaten. Hearing the depressed tone in Ling Mo's voice, Yao asked inexplicably, "Did something happen?" After asking, I felt stupid again. The other party is just an artificial intelligence made up of data. What could go wrong? But what Ling Mo was thinking was that this artificial idiot in front of him was from Interstellar after all, and maybe he could find a way to solve the insect plague. Although she already has it, wait a minute. But according to Chia Man himself, it has been in Ling Mo's hands since it left the factory until it was first turned on, and his knowledge of StarCraft was limited to the internet. Simply put, he only knows what is on the internet, and he doesn't know what is not on the internet. I encountered a lot of bugs. Do you have any good solutions? Ling Mo looked at Yao and asked sincerely. Insect? Is it poisoned? I'll go back and have someone check it out. Hearing this, Ling Mo automatically understood it as him going back to check it online. But this is Blue Planet. You're surfing the internet for nothing.
Ling Montag seid.
He thought that he was daydreaming and actually wanted to ask for help from a program. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ling Mo prepared to leave. After her recent discovery, she felt a lot more relieved. "I'm leaving first." Just as he was about to quit, Ling Mo suddenly came back and said to Yao, "By the way, be gentler to the other guys in the future. You can't afford to compensate me if I beat you up. Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu are her teammates and bodyguards. If they really get beaten up, even selling this machine wouldn't be enough to compensate." Ling Mo's words made Yao stunned. She was actually protecting the other three? Could it be that he guessed wrong? The one in front of him was not in competition with the other three. She was most likely acting as a mediator among them. This would explain why her fighting style was the least professional. Because she was not born to fight. Recalling the bugs she mentioned earlier. Could it be because she has been cleaning out viruses from the program all this time? And he had dealt a heavy hand to those three before, breaking the balance between them, so she showed up today to warn him? At once, many thoughts popped up in Yao's mind, but he said calmly, "I also want to help them improve quickly. The enemy will not show mercy to you." Hearing this, Ling Mo blinked, as if it was true. That won't work either. If you beat them up, they won't be able to fight back when they meet the enemy. When Ling Mo exited combat mode, he saw Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu sitting in a row on the sofa. Noticing Ling Mo's appearance, the three people's eyes immediately fell on her. Seeing that Ling Mo was intact, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the three people. Could it be covered by the clothes? Yi Kai muttered to himself. When Jiang Xian saw Ling Mo moving freely and showing no signs of injury, he couldn't help but ask, Mo, are you not hurt?" Hearing him say this, Ling Mo finally understood why these three people were sitting on the sofa just now. They stared at her when they saw her come out. It turned out that they were waiting to laugh at her. It was a pity that she had pleaded for these three people before. "Are you disappointed to see that I'm fine?" Ling Mo said with a smile. Seeing this, Jiang Xian gave a polite yet awkward smile. "How is that possible?" Jiang Xian had an expression on his face that said, "How could you think that?" That's right. How could we possibly expect you to get beaten?"
Woo.
Before Yi Kai could finish his words, Fu Yu beside him covered his mouth. Seeing this, Ling Mo snorted and turned into the kitchen. "Because we were afraid that insects would come in through the chimney pipe, we sealed it early." They were also afraid that the insects would infest the area on a large scale and chew on the electrical wires, causing large-scale power outages and fires. So, the base took the initiative to turn off the power when the insect plague came. This is not an exaggeration. After some countries survived extreme heat waves, they managed to restore some electricity. But when insect plagues hit, even that little bit of remaining electricity was completely destroyed. When people arrived at the site to carry out repairs, they saw that the location they were repairing was filled with dead insects, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt insects. Now, everyone in the base is without water and electricity. You can't cook because the smell of cooking will make the insects more excited, so you can only eat the food you have stored before. Hearing Yi Kai say that he was tired of hot pot and self-heating rice, Ling Mo took out a bowl of steamed buns and a bottle of chili sauce from the space button. The other three people looked at the white and plump bun with shining eyes. After eating and drinking, Ling Mo returned to his room, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes. Do you think she is meditating?
No.
He was observing the situation on Qingyang Star. This is Ling Mo's favorite thing to do these days. Today's life is full of tension and pressure, so I like to watch something cheerful to relax. At this time on Qingyang Star, various excavators and talented people who have awakened their talents are still busy working non-stop. On the other side, there is another scene inside the completed building. Some kindergartens and primary schools have been put into use. These children will be panicked and confused at first. Some younger children become extremely anxious and scared because of being away from their parents. Even if there are people around them constantly comforting them, they will still cry. At this time, the soothing bell arranged by Ling Mo suddenly appeared. The melodious bell rang in the air, like a gentle big hand, constantly soothing the children's anxious mood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, The soldiers stationed on Qingyang Star also took out the food they had prepared long ago. From the end of the world to now, these children seem to have fallen from heaven too. In the past, the adults in the family had to chase after them and feed them, but now they have to food from their homes. Everyone is so hungry that their faces are pale and their bodies are thin. There is plenty of food on Qingyang Star, and the children who come here quickly adapt to life here. Some older children even took the initiative to help take care of the younger ones. The flower elves and sweets quickly integrated into the group of children. Especially sugar. The sugar they produce is very popular among children. Ling Emo looked at the harmonious Qingyang Star as if he saw the former blue star. Zhao Jie is 15 years old. When his parents put him in the car, he thought he was abandoned. But he didn't cry or make a fuss. He just hugged his two sisters tightly. Yes, he has a twin sister who is 5 years old. Even though he worked hard to find food every day, his two sisters were still starving and emaciated, and were dying. Raising 3 children at once is very stressful, so Zhao Jie doesn't blame his parents at all. I just swore secretly in my heart that I must take good care of my sister. However, when they arrived at their destination, they were stunned. Smooth roads, clean streets, it all seems like a dream. Zhao Jie felt as if he had returned to the time before the end of the blue planet. Later, he looked at the crowd in a daze. Under the arrangement of a man in military uniform, he and his sister were arranged to live in a dormitory for 36 people. They received new clothes that day and had a full meal which they had not had for a long time. In addition to the 3 brothers and sisters, there were 33 other people in the dormitory. Although the space was a bit crowded, Zhao Jie was very happy, because the environment here is so much better than before. Moreover, the person who arranged for them to live here also said that the new dormitory building would be completed soon, so they should make do with it for the time being. Zhao Jie wanted to say that it was not a compromise at all. He was already very happy to be able to live here and have enough to eat every day. After resting for a few days, when everyone had adapted to life here, they were arranged to start studying. In the past, what Zhao Jie hated the most was going to school. Now, sitting in the classroom again and watching the teacher walk in with a textbook in his hand, he was so moved that he almost cried. Ling Emo withdrew his gaze from Qingyang Star. I don't know when the natural disaster on Blue Planet will end. Wait a minute, do you know the reason for these natural disasters on Blue Star? Ling Emo suddenly asked. According to the investigation, an unknown change is happening on the Blue Planet, which is why extreme weather is occurring. Originally, according to the situation on the Blue Planet, these changes should have slowly occurred over the next million years, but because humans are destroying the environment, overexploiting resources, and polluting the environment, this change has been accelerated. After hearing the words, wait a minute, Ling Emo secretly said bad luck. Even if an average person saves water and electricity throughout his life, it is still not enough to cover what a rich person consumes in one day. So, is our awakened talent related to the game or to the changes on Blue Planet? This time, Chia-man did not answer Ling Mo's question. Ling Mo sighed after not getting an answer for a while. Okay, if you can't tell me, then don't tell me. She was just curious. However, he felt that it should have little to do with the game. Otherwise, how could there be things like awakening stones and awakening potions? This shows that people in the interstellar space can also awaken their talents. The emergence of games should only accelerate this process. As time passed, the insect plague outside showed signs of weakening, but we still couldn't go out. As the game start time approaches, except for the original players, all the players who have awakened their talents and those who have been eliminated become very nervous and anxious. Although the game says that you have to choose from everyone on Blue Star, there is still a big difference between having talent and not having talent. Without talent, it is easy to be eliminated during the game. Because of Ling Mo's existence, there are far more people in China who have awakened their talents in the late stage than in other countries. It is worth mentioning that even without the awakening potion, some people began to awaken, but the process was very dangerous. Among 10 people, only 1 could awaken successfully. The remaining 9 all died in a miserable state, with their skin looking as if they had been scalded by boiling water. This reminded Ling Mo of the high fever he had when he first awakened. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens after this incident, Chinese players will reach an unprecedented new height. As the game start time got closer, Ling Mo also started his regular monthly activity cooking. Since I can't open fire, I can only do something simple this time. Just steam some rice and make some sandwiches and make do with it. After the game started, Ling Mo returned to the space, took a shower, blew dry his hair, tied it up, changed his clothes, and put on a mask. After coming out of the space, I looked at the time and saw that there were only 15 minutes left until 12 o'clock. Next is to wait quietly. 5 minutes before 12 o'clock, the sound of the game system suddenly rang. At the same time, a number appeared in front of all players. This number is the number of players that are currently in existence. Ling Mo counted them and found that there were exactly 1 million people. This number sounds like a lot, but compared with the billions of people on the entire blue planet, 1 million people is nothing. No wonder the game wants to increase the number of players. Just as Ling Mo was sighing, the original number suddenly began to increase at an extremely rapid rate. Soon, the number of players reached 10 million. 5 minutes later, the rate at which the number of players increased began to slow down. At this time, the sound of the game system sounded again. Welcome new players. Let me reiterate once again that this game is a support game. Now, the game begins. The planet Tamir, where the Tamir people live, are very fascinated by mysterious and exciting things. Therefore, the planet Tamir is the largest blind box production site, and the blind boxes produced here are loved by the entire galaxy. Recently, the Interstellar Annual Carnival Shopping Festival is about to come. The large number of blind box orders has caused the Tamir people of Tamir Star a lot of headaches, and they have to hire a group of people to help them complete the packaging of the orders. Come on, workers. After the last sentence of the game system fell, Ling Mo's eyes went dark, and the next second she appeared in a huge room. Looking around, there was nothing else here except her, and all kinds of goods piled up in the entire room. Ling Mo looked at the various goods in the room and thought of the task that the game system had mentioned before. Do you want me to pack up all the goods here? Just then, Ling Mo noticed a pile of white paper, like things placed next to her. The words blind box packing box are written on the top. Ling Mo tried to pick up a piece of paper and indeed saw some lines on it. After folding along these lines, a white box appeared in Ling Mo's hand in a short while. Ling Mo looked at the plain white box. As for blind boxes, the most important thing is not to let people see what's inside, so that there will be surprises when they open them, so the appearance needs to be exactly the same. At this time, the sound of the game system sounded again. Now issue a task to pack all the goods in the room. The packing method must comply with the blind box regulations of Tamir Star. The task time is 5 days. Players who fail to complete the task within 5 days will lose their player status. After listening to the system's task, Ling Mo did not dare to delay at all and started to do the task immediately. Ling Mo took a rough look at the goods in the room. Although there were a lot of them, they were all small items. Wait a minute, what is this? Ling Mo picked up a small black box. There was no writing on it, only a pattern drawn on it that looked like a cross. Because it was a product that needed to be sold, Ling Mo did not unpack it. Infinity headphones, a hit headset 3 years ago, were out of stock at the time and are still out of stock now. Ling Mo. Wait a minute. When did you learn how to be a hermaphrodite? But the hit product 3 years ago? Are you sure it's not because they can't sell it that they package it into a blind box? Ling Mo had been fooled in this way before. She was talking about the previous life. The merchant advertised that they could sell mobile phones and tablets at a very cheap price. But after I bought them, they only came with charging cables and earphones, and the material was so unreliable that I had no idea what the price was. Sometimes the earphone charging cables you get are good, but more often you get a bunch of junk. A few dozen dollars of advertising can result in something worth thousands of dollars, and a few $1,000s of advertising can result in something worth tens of thousands of dollars. If you can't open it, just say you are unlucky. This is about taking advantage of the gambler mentality of people who want to take advantage. So after being cheated once, Ling Mo has always stayed away from blind boxes. If you have that spare money, Why not buy something else? Then Ling Mo picked up a few more pieces of goods and asked, wait a minute. The results obtained are all, without exception, the hot items from a few years ago, which is still considered good. After all, they were once hot items. There are also some products that are simply 3-no. Ling Mo looked at her room full of goods. It seemed that anyone who bought the blind boxes she packaged would be in trouble. Despite his thoughts, Ling Mo still started working. Life is not easy, Momo sighed. Another thing is that gamblers don't deserve sympathy. At first Ling Mo thought it would be very simple to just put things into the box. But after packing a blind box and placing it at the shipping port, it showed as unqualified. Looking at the returned blind box, Ling Mo fell silent. After looking around, he couldn't figure out where the problem was. So she decided to try a few more times. As a result, I tried more than 10 times in a row, and all of them were rejected without exception. Just as Ling Mo frowned and wondered what was going on, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. After opening it, I saw Yi Kai sending a message in the chat group. Since the intelligent brain came into being, Ling Mo and the other 3 added each other as friends and also formed a group for easy communication. Yi Kai, why are the packaged blind boxes kept being returned? This is also the question Ling Mo wanted to ask. So, she kept staring at the screen to see how the other 2 would answer. Fu you. It keeps getting returned because you didn't put enough stuff in. There is a small hole next to the box. When you pack the blind box, just put a handful of stuff in it, and it won't be returned. Seeing Fu Yu's answer, Ling Mo immediately looked towards the place where the box was placed, and sure enough, he saw a hole the size of a basketball. I reached my hand in, and, sure enough, I touched something that looked like paper. After taking his hand out and seeing what was in it, Ling Mo was a little dumbfounded. Isn't this raffia? So, the blind boxes were returned because they forgot to put raffia in them? Wait a minute, isn't it popular among interstellar people to give raffia as gifts? Ling Mo asked curiously. What is raffia? This is fennel. Different colors can emit different aromas. It's almost the same. Raffia also smells good when sprayed with perfume. Ling Mo put the Fengfei silk in his hand into the blind box that had been returned and judged unqualified before, and sent it to the shipping port again. Sure enough, the blind box was not returned this time. After knowing the reason why the blind box was returned, Ling Mo's speed became much faster. Because he had mental power, Ling Mo could do 3 things at once. Part of the mental energy went to stack the boxes, and part of the mental energy went to law fight. No, it was Fengfei's easy. I don't know how long it took, but Ling Mo's movements became more and more skillful, and the speed at which the goods in front of him were reduced became faster and faster. Ling Mo discovered that as long as the box was intact and contained an item, it would basically be judged as qualified. Based on this, Ling Mo judged that the price of the batch of blind boxes he packaged should not be too expensive. But since it is an electronic product, it shouldn't be cheap. In his spare time, Ling Mo searched the price of this kind of blind box on the internet, and the price was about 20 to 30 gold coins. Among all the blind boxes, this price is not expensive, but it is not cheap either. It is considered a lower middle price. Then Ling Mo asked Xie Man to search for the original prices of these electronic products. As expected, the price is similar to that of a blind box, and most of them are even cheaper than a blind box. Ling Mo cursed the profiteer inwardly. Soon, the number of goods in front of her was reduced. But compared to the whole, the part completed by Ling Mo is just the tip of the iceberg. Fortunately, the mission time this time is 5 days, otherwise, not many people would be able to complete the mission. There was no time reference around, and the lights above made the surroundings as bright as day. In this situation, it is easy for people to lose their concept of time. Fortunately, Ling Mo took his time and could report the time to himself in time. Suddenly, Ling Mo felt hungry in his stomach. He looked at the time, and it was already noon. I took out the meal that I had prepared long ago and decided to fill my stomach first. Packing blind boxes requires not only patience but also physical strength, and you must be full before doing so. Just then, there was a noise at the door, and a tube of nutrient solution was sent in by a machine. Ling Mo looked at the green nutrient solution with a look of disgust on his face. This nutrient solution can be said to be the cheapest and the most unpalatable of all nutrient solutions. I thought these Tamil people were so stingy that they actually gave them this kind of food. Ling Mo casually threw the nutrient solution into the space, took out the lunchbox he had prepared long ago, and when he was about to eat, he suddenly heard the voice of the system in his ears.
Warning.
Player and Linda, who loves to eat green algae tablets, privately opened the product packaging and used it. This behavior is considered theft, and the player's qualification will be immediately revoked and sent back, and the blind box fee will be charged.
Warning.
Player Jerry, has opened the product packaging without permission and used it. This behavior is considered theft, and the player will be immediately disqualified and sent back, and will be required to pay for the blind box.
Warning.
If a player in Shanhaewashu opens the product packaging and uses it without permission, this behavior will be considered theft, and the player will be disqualified and repatriated immediately, and will be required to pay for the blind box. 3 consecutive alarms, the system's voice becoming more and more angry. While Ling Mo was eating, he was thinking that the 3 people who were notified should be the players who had just been selected. Nowadays, veteran players will prepare their own food in advance to avoid the embarrassing situation of having nothing to eat. After eating and drinking, Ling Mo continued to work. With 5 days, there will be no problem in completing these tasks as long as the time is allocated reasonably. However, Ling Mo still wanted to set aside some time to do other things. From the information obtained from the search, Ling Mo knew that there were many unsold blind boxes on Tamir Star every year. Even if these blind boxes are repackaged, no one will buy them, and they will be thrown away directly. At the same time, in addition to the prevalence of blind boxes, Tamir is also a famous technology capital. All the infinite headphones that Ling Mo had seen before were produced by Tamir Star itself. The learning machine that Ling Mo had been using before was also produced by Tamir Star. At the same time, a long time ago, Tamir was also the largest research and development and production site for handheld screens in the entire galaxy. To put it simply, Palm Screen combines gloves and mobile phones together. It is very convenient to use, and you only need to open your hands. Also, because of the Palm Screen, Tamir was once the most prosperous place in the entire galaxy. Unfortunately, the emergence of smart brains later had a huge impact on the handheld screen market. Gradually, handheld screens were also replaced by intelligent computers. In order to complete the task as quickly as possible, Ling Mo decided to sacrifice her sleep time. It didn't matter if she didn't sleep now, and she had various potions in her hands that could restore her energy at any time. Ling Mo's plan was to complete the task within 3 days, and then go around and see what he could gain. Just do it. After making up his mind, Ling Mo instantly turned on the desperate mode and began to pack the blind boxes frantically. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Now Ling Mo and the 2 mental powers have coordinated very well. Occasionally, he would take time to drink a bottle of recovery potion to restore the consumed mental and physical strength and eliminate fatigue. In this way, I was busy until the afternoon, and there were obviously fewer things in the room. When it was time to eat, Ling Mo was already starving, so he stopped what he was doing and started eating. When he took his first bite of the meal, Ling Mo sighed submissively and felt like he was alive again. By the way, open the smart brain to see if the other 3 have sent any messages. Kai, what are you packing? After seeing this message, Ling Mo replied below. Ling Mo, various electronic products Jiang Xian. I am similar to you. I am packing the spaceship blind box. It was followed by a forced smile. Very good. Just from the words, Ling Mo could already feel Jiang Xian's helplessness and despair. Fuyu. The package is a pet insect blind box. I have to say that the Star people are really good at playing, and the flavors are quite unique. It was a very rational statement, but Ling Mo could hear a frantic tone in it. In comparison, Ling Mo's is actually quite good. Ling Mo Yikai, what blind box did you pack? Yikai, blind box of dolls. I have a room full of dolls. I feel like there are 1,000 pairs of eyes looking at me. Then, it was followed by an emoticon of someone about to cry. Yikaya Jiang Xian at Fuyu, boss, you, can I sleep with you after we go back? Jiang Xian, get lost. Fuyu, no, and don't call me Yu. Ling Mo, if you are afraid, I can let the black wolf sleep with you, and you can lie in its arms. Yikai, forget it. I'm afraid that I'll be in its arms one day, and in its stomach the next. Jiang Xian. It could also be inside the toilet. Ling Mo put the last bite of the lunchbox into his mouth, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve, closed the chat interface, and continued to work. At the same time, Jiang Xian watched a perfectly good spaceship being dismantled into countless parts and curiously asked the people around him, what are they doing? Yes, Jiang Xian is not the only one in the work area. There are several players and several robots working together. The robot directed the mechanical arms on both sides and said, this is a spaceship blind box. As long as you collect all the parts, you can get a complete spaceship. Hearing this, Jiang Xian looked at the pile of disassembled parts and asked, then how many blind boxes do I need to open to get all the parts? The robot thought for a moment and said, if we are lucky, we can get the whole thing by opening about 300 blind boxes. 300 blind boxes. In other words, this spacecraft was disassembled into at least 300 parts. Moreover, Jiang Xian did not ignore the robot's words that he was lucky. If you are lucky, you can open 300 of them. But what if you are unlucky? Jiang Xian thought of the time when he was a kid and ate instant noodles to collect water margin cards and characters. After collecting all the cards, he could exchange them for 5 yuan, but he never got all the cards. This spaceship blind box should follow a similar pattern. After a spaceship has been dismantled, it is time for players to take the stage. Because some of the spacecraft components are very large, the blind boxes used are also very large, and it requires the cooperation of several people to complete. Long before the spacecraft began to be dismantled, Jiang Xian quietly turned on the recording function of the intelligent brain. In the hope that it might be useful, I recorded the entire process of dismantling the spacecraft. Since spaceships can be sold as blind boxes, this should not be a secret. After all, blind boxes always have to be assembled after purchase. If Jiang Xian was able to record a video to study, Yi Kai's scene was a complete Chinese horror. All around him were dolls. All kinds of dolls. Big and small, tall and short, and dolls of the same proportions. He didn't feel anything at first, but the further he went on, the more he felt something was wrong, and his back started to feel cold. Especially for a doll that is about the same size as a human. If you want to pack it, you need to pack all the parts separately. Yi Kai put the doll's head, body, and limbs into the box. He felt like he was not packing blind boxes, but dismembering bodies. To make matters worse, the light in their room broke down shortly after they started working. Not all of it is broken, only one part is broken. The lights in the whole room suddenly dimmed and flickered. Just imagine that in this flickering space, a bunch of dolls are staring at you and smiling at you. In this situation, it was hard for him not to think too much. Fortunately, Yi Kai is in good health and has no heart disease. Otherwise, with his condition like this, he would have fallen ill long ago. The only thing to be thankful for now is that he is not alone. The good news is that he is not alone, there are other players with him. The bad news is that the remaining players are all girls, and they look even more scared than him. The high notes rose one after another, wave after wave. The other side. Ling Mo made a mistake in his haste and packed both items into a blind box. Just when Ling Mo thought it would be returned, this blind box was actually passed in so smoothly. This once again confirmed Ling Mo's previous guess. That is, the pile of blind boxes she packed now were really not taken seriously. After several successful experiments, Ling Mo gradually became bolder. Blind box. A blind box is not a blind box unless there is a surprise after opening it. Afterwards, Ling Mo packed the blind box again. If the items were big, she would put 2 less items, and if the items were small, she would put 2 more items, focusing on economy. The benefit of doing this soon became apparent, and that was that the rate at which the goods in the room were reduced significantly increased. Ling Mo himself also felt a lot more relaxed. This way, she might be able to complete the task 3 days earlier than originally planned. Just like this, A few hours passed, and Ling Mo looked at the time. It was already early morning. Ling Mo stopped what he was doing and stretched. Although her original plan was not to sleep, she still had a moon wheel and a soothing bell to take care of. Because her spiritual power was damaged and could not be used easily, she gave the moon wheel and the soothing bell to Xiaobai to take care of for a few days. Fortunately, Ling Mo's mental strength recovered in time, so Xiaobai did not die. Xiaobai hasn't recovered yet. So, in order to have enough mental energy for tomorrow, Ling Mo stopped using his mental energy and started packing by hand. At this moment, Ling Mo suddenly saw something he had never seen before. It is square and only the size of a palm, with a clear palm print on it, which should be convenient for someone to hold it. What is this? Just when Ling Mo was about to pick it up to study it carefully, he suddenly saw the words and product introduction on the side. The smart scale can easily test the holder's weight, body fat percentage, and other indicators with just a light grip and accurately determine what stage your current condition is in. After reading it, Ling Mo immediately gave up the idea and threw it into the blind box with a look of disgust. What an evil thing. However, what Ling Mo didn't know was that her previous actions had already been noticed by the Tamir people. The weight of the blind boxes is recorded. Once the weight is found to be incorrect, the system will report it immediately. However, just as Ling Mo guessed, because this batch of blind boxes was not important, otherwise only one person would not be arranged to come here, so naturally, it did not attract attention. Boss, is this really okay? In the monitoring room, a creature with a long face, brown skin, round eyes, a big mouth, a nose with 2 holes, and no hair asked. This creature's arms are actually tentacles, several of them, and the tentacles it uses for walking are under its feet. Another Tamil who looked the same as him but was dressed differently said, "They're just worthless things anyway." In previous years, such blind boxes would have been unsold in large quantities. Maybe what she did could increase sales. When this batch of blind boxes goes on the market, remember to hype this up as a gimmick. Is this possible? It's possible, the supervisor said firmly. If Ling Mo was here at this moment, he would definitely not be able to help but throw the blind box in his hand at her eggplant-like face. At the same time, Ling Mo suddenly felt a faint malice coming from all directions. Ling Mo looked around vigilantly. Was she being watched by someone? Without the help of mental power, the work of packing was undoubtedly boring. After a while, Ling Mo started yawning. This is even more boring than when I was picking up cow dung on the farm. Picking up cow dung at least does not require any technical skills, and even if you get distracted, it will not affect your work. But packing the blind box requires 3 different tasks: folding the box, grabbing the silk, and putting the items in. By the way, put on the lid, and then place the blind box at the entrance. Ling Mo realized that this was not going to work and that the speed could not be increased at all, so he immediately began to change his strategy. She actually folded more than 100 boxes in one breath, and then filled the boxes with Fengfei silk. Finally, depending on the size of the items, put 2 or 3 items in these blind boxes, cover them with lids, and send them away together. In this way, the speed is indeed much faster. It would be great if a few more people could come to help.
Ling Montagszeit.
Just as Ling Mo finished his words, a speculative light suddenly flashed in the originally quiet room, and then a mechanical voice was heard. If you feel that you can't complete the work, you can hire a robot to help you. You only need to pay 1 silver coin to hire a robot to help you for 1 hour. After hearing this, Ling Mo blinked in confusion. What did this mean? If she remembered correctly, she came here to work. Now she was asked to pay a robot to work for her? Why do I feel like something is wrong? If Tamir already has robots, why would he hire these players? Is it because they are cheap? The robot said that it would cost 1 silver coin per hour, and they would have to work here for 5 days, but it was not clear how much the salary would be. But based on the wages received in the previous rounds, only a few were able to obtain gold coins, and most were silver coins. But if the robot works non-stop for 5 days, that would be 120 silver coins, equivalent to 1 gold coin and 20 silver coins. With this calculation, these players are simply cheap labor. At this time, Ling Mo didn't know that her salary had been cut in half without her knowledge. At this moment, Ling Mo really wanted to quit, but he couldn't. After all, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. In that case, she could only get it back in other ways. Thinking of this, Ling Mo became more determined to complete the task quickly. So she directly hired 3 robots. One is responsible for folding the blind box, one is responsible for putting the fragrant grass in, Ling Mo is responsible for putting things into the blind box, and the last robot is responsible for putting the packaged blind box into the transmission port. Soon, 3 robots that Ling Mo had seen in the first and second games walked in from outside. The moment the door opened, Ling Mo saw the scene outside the room for the first time. Although Ling Mo used her mental power to get a general understanding of the place she was in as soon as she entered the game, there was still a gap between mental power and seeing with one's own eyes. The 3 robots she hired obviously knew each other. After accepting the task assigned by Ling Mo, he first scanned the goods in the room. It is estimated that the task can be completed within 5 hours. Please pay 5 silver coins first. They were asking for money before the work even started. Ling Mo was shocked by the operation of these 3 robots. Shouldn't the salary be calculated after work?
Ling Montag gut.
Moreover, they clearly said that the task could be completed within 5 hours, so why did they need 5 silver coins? The 3 robots explained slowly, because we are working in our spare time, you need to pay us first, and we need to confirm your financial situation. Simply put, it is to see if Ling Mo can afford to hire them. 5 silver coins. 5 silver coins for 1 robot, that means 15 silver coins for the Sang robot. Seeing this, Ling Mo immediately didn't want to rent the house anymore. Although she didn't need the money, she felt bad when someone asked for money so confidently. As if sensing Ling Mo's thoughts, one of the robots said, "Even if you want to refuse, you still need to pay a silver coin each, because the time starts from the moment we enter the door." Good guy, force buying and selling. Ling Mo thought for a moment and said, "Who said I was going to go back on my word? I'll come for an hour first to see how fast you work." As he spoke, Ling Mo took out 3 silver coins and gave each of them to the 3 robots. After receiving the silver coins, the 3 robots looked at each other as if they did not expect Ling Mo to say that. Ling Mo's idea was very simple, since he had to pay that silver coin whether he rented it or not. Rather than giving away 3 silver coins for nothing, he would rather keep them and work for him for an hour. Ling Mo's original plan was to include himself, but after the 3 robots started working, he found that he could not help at all. Although these 3 robots do not have 3 heads and 6 arms, they can control several manipulators to work at the same time, so Ling Mo himself has nothing to do. If the work efficiency is so high, 1 silver coin per hour might not be a bad idea. Ling Mo had no idea that the 3 robots worked so hard just because they wanted to continue to be employed. This is not the normal working state of these robots. While the 3 robots were working, Ling Mo was not idle beside them either. There was only 1 item in each of the blind boxes packed by the 3 robots. Ling Mo found a place where he would not be disturbed and started packing the blind boxes. While packing, Ling Mo was not idle either. She started chatting with the robot closest to her. "Are the blind boxes from Tamir's Star selling well?" Ling Mo asked with a curious look on his face. Of course, all the blind boxes in the entire galaxy are produced on the planet Tamir. The robot replied proudly. Hearing this, Ling Mo nodded and continued to ask, "Besides this blind box, what other types of blind boxes are there? What types of blind boxes are there? There are so many. There are spaceship blind boxes, doll blind boxes, gift blind boxes, pet blind boxes, dress blind boxes, cosmetics blind boxes, and everything else." After hearing this, Ling Mo only had 2 words in his mind. Sure enough. Then Ling Mo asked, "Can we buy all the blind boxes every year?" The robot shook its head. Some limited edition blind boxes can be sold out because they are hunger marketing, but some cannot be sold out. For example, most of the time, you can't sell all the things you pack now. Where will the unsold blind boxes be placed? Ling Mo asked. They must be stored in the warehouse. When the quantity reaches a certain level, they will hire recyclers to recycle them. After all, they are all useless things that cannot be sold after several rounds of selling. After hearing this, Ling Mo already had an idea in his mind. Soon an hour was up. The three robots stopped what they were doing at the same time, turned the screen, and a pair of blue electronic eyes looked at her. An hour has passed. How is our work speed? Will you continue to employ us? After hearing the robot's words, Ling Mo wondered if she had heard it wrongly. She actually heard a pleading tone in the other party's voice. Ling Mo nodded. Then let's go for another hour. Seeing this, the three robots seemed very disappointed, but they did not refuse. They took the silver coins and continued to work. Only then did Ling Mo realize that these three robots seemed a little different from the robots she had met before, and there were some rust-like things on them. Unlike the robots she had seen before, this one was clean and reflected the metallic luster under the light. The material of the robot also seems to be different. Faced with questions he didn't understand, Ling Mo asked directly, Wait a minute, these three robots in front of us seem to be a little different. Ling Mo wanted to say that the robots she met in the first and second rounds of the game were different, but then she changed her mind and realized that the robots had not yet come to her side at that time, so she changed her words. Of course they're different because these robots are old models from a long time ago, the 11th generation of robots. Now the robots in Interstellar have been updated to the 25th generation. What's the difference? Before the end of the world, mobile phones on the blue planet were updated and replaced at a very fast speed. Every time they said some function had been added or some breakthrough had been made, but what was the result? Apart from the fact that the price is getting more expensive, there hasn't been much change. Ling Mo didn't notice it anyway. Of course there is a difference. As for the new generation of robots, their movements are more sensitive, their work efficiency is high, and they have independent thinking. They can live as independent individuals. The 11th generation of robots are still tool robots and need energy to survive. Energy? What energy? Will electricity work?
Of course you can.
No, as the interstellar world continues to develop, there are fewer and fewer charging stations that can charge robots. An hour later, Ling Mo hired another hour, and then another hour, until the three robots had packed all the blind boxes in the room. After the last blind box was packed, the next second, the sound of the game system rang in Ling Mo's ears. Congratulations to the player for completing the task after getting drunk. Now you have two choices. One is to continue working and you can get more rewards. Moreover, you will no longer be restricted by the game tasks. Second, finish the task. You can do whatever you want in the following period, but you cannot do anything that is insulting to the system. At the same time, your salary will be much less than that of other players. Please make your choice looking at these two choices. Ling Mo chose the second one without thinking. Whoever wants to be the sucker can be the one to take the blame. She is the second richest person on Blue Star, but she doesn't live on these trifles. Whoever wants to be a cow or a horse can do it. After Ling Mo made his choice, the door behind him opened. After completing their mission, the three robots quickly turned around and left. Ling Mo walked out of the room, and what he saw was a sea of white with blue fluorescence in the gaps, which was a full sense of technology. Occasionally, various robots passed by. After seeing Ling Mo, a uniformed robot stopped to scan his identity. At this time, Ling Mo took out his recycler badge. After the robot scanned the badge. Junior Recycler, why are you here if you don't go to work? Facing the robot's questioning, Ling Mo calmly said, It's my first day at work today, and I got lost. The robot hesitated for a moment before saying, Follow me. This person doesn't look very old, and he shouldn't be a liar. At this moment, Ling Mo's heart was already filled with joy. This is really a case of searching for something everywhere, but finally finding it without any effort. Following the robot through twists and turns, we soon arrived at our destination. Rather than calling it a warehouse, it is better to say that this is a large garbage dump, with all kinds of blind boxes piled up in it. Some blind boxes have been left for too long and have been crushed by latecomers. Seeing this scene, Ling Mo felt so distressed and hoped that the things inside would not be damaged. After the robot left, Ling Mo immediately pounced happily on the pair of blind boxes. After all, there was still 1/4 left, which was enough. Ling Mo first picked up the blind box closest to her. This is a toy blind box, which contains a toy spaceship. It is said to be a toy spaceship, but in fact, this spaceship is a 1-to-1 replica of a real spaceship. The only difference is the size. Every component inside is extremely delicate. Ling Mo took a look at the spaceship style that came in the blind box. The black and gold model in her hand is actually a hidden model. Having said that, judging from the dust on the blind boxes, these spaceship blind boxes must have been here for a long time. Ling Mo unceremoniously put all these spaceship blind boxes into the space. After collecting all the spaceship blind boxes, Ling Mo finally had a place to stay. I picked up another blind box and opened it. Inside was a pink fat ball doll that looked quite cute. There was no other introduction in the box, so Ling Mo could only hope and wait. After seeing the specific usage of the things in the blind box, Ling Moyuan called it a magical tool for pretending to be 13. Just ask yourself, who doesn't want to be accompanied by colorful auspiciousness and golden light when appearing in front of others? That scene is exciting just thinking about it. With the prop in Ling Mo's hand, not only can colorful auspicious clouds and golden light appear behind you, but also various backgrounds, such as petals, snowfall, angels, demons, and everything else. Atmosphere creating chip. Install it on any object and carry it with you. When the holder activates the chip, it will automatically create various illusions behind him, so as to win the attention of the public. P.S. One chip can only correspond to one special effect. The blind box is only the size of a palm. After opening it, a black chip lies quietly inside. This is the flower fairy is coming. After it is turned on, chess petals will rain down around you, which is very beautiful. Ling Mo was very excited about the effect of this chip. After all, who hasn't been passionate when they were young? However, Ling Mo still remembers that the blind boxes here were eliminated because they could not be sold out. In other words, there should be better chips manufactured in this atmosphere. I searched for it and found it indeed. Not only does it have more comprehensive functions, but it can also be directly implanted into the skin, making it more convenient to use. Especially when Ling Mo saw that it said delivery would be made within an hour. I clicked buy without hesitation. After the purchase, Ling Mo continued to collect blind boxes. There are still many kinds of blind boxes left, and the contents inside are also all-encompassing from small toys, pots, and pans to spaceships. It really is that everything can be a blind box. Of course, the most popular ones are various blind boxes of toys. In the end, Ling Mo simply stopped looking at them and put all the blind boxes into the space, and then asked Xiaobai, Yueluan, Hailang, and the pets in the space to classify them. What? Of course, she went to Qingyang Star to comfort the children. Nowadays, soothing bells are the favorite of children. An hour later, a robot found Ling Mo among a pile of blind boxes. Please sign for your delivery. After Ling Mo received the express, he couldn't wait to open it. Inside was a black metallic box. Open the box, and there is a white chip inside. Compared with the previous black chip, this chip is obviously smaller, only the size of a grain of rice. Ling Mo followed the instructions, turned it on, and stuck it on his skin. The moment the chip touched her skin, Ling Mo felt a tingling sensation, as if she was pricked by a needle, and then the chip went directly into her skin. Seeing this, Ling Mo curiously touched the place where the chip had just been pasted. You can feel a hard little lump under the skin, but it is not obvious and you need to touch it to feel it out. Ling Mo sells the latest top-of-the-line model. The biggest difference from previous chips is that this chip can simulate a variety of scenes, which are enough to be indistinguishable from the real thing, and can even restore memories. Of course, the price is not cheap and most people cannot afford it. Next, Ling Mo continued to collect the mountain of blind boxes here. At the same time, she also found a new hobby, which is online shopping. Once the most prosperous planet in the interstellar space, although it has declined due to the impact of intelligent computers, there is a saying that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Many things can be bought here, and they can be delivered to your door within an hour. Ling Mo immediately began searching for various things that could keep him warm, the first of which was a constant temperature suit. The latest thermostatic clothing can maintain body temperature at an optimal temperature no matter what the environment. What Blue Star will face next is extreme cold, but it seems that she is not afraid of the cold. She was so busy before that she almost forgot about it. She is not afraid of the cold, and extreme cold poses no threat to her. However, despite this, Ling Mo still ordered a set for himself. She is just not afraid of the cold, but who knows what other extreme weather conditions will occur on Blue Star in the future. In addition to his own, Ling Mo placed orders for several more sets, not forgetting the ones for Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fuyu. Ling Mo had just placed an order for the constant temperature clothing, and then she discovered the blind box of the constant temperature clothing. This constant temperature suit is of better quality than the one she brought back to Blue Star for the first time. Ling Mo happily put it into the space. In addition to the constant temperature clothing, she also bought a lot of things to deal with various situations, all of which were delivered within an hour. Ling Mo had been busy from morning to night and finally put all the blind boxes here into the space. At the same time, she finally received the last express delivery of the order placed today. It can be said that throughout the day, apart from eating, there were two things Ling Mo did not stop doing. One was collecting various blind boxes into the space, and the other was receiving various express deliveries. Compared to the first day, it can be said that I had a pretty fulfilling day. Looking at the empty surroundings, Ling Mo felt full of a sense of accomplishment, and then he stretched lazily. From the start of the game till now, she hasn't had a rest for almost 36 hours. Ling Mo decided to take a break for a few hours and go somewhere else. After all, she has collected all the blind boxes here. However, there is more to Tamir's star than just blind boxes. Just like that, Ling Mo found a clean place, sat down, and began to meditate. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Mo suddenly felt something cold touching his face. When she opened her eyes, she saw a robot standing in front of her. "It's you? How come you are here?" Ling Mo asked, looking at the familiar robot in front of him. "Here's what I want to ask you. Why are you in my house, and what did you do to my house? Where are the things here?" The robot's 3 consecutive questions confused Ling Mo. "Is this you? Your house? Isn't this the warehouse for expired blind boxes?" "It's a warehouse for National Day blind boxes, but since no one comes here usually, it later became my home," the robot said righteously. Hearing this, Ling Mo was speechless. She noticed there was only one robot. "Where are your other 2 friends?" she asked. Hearing this, the robot looked at Ling Mo with resentment and said, "They have no electricity. Today, the company also removed the last power supply pile. Before long, when my electricity is used up, I will be placed in a dark warehouse like them. With you?" A question mark appeared on the robot's blue screen face. Ling Mo nodded, then grabbed the robot's shoulder and said in a tempting tone, "Yes, come with me. I can make you never have to use your stomach again, and you can eat as much electricity as you want in the future." "Why should I believe you?" The robot looked at Ling Mo warily. It has not forgotten that it was because of the person in front of it that its 2 companions retired early because they consumed too much energy. Seeing that the robot appeared alert on the surface, but was actually a little shaken in his heart, Ling Mo tried again. According to Chiaman's introduction, Ling Mo knew that this 11th generation robot could not only be charged, but also replenish its energy by eating electrical appliances. So, Ling Mo took out a battery from the space. She stockpiled these before the end of the world, hoping that they would be useful in emergencies at critical moments. However, from the end of the world to now, these batteries have not even been unsealed. The robot looked at the number 5 battery in Ling Mo's hand and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "It smells so good." Ling Mo introduced, "This is called a battery.
Try it."
It's definitely the most delicious thing you've ever tasted." The robot looked at the battery in his hand and thought to himself, "Now I am the only one left with nothing to worry about, so I might as well give it a try." Thinking of this, the robot threw the battery into its mouth with a fearless look on its face. After chewing by itself, the robot's eyes became brighter and brighter.
Tasty.
It has been a long time since it has eaten something so delicious. And the energy inside is very sufficient. The robot looked at Ling Mo with an unsatisfied look. The battery just now is too small. I couldn't sing well, unless you give me a little more. Ling Mo saw through the robot's little trick at a glance, but did not expose it. Instead, he took out 2 more sections from the space. The robot said it didn't taste the food, but after getting the battery, it didn't eat it immediately. The energy in his body is now at a saturated state. If he continues to eat, the excess energy will be wasted. Looking at the battery in his hand, the robot seemed to have made a huge decision. Okay, I'll go with you, but I have one condition. What conditions? Ling Mo asked. I have many more brothers and sisters. You must take them with you. After hearing what the robot said, Ling Mo agreed without hesitation, no problem. After all, Ling Mo originally had this plan. Led by the robot, Ling Mo left the warehouse. After walking around for about 10 minutes, the surrounding scene began to look a little shabby. The white walls began to turn slightly yellow, and the blue light no longer appeared in the cracks on the walls.
This place looks like it has been around for some time.
The robot brought Ling Mo to a warehouse. The door of the warehouse has begun to rust. After opening the door, the inside was filled with 11th generation robots. At a glance, there was no end in sight. Can we take all these away? The robot asked anxiously. Just when he was wondering if his request was too much and whether he should lower it a bit, he heard Ling Mo say in a very relaxed tone, no problem. Then, in the shocked eyes of the robots, Ling Mo began to load the robots in the warehouse into the space. At this moment, Ling Mo suddenly realized a problem. Wait a minute, these robots seem to have stopped running for a long time. Can they be restarted after charging? You should know that some home appliances and electronic products are not the better the longer they are stored. After a long period of non-use, these home appliances and electronic products will no longer be able to start up. Ling Mo looked at the thick dust on the robots. These robots must have been in this warehouse for a long time. Only the robots near the warehouse door were clean, and it seemed that they had just stopped running not long ago. 2 of them were the robots that had helped Ling Mo before. Soon, Ling Mo got a positive answer from Qiaman. It can definitely be used, but if it is not started for a long time, some of the previously stored data and information may disappear. Others should not be affected. The 11th generation of robots can be said to be the most durable generation of robots, otherwise there wouldn't still be 11th generation robots in operation today. That's good. After saying that, Ling Mo collected the robots even faster. At this moment in the space, Yueluan was leading Xiaobai, Hailang, and a group of other animals to sort the piles of blind boxes, without complaint. Different blind boxes should be placed in different warehouses, and the crushed blind boxes should be picked out separately. As a result, before they finished their work on the blind boxes, a large number of robots suddenly appeared in the space and scared them. Ling Mo decided to leave some robots to take care of the space for him. The number doesn't need to be too large. 20 or so will be enough. Ling Mo's space is very large, and as her power continues to grow, the space continues to expand. Moreover, Ling Mo clearly felt that the crops in the space were maturing faster and faster. This resulted in Ling Mo not being able to utilize space more efficiently and thus wasting a lot of resources. Now, with these robots, these problems are easily solved. It's not that Ling Mo doesn't want to keep more, but she really can't afford to maintain too many, so she might as well just sell them all. The robot that had talked to her before must be kept. After all, he already knew her identity and it was impossible to sell it. What if my identity is exposed? The remaining robot candidates will be decided by this robot. It doesn't matter who you choose. Ling Mo only looks at the result. Ling Mo was busy until the afternoon of the 3rd day of the game, and finally, he collected all the robots in the warehouse. Ling Mo had no idea how many robots she had collected during this period, but what was certain was that the number must have exceeded 100,000. Because before the 100,000, she still collected them 100 at a time. After the number reached 100,000, she was too lazy to count. After leaving the warehouse, Ling Mo went straight out of the blind box processing factory. The game system had said before that she could freely enjoy the rest of her time. Looking at the completely unfamiliar place, Ling Mo had a cold face, exuding an aura that kept strangers away, and stood there motionless. In fact, she was just urging him to download the navigation software quickly. Ling Mo first opened the recruitment software and then searched for the 3 words recycler on it. Immediately afterwards, a long list of recruitment information appeared in front of Ling Mo. Isn't this much faster than searching one by one? When it comes to those products that are far away and seem useless, Ling Mo's first choice is always food, and then various technological products. After searching for a long time, she chose the meat processing plant that was closest to her. The meat processing plant was less than 1,000 meters away from her. Ling Mo followed the navigation and arrived at the destination in less than 5 minutes. On the way here, she was not idle and got a brief understanding of the meat processing plant. Unlike Liangchen Ranch, the meat processing plant specializes in processing meat and cooked food. Among them, the most popular are various canned meats.
Canned meat is good.
It's good to be popular. Popularity means a lot is produced, and a lot is produced means a lot is left. Arriving at the entrance of the meat processing factory, Ling Mo saw a robot standing at the entrance board. Ling Mo took out his recycler badge and walked over. The robot saw Ling Mo glance at the badge on her chest and said directly, "Are you the recycler who came into the hall to apply for the job?" After saying that, he looked behind Ling Mo again and said dissatisfiedly, "Why are you the only one here? Where are the others?" Seeing this, Ling Mo knew that the robot in front of her must have recognized the wrong person, but she did not correct it. She just said, "I don't know.
I'm alone now."
Why don't you take me to my workstation first?" The robot hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, come with me." Led by the robot, Ling Mo walked towards the meat processing plant. When passing by an open room, Ling Mo saw that various gift boxes seemed to be being packed inside. "Aren't these blind boxes?" she asked. "Are those packages just now blind boxes?" The robot said, "Of course, we meat processing plants also need to keep up with the trend." After walking for about 10 minutes, Ling Mo was brought to the warehouse of the meat processing plant. Ling Mo took a quick look and saw that the warehouse was filled with all kinds of canned food. I looked at the production dates and, as expected, all of them were near or expired products. The furthest one is only half a month away from expiration. According to the robot, the previous warehouse had been reclaimed once by the recycler, and these things have just been sorted out recently. Every once in a while, meat processing plants will have a lot of unsold, near-expiry products. According to interstellar law, if you want to sell expired products, you must reduce the price. The price cannot be higher than 1/3 of the original product. However, in order to avoid the situation where some people deliberately only buy expired products because they are cheap, resulting in no one buying normal products, some merchants would rather pile up these expiring products in warehouses than sell them to others. After the robot left, Ling Mo picked up the can closest to her. There is a cow painted on the outside of the can, so it is obviously a can of beef. There is also a word small written on the bottom of the can. Just when Ling Mo was wondering what this word meant, he turned around and saw the enlarged and giant versions of canned beef. Good, she thought. She knew what that little one meant. The meat processing plant is worthy of being a meat processing plant. The warehouse is filled with various canned meats. Ling Mo collected all the cans in the warehouse into the space as quickly as possible, then turned around and prepared for the next one. On the other side, the robot returned to the door, and about an hour later, a thin middle-aged man was seen coming in late. Seeing the middle-aged man trying to enter the meat processing plant, the robot immediately stopped him and said, "No one is allowed to enter without permission." The middle-aged man saw the robot, coughed lightly, straightened his clothes, and then showed his recycler badge. "Now I can go in." After checking the badge, the robot looked behind the middle-aged man and asked, "Are you alone?" The middle-aged man explained, others said it was too late, and they could only arrive tomorrow. The status of a recycler is very special in the interstellar space. Therefore, the robot can only turn a blind eye to the obvious lateness of these recyclers.
"Come with me."
As it spoke, the robot led the middle-aged man inside. At the same time, Ling Mo felt that his mental strength was about to be exhausted in the warehouse, so he quickly gave himself several doses of potions to restore his mental strength, and only then did he recover. After putting a last batch of cans into the space, Ling Mo was ready to leave. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like my mental strength has improved a lot. When Ling Mo left, he just happened to pass by the robot and the middle-aged man. The robot recognized Ling Mo and was not surprised by her leaving. After all, there is a limit to the amount of garbage that a recycler can recycle every day. It is amazing that this person could hold on for an hour. However, their surprise was yet to come. When the robot took the middle-aged man away to the warehouse, they found it was empty. There was nothing in the warehouse. The mountains of expiring canned food had long since disappeared. The robot was the first to react and said to the middle-aged recycler next to him, "It seems that you are no longer needed here." The middle-aged man wanted to refute, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. After all, the robot was not wrong. Meat processing plants hire recyclers like these to deal with expiring canned goods. Now that the expiring cans are gone, of course they are no longer needed. Who is disrupting the market? The middle-aged man thought angrily in his heart that he would definitely tell other people about this matter when he got back that there was an ignorant guy disrupting the market. This person must be found. If he is allowed to continue like this, it will sooner or later affect their interests. On the other side, Ling Mo had no idea that she was being targeted. At this time, she was on her way to another processing plant. Because as I said before, the factory will close after 8 o'clock and no one will be allowed to enter at that time. I looked at the time, and it was already past 6 o'clock. Therefore, in the next hour or so, she must collect as many things as possible. The next factory is still for video processing, so it is not far from Ling Mo's location. Just follow the navigation and you'll be there in 10 minutes. Then it's pretty much the same process. Ling Mo rushed into the warehouse. These are all good things, especially pickled mustard. At Blue Star, a bag of pickled mustard tubers is even more expensive than vegetables. Vegetables are not easy to preserve and need to be fried before they can be eaten, but pickled mustard tuber is different. It comes in a small package and you can just open it and eat it without even turning on the stove. The pickled mustard in the interstellar world is obviously larger than that on the blue planet, and there are many more varieties. Ling Mo looked at the production date and saw that it would expire in a month. Those various sauces will expire in half a month. Take them all away. Finally, before the processing plant closed, Ling Mo finally cleared out all the expiring products in the warehouse. Walking on the street, the lights are bright all around, and it is obvious that the nightlife has just begun. Unable to go to other factories, Ling Mo decided to walk around first and then find a place to rest. It really deserves to be the largest blind box production place in the entire galaxy. Along the way, Ling Mo saw all kinds of blind boxes on sale, and every person selling blind boxes is crowded with people. It is obvious that the shops not far away are still open and the items in the blind boxes can be bought there. Why are these people so obsessed with blind boxes? As he walked, Ling Mo's eyes suddenly fell on a stall. Warm blind box. Ling Mo walked over curiously and found that the boxes of these blind boxes were packaged very simply. This is the place with the least people along the way. Even if someone occasionally stopped, they would just take a look and then turn around and leave. Seeing Ling Mo coming forward, although he thought she would not buy it, the stall owner still introduced it enthusiastically. "Little girl, take a look at my blind box. It's very cheap, and I guarantee that there will be good things inside." "What kind of blind box is this?" Ling Mo asked. She just scanned it with her mental power and found that each blind box was filled to the brim, and she couldn't tell what was inside. "They are pillow dolls," the stall owner answered truthfully. "These dolls are all made by me at home. They're stuffed with tinder cotton and flower petals that can help you sleep." Tinder cotton, a type of cotton that can generate heat automatically, was first discovered on the Tinder star and later spread to various places. "Are all these pillows and dolls?" Ling Mo asked. Hearing this, the stall owner answered affirmatively. Of course, actually I originally sold dolls, but the sales were not good, so later I thought of packaging the dolls into blind boxes, but because of insufficient funds, so after being packaged like this, sales are even worse. When the stall owner saw that someone finally wanted to buy his pillow doll, in order to prove that what he said was true, he actually opened all the blind boxes in public. Seeing this, Ling Mo froze in place. But don't get me wrong, she was not shocked by the stall owner's actions, but the fact that the stall owner grew several hands behind him in an instant. Soon Ling Mo realized that this should be some kind of talent. 1,000 hands, the awakened will grow 1 to 10 hands on top of their original base. As their strength increases, the number of hands will continue to increase. It is said that the maximum number of hands can increase to 1,000, hence the name 1,000 hands. This talent sounds quite useful. With 1,000 hands, wouldn't it be possible to do many things at the same time? However, it is not an easy task to do 2 or more things at once. Just when Ling Mo was daydreaming, the stall owner had already opened all the blind boxes and pillow dolls appeared in front of her. The shape of each doll is different. The only thing in common is that all of these pillow dolls are exquisitely made. I want them all, Ling Mo said readily. No one can refuse to fall asleep hugging a warm pillow in the cold winter. After paying the money, Ling Mo put away all the pillows and dolls and continued walking forward. Along the way, she saw many food stalls. When Ling Mo sees something he likes, he will stop and buy some. After all, opportunities are rare. Stop and go along the way. At this moment, a girl in cute clothes appeared on the huge screen not far away. Ling Mo noticed that the moment the girl appeared, the eyes of everyone around her were all drawn to her. So people in the stars also chase stars? It wasn't until the girl disappeared that Ling Mo came to his senses. Wait a minute, did the person on the screen just now awaken a talent similar to charm? You know, Ling Mo never chased stars, either in his previous life or in this life. It is a talent that attracts attention. As long as the awakened person activates her talent, all eyes around her will be focused on her. People who awaken their eye-catching talents usually choose to become celebrities or other public figures. After having enough of shopping, Ling Mo successfully found a place to stay with the help of Kaiman's navigation. After completing the check-in procedures, Ling Mo came to the room. When I saw the soft, cloud-shaped bed, I lay down on it right away. When I opened my smart brain, I saw many unread messages. Yikai at Mo, why haven't you spoken for a whole day? Ling Mo at Yikai, I was outside and didn't see the message for you. The unseen? Jiang Xian, is the outside the one we think of? Ling Mo, I think so, Fuyu. Have you completed your mission? Ling Mo, well, I can use the rest of the time as I like, so I'll come out. The next day, Ling Mo woke up early and came to a machinery processing factory that he had chosen yesterday. This is where all kinds of fully automatic small toys are produced, but don't underestimate the carving space. A long time ago, this factory specialized in producing palm screens. Ling Mo came here this time just to try his luck. However, she seemed to have arrived a little early, as the door was not open yet. Bored, Ling Mo started counting mushrooms on the side. It was not until 7 o'clock that the factory gate finally opened slowly, and a sleepy robot walked out. Seeing this, Ling Mo rushed forward in one step. Don't be impulsive. We are all family. We are all family. The robot saw Ling Mo, who had a childish face, as if she was not yet an adult, and noticed the badge on her chest. So he put down his weapon. We don't hire recyclers, the robot said doubtfully. No recruitment? But who is Ling Mo? After a moment's thought, he came up with a good idea. I'm not here to apply for a job. I'm here to volunteer. Ling Mo said with a smile. Volunteers? The robot looked confused. What are volunteers? It's the kind that helps you with work and doesn't charge you any money. Hearing this, the robot's eyes lit up. Really? Sure enough, no one can resist free stuff, not even robots. Ling Mo nodded. Really, it's truer than real gold. The robot hesitated for a moment and said, then come with me. As it spoke, the robot took Ling Mo into the factory. Along the way, Ling Mo didn't see any traces of blind boxes, so he asked curiously, "Don't you process blind boxes here?" The robot said casually, "Our blind boxes are all commissioned to be made by blind box processing factories." A few minutes later, Ling Mo was brought to a warehouse. No, to be precise, it was a row of warehouses. The robot pointed to the warehouse here and said, "Take everything in here." At this point, the robot suddenly paused, sized up Ling Mo's small frame, and since it was free, it couldn't be too excessive, so it changed its tone and said, "It's okay if you don't take everything. Just do your best and don't feel pressured." Ling Mo nodded. "Don't worry, I won't be stressed." The robot nodded. "That's good. I can't leave my post for too long, so I'll leave first. You can collect it slowly, don't be in a hurry." After the robot left, Ling Mo walked towards the warehouse closest to him, opened the door, and immediately a cloud of dust flew up. It's another old warehouse. When the dust gradually settled, Ling Mo finally saw the scene inside clearly. I saw that the warehouse was filled with various metal boxes. Wait a minute, what are these? At this time, cleaning robots were developed specifically for cleaning up garbage and obstacles on the road, but because of their small size and low work efficiency, they were not suitable for large-scale cleaning and were soon eliminated. If we clear the roadblocks, wouldn't we also be able to clear the snow and bugs? What's wrong with its small size? It's called compact and doesn't get in the way. What if you are inefficient at work?
Just take your time.
Ling Mo exerted his mental power and began to move these cleaning robots into the space. After all the cleaning robots in the warehouse were collected, Ling Mo walked in and headed towards the next warehouse. When I pushed open the door of the warehouse, dust was also flying everywhere. This time Ling Mo was well prepared. He took a few steps back early and waited until the dust had almost settled before he walked inside. Is this a motorcycle? Wait a minute. Children's ski scooters. Ski scooters specially prepared for children of large races. However, because those races generally do not like snow, the sales of ski scooters are very sluggish and they were quickly eliminated. Ling Mo looked at the ski car that was taller than her and was curious about how old the child was. In addition to ski carts, there are also many ski equipment here, including goggles with night vision function, which are specially prepared for night skiing. There are also various types of automatic skis and snow survival equipment, such as warm tents. Among them, what attracted Ling Mo the most was a big basin. And ski equipment we saw before, this big basin should also be used for skiing. Skiing basin, a tool specially prepared for those who don't know how to ski but want to experience it. It was quickly replaced by new models due to its simple appearance. Ling Mo looked at the large white basins in front of him, which were indeed a bit monotonous. But it doesn't matter, she doesn't mind if others dislike her. Besides, what's wrong with white? White is so good. On snowy days, white is a natural camouflage color. Ling Mo began to stuff the things in the warehouse into the space. After walking out of the warehouse, Ling Mo stretched, drank 2 bottles of potion to restore his mental strength, and continued to walk towards the next warehouse. She finally understood why so many people were obsessed with opening blind boxes. Now Ling Mo is also opening a blind box, and it is a super invincible giant blind box. With excitement, Ling Mo opened the 3rd blind box. At the same time, ever since they learned that Ling Mo had already completed the task and left the blind box processing factory, Zhang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fuyu couldn't help but speed up their work, trying to leave this place as soon as possible. Unlike Ling Mo, who needs to face a whole room of things alone, they are in quantity. You only need to complete a fixed number to complete the task. For example, Yi Kai needs to package 1,000 blind boxes of dolls, which means an average of 200 per day. After the previous 3 days of hard work, Yi Kai only had 100 left to complete the mission and leave this place. Just then, a female player walked over cautiously. My name is Xiaoya, can you please do me a favor? The other party said timidly.
No.
Yi Kaichu refused without replying. Xiaoya was stunned when she was rejected. No, you didn't even ask anything, and you just rejected me without even raising your head. Yi Kai's refusal choked back all the remaining words Xiaoya was about to say. I really need help. If you don't help me, I will be eliminated from the game. We are all players. Shouldn't we help each other? Ye Kai kept moving his hands. After hearing what Xiao Ye said, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you are really afraid of being eliminated from the game, then go and complete the task quickly instead of wasting time with me. It's only the 4th day. The implication is that there is still plenty of time, so why are you in such a hurry? In the room where Ye Kai was, there were 5 other players besides him. Except for him and another person who were old players, the rest were all new players. These people were very excited when they were first selected to enter the game, but before long, when the excitement faded, they were met with only boring work. After hitting a wall several times, Xiao Ye stomped her feet hard, turned around, and left unwillingly. But she did not give up, and instead prepared to try another approach. Ye Kai didn't know her little thoughts, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care because he could complete the task quickly. While Xiao Ye was still planning how to get Ye Kai, the only male in the room, to help her complete the task, Ye Kai had already completed all the tasks. Ye Kai chose the latter, without hesitation. The door behind him slowly opened. Then, Ye Kai walked out of the room amid the shocked looks of the other players. Xiao Ye watched him leave, then stood up and wanted to chase him. As a result, the person did not catch up, but received a warning from the system. Warning! Player Xiao Ye left her job without permission. After one warning, if it happens again, she will be disqualified from the game. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Ye, who was originally indignant, instantly quieted down. On the other side, after leaving the room, Ye Kai looked at the scene outside, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. How should he get out of here? After a brief moment of confusion, Ye Kai thought of asking for help from his own intelligent brain. At the same time that Ye Kai followed the navigation to leave the blind box processing factory, Ling Mo finally collected all the things in the warehouse. Although this factory produces toys, they are all oversized toys made for larger races, and there is absolutely no problem for adults to use them. I walked out and looked at the time. It was already noon. After a simple lunch, Ling Mo headed towards his next destination. This is a clothing processing factory. At the gate of the processing plant, Ling Mo skillfully introduced himself to the robot. After scanning and confirming Ling Mo's identity, the robot did not doubt her and took her into the factory. Compared with other robots, this robot is obviously a chatterbox. Why do you volunteers help others for free? The robot asked curiously with its big eyes. For my own happiness. Ling Mo thought for a moment and said, Happy? Would you be happy to work for free? This man looked young. Could he have been fooled by someone? You don't want money, so how do you live? The robot asked. You should be an adult, right? Ling Mo was about to say that she was an adult, but then she changed her mind and realized that although she was an adult on Blue Star, she was still a minor in the interstellar space. So she shook her head and said truthfully no. Now it was the robot's turn to be shocked. He stopped where he was and said in a sharp voice, No, employing child labor is against the law. Having said that, the robot was about to take Ling Mo outside. That's why I said I was a volunteer. I came here to help voluntarily. I'm not employed. And didn't you just check my identity? In the end, after Ling Mo's repeated persuasion, the robot agreed not to kick her out. After arriving at the warehouse, the robot confirmed again and again, this is definitely not considered child labor. You won't sue us after you leave, right? Don't worry, I won't sue you. I did all this voluntarily. After getting the assurance again, the robot left, looking back every few steps. After all, he couldn't leave his post for too long. Finally, Ling Mo calmed down and pushed open the door of the warehouse. Inside was a whole warehouse filled with all kinds of clothes that were not even unpacked. This piece of clothing must be leftover from a previous sale, or it might be too ugly to be sold. Looking at the warehouse full of clothes, Ling Mo couldn't help but twitch his lips. How many ugly clothes did this processing factory produce? With so many clothes, this factory didn't make all of them into blind boxes. It seems that this is a smart processing factory. What Ling Mo didn't know was that last year, this processing factory did make blind boxes from those ugly clothes that couldn't be sold, and as a result, they were almost scolded to the point of becoming autistic. But this year they learned their lesson. No one dares to fool consumers with these ugly clothes anymore. Ling Mo has seen these clothes. They are a bit ugly, but they are not bad for wearing. Moreover, in order to increase sales, StarCraft's clothes are always subject to various innovations. For example, the one in Ling Mo's hand looks like an ordinary suit, but it can switch between 4 modes: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It is equivalent to a piece of clothing that can be worn all year round. However, this dress was completely removed from the shelves shortly after it was produced because it was too versatile. Many people complained that after buying this piece of clothing, they could not buy other clothes. The processing factory also felt that after the introduction of such clothes, the sales of other types of clothes plummeted, so it decisively stopped the production of such clothes. The remaining clothing stock is no longer available for sale. Ling Mo spent some time clearing out all the clothes in the warehouse, and at the same time was planning whether to add another section in his store specifically for buying clothes. But if you think about it carefully, doing so will definitely require a transformation of the store. The system is a black-hearted one. Don't think she doesn't know that the system always asks for an exorbitant amount of money every time it collects money. Forget it, let's just make a special spot in the department store area. After leaving this warehouse, Ling Mo came to another warehouse. As a processing factory, how could it be possible to have only a warehouse full of ugly clothes? Opening the second warehouse, to be precise, there were no clothes inside, but dresses. Looking at these fancy clothes, Ling Mo fell into deep thought. To be honest, it looks pretty good when you look at it like this, but you can't wear it out, otherwise you'll easily become the focus of the crowd. Ling Mo began to think, would anyone really buy these things if you brought them back? Forget it, never mind, just collect it first. While Ling Mo was struggling with the clothes, Zhang Xian and Fuyu also completed their tasks one after another and left the blind box processing factory. It's just that they completed the task at different times, so they didn't meet. Previously, at Ling Mo's suggestion, they already had ID cards and bank cards, and they also had money in their hands. Therefore, even when faced with an unfamiliar environment, they were not very panicked, but instead explored it with great interest. After all, there are not many such opportunities. As he was walking, Zhang Xian suddenly saw a lot of hustle and bustle ahead. When he got closer, he realized that a new store had opened. In order to attract attention, the store has also set up a challenge arena. As long as you defeat the person above, without using your talents, you can get a fully automatic robot worth 1,100,000 gold coins in cash. The people around were looking at the huge, ferocious-looking defenders on the ring, whose muscles were as big as mountains, but no one was willing to stand up. What a joke. Even though 1,000,000 robots and 100,000 gold coins are very attractive, you have to be alive to get them. Look at the man on the ring. Although he has been said that his life is not in danger, if he hits me, he will have to stay in the hospital for 10 days to half a month. At this time, the host on the stage was still shouting hard. Zhang Xian in the crowd looked at the reward and was shamelessly tempted. He thought that since there was no danger to his life, he might as well go up and give it a try. Moreover, he has been training all this time and just wanted to find someone to test his current skills. So, in full view of everyone, Zhang Xian came on stage. What he didn't see was that when he just squeezed into the crowd and walked towards the ring, a green figure ran past. Seeing so many people gathered here, Ye Kai was curious about what was happening here. However, thinking that he had other things to do, he suppressed his curiosity, turned around and ran away without looking back. On the other side, Ling Mo had already walked out of the last warehouse. After leaving the clothing factory, Ling Mo immediately ran towards the next factory, as fast as he could. This time it's a snack processing factory. Identified myself to the robot guarding the door. Along the way, the robot kept looking at Ling Mo and said, "You look so young. How old are you this year?" This time Ling Mo learned his lesson and did not say that he was not an adult. He just said, "In my hometown, I am considered an adult now." She didn't lie. Although she was not an adult according to the interstellar standards, she was indeed an adult on the Blue Star. When the robot heard Ling Mo say that he had become an adult, He was obviously relieved. He just received a message from a friend saying that an underage girl was volunteering, which scared him. You know, the punishment for employing child labor in the interstellar world is very severe. Ling Mo was brought to a huge warehouse filled with all kinds of snacks. I picked up a snack bread and looked at the time. It was indeed an expiring product and would expire in 2 days. Are all the snacks here nearing expiration? Ling Mo asked. The robot nodded. Of course. Other factories will ship snacks here when they are half a month to 7 days away from expiration for unified processing. We've already dealt with a batch a few days ago. If you hadn't come, these expired snacks would have been dealt with tomorrow as well. Hearing the robot say this, Ling Mo was glad that he came, otherwise so many snacks would have been wasted. When she was stockpiling supplies, she was only concerned with stockpiling various foods and didn't even think about stockpiling snacks. As a result, she now has very few snacks in her space, and she has to eat them sparingly. Xiaobai, who is a spiritual body, always snatches them from her. As a result, the one person and the one spiritual body are usually very close to each other, but as soon as snacks are involved, they will immediately turn against each other and become hostile. Looking at this warehouse full of snacks, I feel like I have entered heaven. After the robot left, Ling Mo's mental power was like a huge open fishing net, rushing towards the mountain of snacks in the warehouse. This feeling of constantly collecting things into the space is so refreshing. When she felt that her mental strength was about to be exhausted, she quickly drank a sip of the potion to restore her mental strength. After calming down for a while, he continued. I don't know how long it took, but Ling Mo finally put the last batch of snacks into the space, and then he felt dizzy. Ling Mo quickly took out a bottle of potion to restore his mental strength and drank it. The dizziness and dizziness were soon relieved. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening and all the factories were closed, so she prepared to go to the same place where she had been yesterday to rest and continue tomorrow. On the way back, she suddenly felt a little hungry, but she didn't want to eat, so she took out a bag of snacks from the space and started eating. Magic crisp noodles. The taste is like a magician performing magic tricks, and the more you chew it, the more delicious it becomes. Ling Mo couldn't wait to take a bite. Chew, 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 chew. It feels similar to the instant noodles from Blue Star, except that the portion is a little bigger. Although my expectations were dashed, it was nice to have something to eat. After showing off a bag of instant noodles, Ling Mo took out a bottle of soda. Happy soda. After drinking it, your mood will involuntarily improve. I drank several sips of happy soda in a row, and I didn't feel any improvement in my mood, but the taste was indeed very good, with moderate sweetness, and I could taste the fruit particles in it. Ling Mo never stopped talking along the way. When passing an intersection, I suddenly heard 2 Tamils talking in a low voice. That guy was really amazing. He defeated the Ring King in less than 5 minutes. You don't know, the host's face turned green when I saw him. It made me laugh to death. I guess they didn't expect that the professional fighter they hired at such a high price would actually be defeated. I heard that someone saw the first person defeat the man on the ring so easily and wanted to give it a try himself. However, he was knocked away after only 3 moves and is still lying in the hospital. Oh, yeah, do you want that guy's contact information? You can't miss out on such a handsome and capable guy. No, he's so cool. He ignored me when I approached him and just followed his master to receive the award. Hearing this, Ling Mo left as if nothing had happened. After listening to the descriptions of the 2 people just now, Ling Mo has basically determined who the person they are talking about is. I opened the smart brain and clicked on the chat group of 4 people. As expected, I saw Jiang Xian showing off his newly acquired robot and an additional 100,000 gold coins. The following words were all from Yi Kai and Fu Yu, flattering and asking for support. Yi Kai is fine, but why is Fu Yu also? Obviously, Ling Mo forgot the truth that birds of a feather flock together. There is a reason why Fu Yu can play together with Jiang Xinya. Then Ling Mo decisively sent a +1 message at the end. After exiting the chat group, Ling Mo suddenly found a unique email. The actual time was 1 hour ago. Who would send her an email at this time, Yunya or the system? After opening it, Ling Mo first looked at the signature at the bottom, which turned out to be the Recyclers Guild. The content of the email is also very simple. A batch of energy cores will arrive at the garbage dump tomorrow. All certified recyclers are welcome to help with the recycling. Wait a minute, what is an energy core? Ling Mo asked. Energy cores refer to the energy removed from the armor, which contain huge amounts of energy. Most of these armors have their energy cores destroyed in battle, causing energy leakage, and need to be rendered harmless. Can it be recycled and reused? Ling Mo continued to ask. Normally, an energy core that has run out of energy can be disposed of as ordinary garbage. But this time, what was delivered was an energy core that was damaged on the battlefield, which still stored a large amount of energy. If these things fall into the wrong hands, they may be used to make powerful weapons, so recyclers are needed to dispose of these dangerous energy cores. It was the first time that Ling Mo knew that a recycler actually had such a role. She always thought that a recycler was responsible for recycling garbage. The military has been mentioned in previous games as well. Ling Mo didn't think about that at the time. It turns out that a good recycler is a strategic resource in the interstellar space, but no, she is not a recycler. She is just a porter. Because of this sudden notice, Ling Mo temporarily changed his plans for tomorrow. Although going to the processing plant could bring her huge gains, her intuition told her that the energy core was more important. After a night's rest, under Chia Man's guidance, Ling Mo arrived at the garbage dump early. When we arrived at the garbage dump, the gate was already open and there were several people busy working inside. Ling Mo was one of the first few people to arrive. After confirming Ling Mo's identity, the robot at the door took her to a place for registration. The so-called level is just to place the badge on an instrument and scan it. After completing the registration, Ling Mo did not start working immediately, but was given a breakfast. It was not the unpalatable nutrient solution, but 2 delicious-looking loaves of bread and a bottle of fresh milk. However, Ling Mo had already eaten before coming, so he was not very hungry now. After putting the things away, Ling Mo asked the robot, "Does everyone have this breakfast?" The robot shook its head. Only those recyclers who arrive here before 6 o'clock will be provided with breakfast. Ling Mo thought to himself upon hearing this, is this a form of artificial welfare? She continued to ask, how many energy cores are there this time? 2 questions appeared on the robot's face, and then it said awkwardly, I don't know the answer to your question. I'm just a robot guarding the gate, and I'm not responsible for recording. The robot's tone was flat, like a piece of emotionless wood. Seeing that he couldn't ask any more questions, he suddenly thought, why is this robot so much like myself in my previous life who worked overtime but didn't get overtime pay? Forget it. Why should the former oxen and horses make things difficult for the current oxen and horses? Thinking of this, Ling Mo walked into the garbage dump, and what came into his sight was an energy core that looked like a mountain. Because of the different installation locations, the size and shape of the energy core are also different. Not far away, 3 or 4 people were busy with their work. When he heard the footsteps of someone coming in, he just looked back and then continued to work. Ling Mo bent down and picked up a diamond-shaped energy core on the ground. It is covered with cracks and has a corner missing. It is severely damaged and completely unusable. Because there were other people around, Ling Mo couldn't take away a large area in one go like he did before. In order not to attract other people's attention, Ling Mo bent down and pretended to work, but in fact he was observing the actions of several other people. Soon, Ling Mo discovered that after these recyclers picked up an energy core, they would put it into the bag around their waist. Seeing this, Ling Mo flipped out the space button of his waist bag and imitated the actions of those people and began to pick up the energy core and stuff it in. Of course, this is just a show. The actual energy core has already been secretly transferred into the space. Ling Mo divided them into several categories according to different shapes and degrees of fragmentation. For example, the appearance is well preserved, but there are a few cracks on it. Such energy cores can still be used, but there are certain dangers in using them. Under normal circumstances, this danger may not be a big deal, but in battle, even the slightest danger may cause very serious consequences. The second type has some small gaps, such as the one Ling Mo saw before, which belongs to the second type. The third type is the one that has been broken into pieces. According to Qiaman, the first type of energy core can still be used, but it cannot be shaken violently because cracks have appeared on it and the slightest shake may cause the energy core to split. If you want to use it again, you have to cut it again to avoid all cracks and cuts. But doing so will inevitably result in waste. Moreover, the energy core becomes smaller after being cut and cannot be used by the mecha. The last one is the third one, which is completely broken and cannot even be cut. The only solution for this kind of energy core is to completely break it into pieces and then process it again. As for how to process it, it is not clear. A good interstellar citizen will not be interested in such things unless you're a space pirate. Forget it. Let's leave this matter to the scientists in China to study. Anyway, she is only responsible for bringing the things back and providing ideas. After listening to Qiaman's introduction, Ling Mo began to focus on looking for those energy cores that were relatively intact. There are only a very small number of such energy cores in this pile. Even the second type is very good, and the most common is the third type, which shows how brutal the fighting on the battlefield is. As time passed, more and more recyclers came here. Seeing the increasing number of competitors, Ling Mo couldn't help but speed up his work. Fortunately, these recyclers are very slow. Recovering these energy cores is not an easy task for them, and they have to take a break almost every once in a while. Some of them would take a long rest after collecting a few energy cores, which undoubtedly gave Ling Mo an opportunity. In order to avoid being discovered, she would change her location almost every once in a while. Fortunately, this garbage dump is big enough, and there are enough energy cores. Moreover, in just a short while, a lot of energy cores were sent here. Hearing a recycler not far away sigh heavily after seeing the car delivering the energy core, Ling Mo turned his head and saw the words "don't want to work overtime" on the other person's face. Unlike these people who have lost all hope in life, Ling Mo just wants to race against time. After all, this is the last day of the game. Who knows when the system will send them back? With Ling Mo's continuous efforts, soon a lot of energy cores were piled up in the space. However, Ling Mo is still very dissatisfied with the current speed. She could have received more. Looking at a recycler walking slowly towards him, Ling Mo just felt that he couldn't stand her no matter how he looked at her. Can't you just stay away from her and collect the energy core in front of her? Really? Ling Mo was complaining crazily in his mind, and his feet were already slowly moving towards a place where there was no one nearby. Ling Mo suddenly had a premonition that this might be her last day here. So Ling Mo decided to go big this time. She deliberately created some noise, constantly pulling the energy cores down with her hands, and then took advantage of the chaos to collect all the falling energy cores. There is also a disadvantage to doing this, which is that it will make the already fragile energy core even more fragile. Then Ling Mo thought of a second solution. That is to find an empty corner, take away all the energy cores in that area, and then pull the energy cores around it over to fill the gap. After all, they were all trash, so Ling Mo's behavior did not attract the attention of others. Before I knew it, it was noon. A robot came over with a food cart and started distributing lunch to everyone. The lunch provided here is very rich, with both vegetables and meat, without any cutting of corners. It can be said to be the most sumptuous working meal Ling Mo has ever seen. After getting his portion, Ling Mo felt hungry in his stomach and couldn't wait to eat it. As she kept putting food into her mouth, she realized that everyone present was eating slowly, except her. Could it be that these people were not hungry? Ling Mo soon discovered that this was not the case. They eat slowly not because they are not hungry, but because they are very tired, both physically and mentally. The combination of these two will lead to another result, which is loss of appetite. Although you are hungry, you just can't eat. After some scientific research, Ling Mo realized that being a recycler is not only a profession but also a talent. People who have awakened the talent of a recycler will have a dimensional pocket similar to a small bag appear on their body, and anything placed inside will be decomposed. During the decomposition process, the recycler does not get any benefits. Instead, he needs to expend his energy to decompose the things placed in the resource pocket. Therefore, the people Ling Mo had seen before needed to rest every once in a while. They were using their mental power to quickly decompose the things inside. I didn't expect there is such a talent in this world. Fortunately, the social status of recyclers is not low, otherwise he would be laughed at to death if he awakened such a talent. Ling Mo sighed, then lowered his head and continued eating. After the first one finished his meal, Ling Mo went back to work. While these people are still eating, she can collect more food into the space. When Ling Mo entered the work area again, several cars loaded with energy cores came by as luck would have it. At this moment, Ling Mo's eyes turned and a smile appeared on his face. As soon as I felt sleepy, someone came to bring me a pillow. She was just worrying about what to do when those people came back and found that a lot of things were missing at once, but now she doesn't have to worry about that anymore. When these people were dumping the energy core in the car, Ling Mo was standing not far away. Collect part of the energy core pouring down from Nashi into the space. After all the vehicles were cleared, the staff sitting in the cab looked at the situation behind through the screen and was puzzled. Why does it feel like there are fewer energy core fragments this time than before? What's going on? He clearly remembered that the bag was fully loaded before he set out and the weight was correct, so why did it feel like it was less? Not only him, drivers of several other cars had the same feeling. However, they did not dwell on this matter too much, thinking it was just their own illusion and that there was nothing wrong with their process. They didn't want to get into trouble, so they didn't take it to heart. After these people left, Ling Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had not been discovered. Looking at the energy cores that had just been collected in the space, the number was more than what she had collected in the whole morning. While those people haven't arrived yet, Ling Mo attacked the remaining energy cores. Ling Mo was having a lot of fun collecting the things and felt that he could play this game more often. But for other players, especially those who have just become players and are participating in the game for the first time, this game is not so friendly. Because most people haven't awakened their talents yet and their bodies haven't been strengthened, they've already tried their best just to complete the human form, let alone think about other things. Lin Xiaoxiao is one of them. After the initial joy of being chosen for the game slowly faded away, Lin Xiaoxiao discovered that the games here were completely different from what she had imagined. Before the end of the world, she was the little princess of the family. She had never done housework and could be said to have never had to do housework. After the end of the world, although she suffered a little because her family was well off, the hardship she endured was nothing. But now, looking at the spaceship parts that are almost as big as her, Lin Xiaoxiao really wants to destroy them. When has she ever done such a thing? Both palms had blisters from rubbing against their backs. The blisters would burst and then form again, and then break again, over and over again, so that her palms are now completely unsightly. But she still persisted. Because only those who survive the first round of the game will be qualified to awaken. In today's Blue Star, even if you are not a player, as long as you have awakened your talent, you can still live better than ordinary people. As mentioned before, Lin Xiaoxiao's family is well off, but there is no gamer in their family, so their lives are becoming more and more difficult. Lin Xiaoxiao knew that this was her only chance. Although awakening potions are sold in the drunken shop, you must have awakening talent to enter the shop. Moreover, the number of awakening potions is limited, and almost everyone in the world is eyeing them. Given their family situation, even if they sold all their property, they probably wouldn't be able to buy a single awakening potion. After a short break, Lin Xiaoxiao finally finished loading the last blind box. When Lin Xiaoxiao heard the system say that her mission was completed, she almost cried out of excitement. After choosing the second option, Lin Xiaoxiao prepared to treat the wound on her hand first. As for Ling Mo, after the other recyclers finished their meals one after another, they came back and saw that there were many more hills made up of energy cores here. An emotion called despair flashed in his eyes. Some people even complained directly, "How long will it take to clean it up?" I heard that the battle this time was particularly fierce, and the marshal even went to the front line to supervise the battle personally. Ling Mo listened to these people's discussion for a while, but couldn't understand it, so he withdrew his attention. The marshal and the war were not her concerns now. However, not understanding it did not stop Ling Mo from taking it to heart. After all, She now had an official interstellar resident ID card. It is normal to be concerned about the interstellar situation. Whether you can understand it or not is another matter. But it doesn't matter if she doesn't understand. Even if she doesn't understand, others may understand. Suddenly, Ling Mo had an idea in his mind and said to Chia Man, you should sort out the situation in the interstellar space and the relationship between the various races and print them out. The more detailed, the better. Chia Han was puzzled and asked, what are you sorting these for?
Of course we're selling it.
Print a few more copies.
Ling Montaka minded.
I will definitely be able to sell it for a good price when I get back. Just when Ling Mo was thinking about how to price the information, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a round object. Originally, he thought it was just an ordinary energy core, but after seeing that there were no cracks on it, Ling Mo instantly became alert. This can't be a complete energy core. Ling Mo's heart was beating wildly. But after careful observation, Ling Mo discovered that the energy core in front of him seemed a little different from the other energy cores. First of all, in terms of size, this energy core is larger than other cores, and secondly, its color. The energy core is blue. At least the energy core here is blue, but this one is pale blue with a hint of pink. The last point is that Xiaobai in the space is so anxious that he is about to go to heaven, and even the spiritual lion that has been sleeping in the space has rarely woken up. He paced back and forth around Xiaobai, looking very anxious. Ling Mo couldn't understand what the lion wanted to do, but she knew what Xiaobai wanted to do. It wanted to eat the energy core in Ling Mo's hand. She had installed so many energy cores into the space before, but Xiaobai had no interest in it at all. Now he suddenly became interested, which made Ling Mo doubt whether the one in her hand was an energy core. Trying to scan it with her mental power, Ling Mo was horrified to find that this thing was actually alive and was devouring her mental power. Seeing this, Ling Mo still had something to understand. This was not an energy core at all. She didn't know what it was, but since Xiaobai wanted it, Ling Mo simply threw it to Xiaobai to deal with. After Xiaobai caught the thing that Ling Mo threw in, he opened his mouth and grabbed it, then turned around and ran away happily, with the lion following closely behind. Seeing this, Ling Mo ignored it. If something really happened to Xiaobai, she would be able to sense it the first time. It is more important to continue collecting energy cores now. With the experience just now, Ling Mo began to look carefully to see if there was anything else that had sneaked in. However, after searching for a long time, nothing was found. As time passed, Ling Mo became more and more skilled in collecting things. A puzzled voice came from not far away. Have you noticed that the speed at which the energy core went down this time seems to be exceptionally fast? I thought it was you guys. At this time, Ling Mo hid his achievements and fame. After getting along with them, she found that these recyclers were quite slow to react. My guess is that most of its energy is used to decompose the energy core, so its reaction to the outside world is always a beat slower. After getting the correct answer, Ling Mo began to become unscrupulous. Of course, she didn't dare to be too presumptuous. After all, there was a robot supervisor outside. I don't know how long it took, but the sky gradually darkened. At this time, Ling Mo's uneasiness became more and more intense, and his hands moved faster. In addition to the space inside, Ling Mo filled all his free space nodes with energy cores of 3 different shapes. When it was completely dark, she heard a familiar system prompt tone. Game time is up. All those who fail to complete the task within the specified time will be disqualified from the game. After 3 seconds, everyone will be teleported out of the dungeon. 3,
2,
1. So at the last second, Ling Mo reached out and held her in his arms, and then her eyes went dark. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in the room. She could hear the sound of insects hitting the window outside, but the sound seemed to be much smaller than before the game started. Ling Mo habitually exerted his mental power. When the spiritual power left the room and came outside, it shivered from the cold. Ling Mo became much more sober instantly. He quickly got out of bed and opened the curtains. The swarm of insects outside was still wreaking havoc, and white snowflakes were slowly falling from the sky. It's snowing. It seems that Fuyu's divination this time is as accurate as ever. At this time, Ling Mo still held the energy core he brought out from the game and 3 silver coins in his hand. Yes, only 3. If the silver coins Ling Mo spent on hiring the robot were taken into account, not only did she not make any profit in the game this time, she also lost a lot of money. Ling Mo naturally wouldn't care about this little money. After all, she could earn it back in minutes. First, put some of the things brought out from the game on the shelves, including various blind boxes, clothes, canned food, etc. And finally, the most important energy core. After marking the price, I put it up. Don't forget about the robots. Ling Mo only put 3 robots there to test the market. After doing these things, Ling Mo suddenly heard a shocked voice coming from downstairs. Driven by curiosity, Ling Mo opened the door and walked outside. When we got to the first floor, we saw Yi Kai and a few others circling around a robot. Hearing Yi Kai's words, Ling Mo was speechless. So you're so excited just because of this? Can you be more promising? After arriving downstairs, Ling Mo picked up the instruction manual placed aside and read it quickly. Housekeeping robot. No wonder Yi Kai said that just now. At this time, Zhang Xian said with regret, this robot is good, but the energy stones given are too few. It's not enough. In the system mall, 1 energy stone costs 5,000 gold coins. Having said that, he sighed heavily. Although he had just won 100,000 gold coins, he couldn't afford to spend them like this. Moreover, an energy stone can be used for 1 month if used normally. Does it seem long? But the point of this sentence is not 1 month, but normal use. The so-called normal use is just to turn on the robot and let it do some simple housework. Let me see what kind of energy stone it is. There was also a photo of the energy stone in the instruction manual. Ling Mo felt that it looked very familiar, but he was not sure. After Zhang Xian took out the so-called energy stone, Ling Mo patted him on the shoulder and said, "Use it freely. I'll take care of your energy stone." Zhang Xian took out a thumb-sized transparent blue disc. After a slow scan, it was found that this was the product processed after the fragments of the energy core were melted, and the energy inside was pitifully small. Moreover, Zhang Xian's robot does not require the so-called energy stone at all. As long as you stuff a piece of energy core fragment into it, it can be used for a long time, and you can use whatever function you want. After saying that, the 3 of them looked at her at the same time. Mo, are you rich? The speaker was Yi Kai. Not rich. Ling Mo pushed Yi Kai's face aside, then raised the energy core in his hand and said, "Does this look familiar?" The material of this thing seems to be the same as the energy stone in the boss's hand.
Fuyu said.
Be more confident and remove the word like. Ling Mo said, the one in Zhang Xian's hand is just a low-quality version. The one I have is his original appearance. After Ling Mo's explanation, the 3 of them understood the difference. This is like the difference between sewer water and honey. Not only is one of them useless when you drink it, it can also cause stomach upset. The other one is rich in nutrients and is a great product for beauty and whitening. Since this is a precious thing, why not exchange it with the base for something else? After all, it will be extremely cold soon. We might as well ask them to send more supplies. The energy stone in my hand should be able to last for a while. Zhang Xian said very seriously. Hearing this, Ling Mo just waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I brought back a lot of this kind of stuff." As he spoke, Ling Mo took out all the space buttons on his body. The 3 of them stared at her with wide eyes in shock. Mo, don't tell me that this is all in there. Of course not. Ling Mo picked out 2 1 cubic meter space buttons and said, "These are the things I bought in the game, and the rest are." The 3 of them were already exhausted. Although they brought back a lot of things, Zhang Xian even brought back a robot and 100,000 gold coins, but compared with Ling Mo, they suddenly felt far behind. What are you going to do with so many energy cores? Fuyu asked. Ling Mo thought for a moment and said, as usual, take some of it to exchange for things with the base, and keep some for yourself. Okay, then you take a look at the ones that you keep and leave the rest to us. By the way, is there anything you want? Zhang Xian asked. Ling Mo thought about it and didn't want anything, so he said, ask them if they have ice cream. Ice cream? It's getting extremely cold. Why are you eating ice cream? Yi Kai said with some disapproval, and don't you have a lot of ice grass? I suddenly wanted to eat it. If you eat too much ice-cooling grass, you'll get sick of it. Ling Mo said with a lot of reason. Okay, I'll ask for you, but whether it exists or not is another matter. Jiang Xian said truthfully. After all, the first apocalypse was extremely hot. In that case, there might have been no such thing as ice cream. Ling Mo just suddenly wanted to eat it. Even if the base didn't have it, she could still make it herself. She had ice fingers. Speaking of which, the next step is extreme cold, which is her comfort zone. All the blessings I received before can now be used. Because it was already night, Jiang Xian and his companions did not take any action immediately. Ling Mo, on the other hand, just symbolically took away some chipped energy cores. All the energy cores in the space hub were of the second and third types. Except for the one she took out at the beginning, all the complete energy cores were stored in the space by her. At the same time, except for new players, most of the old players immediately went to the Don't Miss It shop where they drank soy sauce and acted crazy after the game. As we all know, the Don't Miss It store only has new products at 6 o'clock every morning. But there is one exception, and that is the 5th floor. The 5th floor is where the treatment cabin and hibernation cabin are placed. In order to allow players to use them at any time, the 5th floor is open all day. In fact, Ling Mo's shop was originally open all day, but the goods in it would be sold out as quickly as possible after being put on the shelves. She had no choice but to close the shop early. At this time, the 5th floor was already full, and there were still many people queuing up with numbers behind. On the next day, when the time came, almost everyone rushed into the Don't Miss It store where people were drunk and acting crazy. Even if you don't have money, it's good to be able to take a look and broaden your horizons. Besides, there are still some benefits to be gained here. That place that specializes in selling medicines has 10 spots available every day for physical examinations, and it is said that the results are particularly accurate. After the physical examination, the corresponding medicine will be recommended. It is said that after getting a spot for a physical examination, you no longer need to queue up to buy medicine, and you will be able to buy 100%. But the prerequisite is that the medicine you buy must be the corresponding medicine to treat your body. There are so many blind boxes. I bought so many after drinking soy sauce and going crazy. There are even blind boxes of spaceships. I packed these blind boxes in the previous mission. As long as I collect all of them, I can build a complete spaceship. This is the routine. The parts inside are definitely incomplete and can never be put together. So are you going to buy it? As expected, everything in Ling Mo's shop was quickly sold out. There were even countless people who sent private messages to Ling Mo in the background, wanting her to put up more blind boxes, especially the spaceship blind box. Ling Mo only had 5 of the spaceship blind boxes this time. Those countries that grabbed the blind box after opening the blind box not only got a spaceship part but also a spaceship blueprint. Although this drawing was very crude, it was enough to make the scientists lose sleep and forget about food. Early in the morning, after Ling Mo got up, he first went to the window. It has been snowing outside since yesterday. It was just a light snow at first, but now it has turned into a heavy snow. A thick layer of snow has accumulated on the ground, and the insects have disappeared without a trace. The whole world seemed to be on mute. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. When I went downstairs, I found that there was no one downstairs. I guess that they must have taken the energy core to the base. There was a cold breakfast on the table. Ling Mo picked up the breakfast on the table and started eating. The temperature outside is dropping rapidly now, but because of the good warming measures, the temperature inside the house is still above 0, so Ling Mo's body has not undergone any major changes for the time being. The skin just became a few shades whiter and the hair color became a lot lighter. Ling Mo looked at his bloodless lips and found an everyday lipstick from the space and put it on. After applying it, I looked at myself in the mirror and felt much better. Otherwise, my face and mouth were pale, and my skin was so pale that I looked like a person who had been dead for 3 days. Ling Mo wondered whether she should put on some fake natural makeup. This way, when the weather gets really cold, you won't scare others. I opened the game private message and found the 1, 2, 3 wooden man at the top position. When she opened the dialogue box, as expected, this person had been harassing her continuously for a long time. 1, 2, 3 wooden man, Brother 9, we want all the spaceship blind boxes you have. The price is negotiable. Ling Mo of course knew what this person was planning, and she did not hide it, and said bluntly, "Drunk and crazy. Even if you buy all the spaceship blind boxes, I can't guarantee that you can put together a complete spaceship. After all, this is a blind box. Everyone who knows the blind box routine knows it." There was silence for a moment. About 2 minutes later, 1, 2, 3 wooden man sent another message. 1, 2, 3 wooden man, Brother 9, we are so familiar with each other now. Can we drinking soy sauce and acting crazy? No. 1, 2, 3 wooden man, I haven't even stated my request yet, and you're already saying no. I drank soy sauce and acted crazy. I won't accept discounts. 1, 2, 3 wooden man. It's not a discount drinking soy sauce and going crazy. It doesn't make any sense. 1, 2, 3 wooden man. It's not this either. I'm drunk and crazy. I won't open all the spaceship blind boxes just to get a complete one for you. As soon as the message was sent, the other side fell silent again. Obviously, Ling Mo guessed right again this time. 1, 2, 3 wooden man did indeed plan this. On the other side, 1, 2, 3 wooden man sighed as he looked at the private message interface. Although I knew the result would be like this, I was still very disappointed after being rejected. That's a spaceship. Although they had bought a lot of combat mechas and combat ships from the drunkard before, it was still far from enough. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye can tell that the spaceship parts in the blind box are much more advanced than those they bought before. Experts with experience in this area concluded at just one glance that the spacecraft parts in the spacecraft blind box were more advanced than the combat spacecraft they had purchased before. For example, if what they bought before was a motorcycle, then what is in the spaceship blind box is a big truck. The two are not on the same track at all. After calming down a little, 1, 2, 3 wooden man sent another message. 1, 2, 3 wooden man, blind boxes are not okay, but what about other things? How many robots and the like do you have? To be honest, Ling Mo herself doesn't know how many robots she has now. At first, we bought a large number of them from the blind box processing factory, and later we bought a batch of special cleaning robots from other processing factories. However, she does not plan to sell all of them to China this time. After these transactions, Ling Mo found that China's purchasing power had obviously declined. This is probably because China is now focusing most of its energy on Qingyang Star. All the soldiers who had retired also returned to the army one after another. Among them, most people were sent to develop Qingyang Star or other planets. In addition to China, other countries are also gradually developing the mineral veins they have acquired at auction. Moreover, there's a saying that too much is as bad as too little. Ling Mo has already given China too many benefits. Although from Ling Mo's perspective, it is natural for her to help her country, and no one else has the right to interfere. But she thinks this way, but not everyone thinks this way. During this period, she has been following the developments of other countries through her golden eye. Compared with China, it is no exaggeration to describe other countries as on Earth. Abroad, the gap between the rich and the poor is huge. The lives of the rich are no different from before the apocalypse, but the poor are miserable. Not all countries are as responsible to their people as China. It's off. According to the observation of the Golden Sky Eye, several countries have secretly formed an alliance to deal with China. It is true that fear will gradually fade away. These people have forgotten what happened to the Red Dot country before. Although Ling Mo didn't think these people could accomplish anything, as the saying goes, there is a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Therefore, Ling Mo decided to give out some good stuff appropriately. Of course, whether they could get them or not was another matter. Thinking of this, Ling Mo simply edited a message and sold the robots and cleaning robots he brought back in groups of 100 at noon on a first-come, first-served basis, while they were sold out. After all, he had promised the robot that he would help his brothers and sisters find a suitable home. As soon as the news came out, it quickly caused an uproar. Especially the very detailed introduction to the robot above made people very excited. On the other side, Xie Qinggang was discussing the price of the transaction with Jiang Xian and others, but when he turned around, he received such news. So, he went to question the 1, 2, 3 wooden men angrily. What's going on? Did you drink soy sauce and go crazy? The wooden man was grimacing in pain because his ears were grabbed and begged for mercy repeatedly. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. You still feel the pain. What's going on? How did you offend him and become drunk and crazy? Xie Qingnu said. How can you be sure that I was the one who offended them? Sen muttered while rubbing his ears. You didn't offend him. Why did you release such a message? Xie Qing was still very angry. That's a robot. Captain, listen to me first. Who said I didn't win the deal? Brother Nine said he left half for us. After hearing what San Mutu said, Xie Cheng's attitude finally softened. Meanwhile, on the other side, while the others hadn't returned yet, Ling Mo poked open the blocked chimney. A large pile of insect corpses fell directly into the fireplace down the chimney. Fortunately, Ling Mo was prepared and was not hit in the face by the ash in the chimney. After cleaning the surroundings, Ling Mo lit the fireplace. As the flames burned more and more vigorously, the originally cold home finally had a hint of warmth. Ling Mo went upstairs and changed into a set of furry coral fleece pajamas that looked very warm and comfortable. He took a coral fleece blanket, then dragged a lazy sofa to the fireplace, holding a warm pillow in his arms. Although she is not afraid of the cold, it does not stop her from warming herself by the fire. It would be nice if we could have barbecue again at this time. However, at this time, Ling Mo was lying on the lazy sofa, too comfortable to move. He took out a cup of hot cocoa from the space, drank it slowly, took out his tablet, and started watching the animation that he had cached before. After watching about 2 episodes of anime, the door was pushed open from the outside, and Jiang Xian and the other 2, wrapped tightly, came back from outside, looking exhausted. When he came back, he saw Ling Mo warming himself by the fire with a comfortable look on his face. Jiang Xian said, "You really know how to enjoy yourself." Ling Mo sincerely invited the 3 of them. Want to join us? There are 3 new lazy sofas over there. After taking off his outer clothes, Fuyu, whose entire body had turned white, stood out among the 3. However, Fuyu didn't care about it at all. He glanced at the 3 obviously brand new lazy sofas in the living room and asked curiously, "Did you just buy these?" "I guess so. I bought it online in the game." As soon as Ling Mo finished speaking, Jiang Xian and the other 2 fell into silence. Game? Online shopping? What a niche word this is. Can I shop online in the game? Yi Kai asked. Ling Mo nodded. To us it's a game world, but it's also the real world. There are shopping festivals there, so why can't we shop online? 3 people. That we are speechless. Did you use the smart computer to shop online? Fuyu asked. What if I don't use the smart computer? Should I use my mobile phone? But doesn't online shopping take time? How can you be sure that the courier will reach you?
Ling Montag schroget.
That's so easy. Just determine the delivery address, ask in advance when it can be delivered, and choose the one that can be delivered on the same day. It seems seemingly as if probably there is nothing wrong with doing this. So, why didn't they think of it? After a moment's silence, the 3 of them decisively returned to the room, took off their heavy clothes, and changed into warm home clothes. With the constant temperature clothes and the extremely hot mushrooms, even if you don't have a plug-in like Ling Mo, you won't feel cold. The 4 of them sat in a circle around the fireplace, on the lazy sofa, holding the pillows provided by Ling Mo in their arms, and each holding a cup of hot cocoa, drinking and chatting. Fortunately, I listened to Mo and built a warm plastic shed outside. It is indeed much warmer. The 3 of them had just returned from the base, where the temperature was not as high as that at home. By the way, Momo, here are the things you exchanged for the energy core.
Keep them.
There is the ice cream you want in it. Ling Mo took the space button handed over by Jiang Xian and put it away. Momo, the energy core you took out is also sold in the store where you drank soy sauce and acted crazy. This means that you 2 may have gone to the same place. Momo, did you see him? Hearing this, Ling Imo shook her head and said, I didn't see it. She didn't look in the mirror, so how could she see herself? The people around me are all strangers. By the way, where did you get so many energy cores? Jiang Xian asked curiously. After hearing this, Ling Imo turned around and blinked at him. I think it's better for you not to know. Hearing her words, Yi Kai's curiosity was aroused. Why? Is this a secret that cannot be told? He took a sip of the hot cocoa in his hand and said, It's not that I can't tell you. I'm just afraid you won't be able to accept it. We can all face the end of the world calmly. If there is anything we cannot accept, just tell me. Seeing that the three men insisted, Ling Imo slowly uttered 3 words, garbage dump. Jiang Xian and the other 2 wondered if they had heard it wrong. Yi Kai repeated again, without giving up, garbage dump?
Ling Montag nodded.
Why, you look down on the garbage dump. Before the end of the world, collecting garbage every month made more money than working at your job. When Ling Imo said this, he was extremely proud. What's wrong with garbage? Let's turn it into treasure. By the way, when we came back earlier, Captain Xie Qingxia told us that the temperature might drop further and asked us to take protective measures and not go out unless necessary. Jiang Xian said, What else do we need to prepare? We have already made all the necessary preparations. All we can do now is wait. Yi Kai said. Ling Imo looked at the flames burning in the fireplace and said slowly, Based on our previous experience with extreme heat, we may have to go through an ice age. We don't know how long this extreme cold will last. Based on the experience of previous natural disasters, this extreme cold will probably last for several months. A few months is neither long nor short. During this period, no one knows how many people will die because of this. Although there are a lot of heating devices in Ling Mo's space, no matter how many there are, they're far less than the number of people on Blue Star, so she can only use them for her own people first. As for the others, she could only say that she could do nothing to help. At this time, Fu Yu, who was standing by, looked at a tarot card in his hand and said, This natural disaster may last longer than the previous ones. Ling Imo was the first to react and asked, What did you predict? I predicted that this natural disaster will last for at least a year. This is the best possible outcome. Ever since they learned that this extreme cold disaster would last for at least a year, the mood of Ling Imo and his companions became very low. However, this sentiment did not last long. After all, they have enough supplies and games, so compared to other people, their lives are already as good as they can be. Gradually, they returned to their normal lives. However, the temperature dropped faster than they expected. The temperature in the room was above 0 the day before, but this morning it was below 0. Ling Imo touched her cold quilt and thought, luckily she was not afraid of the cold, otherwise she would have been woken up by the temperature. I looked at my hair again, and as expected, it had all turned snow white. Ling Imo stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself in the mirror, who was pale and looked like a dead person. It is no exaggeration to say that if she saw this scene at night, she would be scared to death. Take out the cosmetics that have been prepared long ago one by one, and then start to put on makeup. After about half an hour of hard work, the painting was finally finished. I looked at myself in the mirror again and breathed a sigh of relief. I finally looked like a living person. It was not easy. Before going out, Ling Imo first glanced out the window and saw that the snow had not stopped falling. Large flakes of snow fell from the sky like goose feathers. Ling Imo had never seen such big snowflakes. Even the snowflakes on the ice planet before were not as big as this one. It was white everywhere outside. If you ignore the freezing temperature, this scene is quite beautiful. No wonder so many people like to enjoy the snow. When they arrived on the first floor, Jiang Xian and the other 2 woke up early and curled up in the lazy sofa, holding a cup of steaming hot water in their hands. In front of the fireplace, there is a pile of skewered ingredients, including vegetables and meat. The key is to match the meat and vegetables. A robot is diligently helping to grill, and then hands the grilled food to several people. You guys will enjoy it. Hearing Ling Mo's voice, the 3 turned around and saw a person in white. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were startled.
Montag.
How come you've become like this? Are you the same as Fuyu? Ling Mo nodded. I also ate snow chestnuts. This is a side effect. As long as the temperature drops, my whole body will turn white. Ye Kai looked Ling Mo up and down, and after a moment, he gave a fair evaluation. He's quite good-looking, much better looking than Fuyu's dead face. As if he felt that this was not enough, Ye Kai moved closer to Fuyu and continued, tell me if what I said is right. Then, he was slapped in the face by Fuyu. Then Fuyu looked at Ling Mo and saw something wrong at a glance. After all, he had seen what it looked like when it was cold and turned white. You wear makeup? Ling Mo nodded. I'm afraid I'll scare you guys if I don't put on makeup. It is impossible to go out in extremely cold weather, but this does not have much impact on Ling Mo and the others because they do not go out often. Looking at the snow outside, Ling Mo suddenly thought, is this snow clean? Wait a minute, check the snow. A few minutes later, after testing, it was found that the snow contained a small amount of dust. Eating a small amount will not cause harm to people, but eating a large amount may cause diarrhea and other signs of food poisoning. It is recommended to heat it before use. After getting the result, Ling Mo nodded and said, okay, it looks like there's no big problem. At the same time, the clothes she had brought back from the garment processing factory have now become hot items in her shop. Because these clothes have some warmth-keeping effect, although they are not as good as constant temperature clothes, their prices are much cheaper than constant temperature clothes. All of a sudden, it became difficult to find clothes. In addition, blind boxes are also well received. In this situation, everyone is trapped at home. When people have free time, they want to find something else to pass the time besides eating and sleeping. Lingma's blind box just meets this requirement. Most people can't afford those spaceship blind boxes, but other ordinary blind boxes are still fine. Because Ling Mo's blind boxes come from the interstellar, no matter what comes out, it will be very. Moreover, there are many people who really come up with good things. The base has also introduced a new regulation for this purpose, which is to recycle the items opened from the blind boxes, with different items corresponding to different prices. But generally speaking, the prices of these things are higher than those of blind boxes. After some people open the blind box, if they don't need it, they will sell it to the base or to other people who want it. By doing this, you can relieve your boredom and make money at the same time, which is really killing two birds with one stone. Before the internet was completely paralyzed, some people posted their unboxing videos, which attracted a lot of attention. Ye Kai is one of them. In the previous transactions, except for Ling Mo, the other three people were not short of money, but their money was not as exaggerated as hers. Ling Mo once again glanced at Ye Kai, who had bought a bunch of blind boxes, then looked at the things he had unpacked next to him, then turned to look at Jiang Xian. Are you really not going to stop it? Although the money for the blind box eventually went to her, was it really okay for Ye Kai to do this? Was he too bored because he hadn't bought anything for too long? But that doesn't make sense. Her shop wasn't opened yesterday. Jiang Xian just glanced at him calmly and said lightly, don't worry about him. He will stop when he has had enough fun. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene around him began to change. The original walls and floors turned into forests and grass, and the lazy sofa under my ace turned into stone. Jiang Xian was shocked by this sudden change. Fuyu, who had just come out of the kitchen, saw the changes in the living room. His hands loosened, and with a pop, the things in his hands fell to the ground, and the hot water spilled all over the floor. Soon, the surrounding scene flashed, and in the blink of an eye it returned to its original state. Jiang Xian and Fuyu's eyes fell on Ye Kai. At this time, Ye Kai was taking the atmosphere, making chip off his body. He noticed two hot gazes and looked up in confusion. Why are you looking at me? What was that just now? Jiang Xian asked first. I just took out the atmosphere making chip from a blind box. Recently, there have been a lot of videos like this on video websites. At first, I thought it was a special effect, but I didn't expect it to be from a blind box. So I bought one to try. Hearing this, Ling Mo searched on the internet. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. There are angels coming, Thor's hammer, laws of heaven and earth, and everything else. Some people have even used this to proclaim themselves gods and preach on the internet. Look at this. Ling Morang projected a video onto a screen specially used for watching movies. In the video, a blonde and blue-eyed man in a white robe is kneeling devoutly. Behind him, a six-winged angel holding a holy sword and radiating golden light stands there quietly. Isn't this also made from that atmosphere-creating chip? Jiang Xin asked. It's almost certain that this video was transmitted from abroad. In addition, there are more people playing with memes in various ways on the internet. The one that Yikai used just now is considered child's play here, the kind that few people would buy if you take it out. Jiang Xin and Fui were also in a trance when they saw this scene. They just haven't paid attention to the information online in the past 2 days, but it feels like a long time has passed. However, these background special effects look really good, especially the one of Thor arriving. Jiang Xin felt that the special effects of the Thor's arrival in the video just now were particularly suitable for him. So, Jiang Xin clicked on the shop where the drunk man had drunk soy sauce without hesitation, wanting to buy a blind box as well. As a result, as soon as he entered, he saw an empty shop. There was nothing inside except the shelves. Oh no, there's someone else. Are blind boxes available every day? The speaker was Fuyu. Obviously, he had just come out of the shop where he was drunk and asked this question when he saw the empty shelves inside. As an old customer who has frequently visited the store in recent days, Yikai knows all about this. The drunken shops usually start stocking up at 6 a.m. and so do the blind boxes. However, at noon, a new wave of blind boxes will be available, but the types are random and will be sold out very quickly. After all, people all over the world are staring at the Drunk and Crazy Don't Miss It store, and no matter what new items are available there, they will be scrambled for by countless people. It can be said that if you want to get your favorite blind box, hand speed alone is not enough. You also need luck. If you want the chip just now, I have several blind boxes here. Because Ling Mo helped to open the back door, Yikai's luck has always been incredibly good. However, Yikai has never gotten what he wanted, and he has sold several of them not long ago. The chip that she just took out was still not what she wanted. Why is it so difficult to get what you want from a blind box? Alas, life is not easy, I sigh. Jiang Xin and Fi did not make any formalities with Yikai and took over all the chip blind boxes from him without any hesitation. Don't sell the chip you just opened. Keeping it will just help change the environment. Jiang Xin said. If nothing unexpected happens, they will have to stay with Bai Shui for a long time. Keeping the chip just now can just improve our living environment. Although it is fake, it is good to deceive yourself visually. If that's all, I have something better. Ling Mo said, slowly raising his hand. Then she snapped her fingers, and immediately afterwards, the surrounding environment began to change as if by magic. After about 10 seconds, the scene in front of the people turned into blue sea and sky, golden beach, green forest, so realistic that it seemed like the real thing. At this moment, a gust of wind blew by, and several people subconsciously closed their eyes, but they felt nothing. Then they realized that it was fake. Mo, why do I feel that your chip is better than mine? Yikai asked. Be more confident and get rid of your feelings. My chip is better than yours. Ing Tong said because I bought this chip with money, not from a blind box. Hearing this, Yikai sighed deeply. Is this what you get for your money? Because the temperature is getting colder, several people no longer go back to their rooms. The lazy sofa that Ling Mo brought back was big enough to be used as a bed. The angle could be adjusted freely, and it could also heat automatically. The four of them slept around the fireplace. Because the living room is too big and the heat dissipates quickly, Ling Mo specially used wooden boards to separate a small room in the living room. In this way, he can enjoy the warmth to the greatest extent. That night, Ling Mo was suddenly awakened from his sleep, and the sound of whistling wind was heard outside. She looked at the thermometer next to her and found that the temperature had dropped again. However, this was not the reason why Ling Mo woke up. She felt that there seemed to be something wandering outside. Ling Mo's mental power captured the figure of that thing, but its speed was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other party seemed to want to enter the room, but was very afraid of something in the house. Did he know that he was exposed? After telling him to wait and pay attention to the situation outside, Ling and Mo yawned and fell asleep again. The next day, the snow outside still hadn't stopped, but it had become much lighter. Ling and Mo came outside. The plastic sheeting outside the house was not damaged, and there were no traces left in the yard. After all, it had been snowing last night, and even if there were any traces left, they would have been buried by the snow long ago. Several people started shoveling snow with snow shovel equipment in their hands. After several days of continuous snowfall, the snow has become thicker and thicker. In order to prevent the houses from being buried and the roofs from being crushed, everyone will go out to shovel snow when the snow stops or is light. The snow in the base will be handled by robots. All you need to do is put the snow in your yard and on the roof at the door, and someone will come to deal with it. That's right. All these robots were bought from Ling Mo. They are now in use and have received widespread acclaim. Since Ling Mo and his team have a robot, everything they do is much easier. Speaking of the robot Jiang Xian, he is the kind of person that people don't want to be jealous of. Among them, the base is the most active and has come here several times. But from beginning to end, Jiang Xian had only 2 words: not to sell. Look what this is. Hearing Yi Kai's voice, Ling Mo and the others looked over curiously. Yi Kai swept away the snow, revealing a huge, icy footprint. The footprint has 4 toes in total, so it is obvious that this is not a human footprint. Looking at the size of the footprints, they seem to be left by some kind of wild beast.
For you said.
Ling Mo asked Xiaoman to scan the footprints, but also did not get any results. In other words, this is most likely a newly emerged species. I will report this matter to the base. Jiang Xian said. After all, the appearance of suspected wild animal traces in the base is not a good thing. As he spoke, Jiang Xian walked outside, leaving a few people behind to continue cleaning the snow in the yard. Ling Mo was working with tools in his hands. Suddenly, at a certain moment, he wanted to eat a whole roasted lamb. Just do it. In such a cold day, there is nothing better than eating a delicious and hot roasted whole lamb. Wait a minute, how much mutton is left in this space? Half of the warehouse left. Wait a minute, and answer truthfully. Because Ling Mo brought out a lot of canned meat from the game this time. Because these products are nearing their expiration dates, we have been mainly selling canned meat these days. Because of its affordable price, it is very popular among customers. 1 can of food is enough for 1 person to eat for several days if eaten sparingly. Ling Mo thought about it and decided to temporarily put a batch of mutton on the shelf. The bad thing about hiding your identity is that you need to find an excuse to eat something. However, if she were to choose again, she would still choose to hide her identity. Let's not wait. The mutton issue will be arranged soon. Seeing this, Ling Mo said to the 2 people who were sweeping the snow not far away, after sweeping the snow, let's go eat roasted whole lamb. Roasted lamb. Hearing these 3 words, Yi Kai's eyes lit up instantly. He had no doubt that Ling Mo was just talking casually. According to Yi Kai's understanding of Ling Mo, since she said so, it means that she has already taken care of the most important whole sheep. The shop where I just drank soy sauce and acted crazy has new products? Fu Yu asked. Even if he didn't think about it, the only people who could come up with a whole roasted lamb at this time, apart from the country, some large organizations and wealthy people, could only do that if they were drunk. With the roasted whole lamb in front of them, the movements of the few people were obviously much faster. After clearing all the snow in the yard, Ling Mo took out the whole sheep. As for the equipment for roasting whole lamb, it is all available in the villa. Now there is only one last question left. Where are we grilling? Outside? That's a bit too ostentatious. Although people living in Area A have enough food and drink, they openly roast a whole lamb in the yard, which seems like an intentional display of wealth. Let's go into the room. Ling Mo suggested. Roasting a whole lamb in the room. What if it catches fire? They were just playing around in the fireplace before, but if a fire really started, it would be no joke. The house is a small matter, but they will end up wandering the streets. If I had known earlier, I would have made the fireplace bigger.
Ye Kai siket.
It's true that money can't buy you early knowledge. Ling Mo thought for a moment and said, Move all the extra furniture in the room to the second floor, and then build a layer of protection underneath to prevent the floor from being burned through. Pay attention to ventilation, and there should be no problem. In the end, Ye Kai and Fuyu couldn't resist the temptation of the roasted whole lamb and agreed to this seemingly dangerous, but actually unsafe method. This is the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse. Otherwise, this one operation would be enough to send all of them in, and they might even be on the news. In this way, Ye Kai and Fuyu were responsible for the initial preparations, while Ling Mo was responsible for marinating the lamb with seasonings. At the same time, Ye Kai and Fuyu also saw Ling Mo's portable kitchen for the first time. Looking at the small box, which turned into a fully equipped kitchen in the blink of an eye, Ye Kai was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Momo, isn't this also an item you got in the game? This shouldn't be considered a prop. Ling Mo said after thinking for a while. If it's not a prop, then what is it? Fuyu asked puzzledly. Kitchen utensils. This seems to be produced by a company in the interstellar space.
Ling Montag explained.
An hour later, when Jiang Xian came back from outside, he saw that his house had changed a lot. Except for their few lazy sofas, all other furniture disappeared. The door is closed, but the windows are open. Is the house robbed? But when I thought about it carefully, I felt that it was impossible. After all, there is no thief who specifically targets furniture to steal nowadays. Looking around, I saw that in addition to the furniture, there were many other things in the living room. Some cement and bricks and what looked like a house. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Ling Mo came out with a whole marinated lamb in one hand. Following behind him were Ye Kai and Jiang Xian, who wanted to help but didn't know how to start. What are you doing? He had just left for a while, and these people were causing trouble again. Hearing the voice, Ye Kai turned around and saw Jiang Xian standing at the door. He quickly called out, "Boss, come over and help us. We are having roasted whole lamb today." Roasted lamb? Before Jiang Xian's brain could react, his body had already stepped forward to help. So, this is why you left the house like this? We can't really grill them in the yard, Ye Kai said. What if the neighbors see us? Should we share them or not? No, it feels weird when they eat in front of others, and I feel guilty about it. But let them share among their neighbors, so that with the first one comes the second, the third, the fourth. They don't want to do such thankless work. So, I could only eat secretly in the house. Jiang Xian seemed to be convinced by this reason. After Ling Mo and his companions finished the preparations, they left the rest to the robots. During this process, Ye Kai constantly used his talent to create wind in the room, directing all the smoke outside. On this day, the entire Area A was filled with the aroma of roasted whole lamb, and even Area B, which was closer to Area A, could smell it. Many people came outside, smelled the aroma of roasted lamb in the air, and couldn't help swallowing. At the same time, Ling Mo and others. A wood fire was burning in the middle of the living room floor, warming the whole room. On the fire, a sheep was being roasted continuously, and the air was filled with the rich smell of cumin. What did the base say? Ling Mo asked curiously. She was sure that the footprints were left by the creature that flashed by last night, but she couldn't say it out loud at this moment. Captain Xie said that we are not the first to find such footprints. They have also found several. In addition, several players have talents related to hearing. They are very sure that something entered the base last night, but left soon after. Jiang Xian told everyone what he had heard. Did anything happen inside the base? Fuyu asked. Yes, the temperature suddenly dropped last night. I don't know how many people froze to death, especially the elderly. Fortunately, the base took the children away before otherwise. Otherwise, the death toll would have doubled. The mutton fat dripped onto the burning firewood, making crackling sounds. The aroma of the meat became stronger and stronger, and soon attracted the attention of Ling Mo and others. Without caring about chatting, Ling Mo couldn't wait to take out a knife, found a cooked part, cut a piece, and put it in his mouth. It smells good, but the taste is a little bland. It seems that the marinating time is too short. Who made you so impatient? You're already grilling it after only marinating it for a dozen minutes. Jiang Xian also picked up the dagger and cut a piece of mutton and put it in his mouth. It is indeed a little bland, but it is not hopeless. It should be just right to eat with some dipping sauce. Ling Mo quickly found several kinds of seasonings from the space button and placed them in front of them, allowing them to mix whatever flavor they wanted. For the next while, the only sounds in the room were the movie and the sounds of people eating meat and drinking drinks. Ling Mo and his companions are all gifted people whose talents have been awakened, and their appetites are much bigger than those of ordinary people. One sheep may seem like a lot, but the 4 people only ate one until they were 70% full. Then they asked the robot to make them some grilled skewers, which was a perfect ending. Because of the weather, there was no sign of the sun in the sky even during the day. Moreover, it is getting dark very quickly now. Even though it is only afternoon, the sky has already started to get dark. The snow, which had originally been getting smaller, started to grow larger again. Ling Mo and his companions cleaned up the leftovers and closed the windows to keep the wind, snow, and cold out. At night, there was a rustling sound suddenly coming from outside. Ling Mo was about to remind the others when he discovered that Jiang Xian and the others were all looking outside vigilantly. This time, Ling Mo's mental power saw it very clearly, and it turned out to be a person made of ice. Compared to ordinary people, these people are stronger and taller. His whole body was made of transparent ice, his eyes were indifferent, and he walked towards their house step by step, but stopped when he touched the house. It seemed to be the same yesterday. Looking down, what comes into view is a pair of huge feet. With every step, the snow under the feet will quickly melt and then quickly freeze again. Now Ling Mo finally knew how those footprints were formed. The other party did not move forward, but stood there motionless. Only then did Ling Mo realize that these unknown creatures made of ice were actually wearing human clothes. Ling Mo tried to use his mental power to get closer to the other person, but when he was about to get close, he was chilled by the cold air emanating from the other person. So cold. Fortunately, the other party did not stand there for long. After about 5 minutes, it disappeared. Jiang Xian and his companions breathed a sigh of relief when they realized that the creatures outside had disappeared. "Boss, you guys felt it just now, right?" Yi Kai said in a low voice. Jiang Xian nodded. "I just don't know what it is." "No matter what it is, it's not a good thing," Ling Mo said slowly. "I did a divination once." As soon as Fu Yu opened his mouth, he instantly attracted the attention of Ling Mo and others. The 3 of them looked at him in unison, waiting for Fu Yu's divination results. Fu Yu did not hesitate to tell the court the result of his divination. "I divined that the thing outside just now seemed to be related to snow. The hexagram showed that this thing was very dangerous. They could only move around at night when the wind and snow fell, and they were very afraid of fire." After hearing Fu Yu's words, several people couldn't help but look at the fire burning in the fireplace. No wonder they only dared to stop outside and didn't dare to get any closer. It turned out they were afraid of fire. Jiang Xian did not delay and sent everything that had just happened and Fu Yu's divination to Xie Cheng through the intelligent computer. Perhaps it was because he was too nervous just now. As soon as he relaxed, sleepiness came over him and Ling Mo fell asleep quickly. A dreamless night. The next day, Ling Mo did not get up immediately after waking up, but stayed in the warm bed. "I don't want to get up, let alone put on makeup." As the weather got colder, Ling Mo and Fu Yu's skin became whiter and whiter, even to a scary degree. In Yi Kai's words, if the 2 of them just put on white clothes and lay down in the snow, no one would be able to find them. Ling Mo and Fu Yu had no way to deal with this. After all, this side effect was permanent. Moreover, the more snow chestnuts you eat, the more obvious this side effect will be. It was obvious that both Ling Mo and Fu Yu had eaten a lot, which was why they were in this state now. Ling Mo is better than Fu Yu because her hair is not completely white due to the blessing. Ling Mo, who didn't want to get up, simply lay down on the sofa and used his golden sky eye to observe the situation on Qingyang's star. Unlike the heavy snow on Blue Star at this time, Qingyang's star is still full of vitality. Qingyang's star and Blue Star not only have similar environments, but also very similar seasons. They also have 4 different seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, but each season lasts twice as long as on Blue Star. That is to say, a year on the Blue Star has 12 months, but a year on the Qingyang Star has 24 months. Ling Mo learned all this from the flower elves. At this time in the Qingyang Star, a golden eye suddenly appeared in the sky, looking left and right in a sneaky manner. Everyone is used to this. After all, similar things have happened many times. They have even guessed that the person behind this golden eye is a drunk and crazy person. Therefore, the people working here only think that she is here as a construction worker. Whenever the golden eye appears, everyone's work attitude becomes extra serious and hardworking. Just like the previous extreme heat, the temperature is changing dramatically every day. The only difference is that when it is extremely hot, the temperature rises, but now the temperature is dropping. Ling Mo looked at the thermometer. The temperature had reached the lowest limit of the thermometer. Now, all bases are calling on everyone to gather together for warmth to ensure that more people can survive. Even so, people now dare not close their eyes easily. Because no one knows whether you can wake up again next time after closing your eyes this time. Therefore, even if they were sleepy, they did not dare to fall asleep easily. Only when they were extremely sleepy, they dared to close their eyes and take a nap. Even so, people around them will wake them up quickly, for fear that they have fallen into a deep sleep. The constant temperature clothes and superheated mushrooms were sold at sky-high prices at this time. Those who had stockpiled large quantities of extremely hot mushrooms during the extremely hot period were not afraid at this time. They even hoped that the temperature would continue to drop. There is a saying that goes, "The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish," and the same goes for the super hot mushroom. The lower the temperature, the higher the price of the supertherm mushroom will be. Although constant temperature clothing is good, the quantity is limited after all, and it is impossible to provide one for each person. Moreover, the constant temperature suit has a temperature limit, but the extreme heat mushroom is different. One extremely hot mushroom, if cut into slices, is enough for one person to eat for a long time. In order to prevent too many people from dying of the cold, several people began to distribute small pills that could make the body warm. A tablet is only about 5 millimeters in size, and taking it once can keep the body warm for about 5 hours. Each person can only take one pill like this per day. Although they were called for collection, considering the temperature outside, the soldiers from the base, wearing thermostatic suits and fully armed, delivered the items door to door. People treasure these life-saving pills and only take them when they can no longer hold on. Some people have even figured out countless ways to eat it, such as grinding it into powder or drinking it with water. Ling Mo and his companions naturally also got this kind of pills. Unlike the others who only gave one bottle at a time, given that they had provided a lot of good things to the base before, the base generously gave each person a bottle. There are about 100 tablets in each bottle. Ling Mo took a pill the moment he got it. After tasting it carefully, he said with certainty, "It tastes like the extreme heat mushroom." After taking the pills, Ling Mo could clearly feel his body starting to heat up, which was the same symptom as after eating the super heat mushroom. Jiang Xian looked at the pills in his hand and said, "It should be that the superheated mushrooms were dried and ground into powder and then compressed into pills. The effect of dried superheated mushrooms is 10 times stronger than that of fresh superheated mushrooms." Ling Mo made a rough estimate that one extremely hot mushroom could produce at least thousands of such tablets. Don't doubt it, because she also tasted flour in it. The temperature has continued to drop recently, but the business in Ling Mo's store has not been affected much. Most of these people have previously purchased constant temperature clothing or have stockpiled a large number of extremely hot mushrooms. Due to the influence of the weather, fewer and fewer people cook at home. After all, cooking a meal requires a lot of firewood. Now that it's so cold outside, firewood is completely scarce. In this case, radish becomes the most popular food because it can be eaten raw. But not everyone can afford to buy military rations. Thinking of the nutrient solution production lines in the space, Ling Mo asked, "Wait a minute, have you figured out what those production lines are?" Because no instructions were found when they were first purchased, these nutrient solution production lines were not put into use immediately after they were received. "We have already figured it out and can put it into use right now because the elves were wealthy. They bought the latest products at the time and high-end versions. Many parts were even customized to better meet the elves' needs. After all, the elves use these machines to make sugar, not produce nutrient solution. This is like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito, which is really a waste of talent. At this time, 3 production lines began to operate in the space. It just so happened that Yun Haixing had just sent over a large batch of military rations not long ago, and the space had also harvested a lot, but had not yet sold them outside. Ling Mo now put one on it to try the effect. About 2 minutes later, the nutrient solution came out from the other side. A well-growing vine of Artemisia celingensis can produce nearly 100 bottles of nutrient solution. This efficiency is too high. It's not more profitable than selling military supplies. Ling Mo quickly ran the 3 production lines at full capacity, and a large amount of nutrient solution was produced. The remaining residue can also be used as fertilizer. After all the radishes are processed into nutrient solution, the question becomes what price to set. The nutrient solution produced by Ling Mo this time is a low-end version, containing nothing but radish. Apart from filling the stomach, it has no special function and tastes just like radish. After thinking about it, Ling Mo simply set the lowest price the system could offer, 3 copper coins for a bottle of nutrient solution. If you don't have copper coins, you can exchange them for other things. As soon as the nutrient solution was put on the shelves, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. It's only 3 copper coins to buy a bottle of nutrient solution. It's so cheap. It's much cheaper than Bingliang radish. And after taking 1 bottle, you don't need to eat for a whole day. The number of orders for nutrient solution began to rise at a terrifying rate. What Ling Mo didn't know was that at this moment on the other side of Blue Star, a group of people were also preparing to start selling nutrient solution. However, unlike Ling Mo's reasonable price, they are prepared to make a fortune. The guy is drunk and acting crazy. I think he is really crazy. He actually set such a low price for the nutrient solution. Does he want to lose money? Said a white man angrily. Although the other people around him didn't say anything, one could see from their expressions that they were unhappy and angry at the moment. If Ling Mo were here at this moment, he would be able to recognize that among this group of people, a blonde and blue-eyed man was the young man he met in the game before who wanted to exchange props with her for the Black Wolf. At the same time, they were also the ones who spent hundreds of millions at an auction held not long ago. Although these people do not have the space to cheat like Ling Mo. But as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. For example, this time, these people used the large amount of money in their hands to buy a lot of things in the game. Originally, they were planning to purchase a large number of intelligent computers. But after learning that a person can only purchase the smart brain once and must purchase it from the official website, these people gave up the idea. Although there is no Bingliang radish, there is no production line for producing nutrient solution. But these people used money to buy a large amount of nutrient solution in the game. Among them, many are nutrient solutions that are about to expire. But so what? It's almost due, not expired. Haven't you seen that even when people are drunk and have something on the verge of expiring, those people still buy them happily? If Ling Mo knew what they were thinking at this moment, he would definitely scold them for being shameless. The expiring products she sells are all marked in advance. Obviously, not all businessmen are as conscientious as Ling Mo. Before that, they also opened a store and even decorated it like a drunk shop. However, unlike the people-friendly route that they took when they were drunk, they are preparing to take the high-end route. The main thing is that they don't have as many things as Ling Mo. Moreover, the things they have are all bought with real money, and they have real costs, so the prices must be much higher. As for Ling Mo, those who understand know that even if she only sells it for $1, she will make a profit. These people have a very good idea. They just want to create their own drunken crazy and don't miss it, but no matter how much he planned, he never expected that he would miss the opportunity because he was one step slower. Now, he has set the price of the nutrient solution at 3 copper coins after getting drunk. If they set the price too high, other people will not come to buy it from them. They will only start selling after the nutrient solution is sold out after drinking soy sauce and going crazy. But is this possible? The amount of nutrient solution they have is limited, and most of it is nearing expiration, so they can't wait too long. Just say that he will drink soy sauce and get drunk and sell all the nutrient solution in his hand. They have no confidence at all about this. There are even people saying that they are drunk and have a nutrient solution production line in their hands, and they are all new. Don't forget that the main raw material of the nutrient solution is radish. In the Don't Miss It shop where people get drunk and act crazy, there are a lot of radishes for sale every day. So, after much discussion, they finally came to the conclusion that the price of the nutrient solution should be the same as Ling Mo's. After all, those expiring nutrient solutions are not bought by the bottle, but by the ton. Even if they're sold at a lower price, they can still make some profit, just a little less. In order to make up for their losses, they are prepared to increase the prices of other products. At the same time, China naturally noticed Ling Mo's actions. In comparison, their reactions were much calmer, and some even seemed to be happy to see it happen. Although they have production lines and a considerable number of them, the machines are too complicated and they don't have cheating tools like Qiaman, so they haven't figured it out yet. Furthermore, they are also afraid of causing damage to the machine due to their momentary mistakes. Every production line is extremely precious nowadays, and any damage is their loss. Because of such concerns, they seem a little timid when conducting research. Now, seeing that the other party started selling large quantities of nutrient solution after drinking soy sauce and acting crazy, they knew that the other party must have a production line. However, this was within their expectations. The most important thing was that they figured it out after drinking soy sauce and going crazy. After realizing this, they thought about finding someone who is drunk and crazy to learn from him. And this important task naturally fell to the 1, 2, 3 wooden men. The main thing is that now, except for the 1, 2, 3 wooden men, no one else can get any response at all. But the main reason for this incident was actually because Ling Mo felt that having 1, 2, 3 wooden men as a mouthpiece was enough. The more you talk, the greater the possibility of being exposed. Of course, the biggest reason is that she doesn't want to deal with so many people every day. As for Ling Mo, after receiving the request from 1, 2, 3 wooden man, she originally wanted to make some more money, but in the end, she felt a little guilty. Forget it. In the past, when I bought furniture, instruction manuals were included. It's only right that she should include one now. On the other side, 1, 2, 3 wooden man was just about to state his terms of exchange, but before he could finish typing, the other party had already sent him the detailed instructions. Seeing this scene, 1, 2, 3 wooden man silently deleted the words he had typed. Did he exceed the mission? Not only was he efficient, but he also saved a lot of resources for the base. Just for this, he had to have 2 more pieces of meat for dinner tonight. At this time, Ling Mo didn't know what he had missed. After applying to 1, 2, 3 wooden man, he closed the chat interface. However, she did not close the game panel, but opened the store interface. Ling Mo seldom visits other stores. Ever since he got a bargain once before, the countries or forces behind other stores have become extremely vigilant in order to prevent such things from happening again. However, this time something seems to be different. As we all know, Ling Mo's store has always been ranked first because it is the first store. The system has promoted her as the face of the show. As long as you click on it, the first thing you see is her Don't Miss It. The subsequent order has always been fixed. Ling Mo always thought that the order of these stores was based on the order of registration. But this time when I opened it, the name of the second-ranked store had changed. Seeing this, Ling Mo clicked in curiously. I still have to register. Ling Mo thought about it and entered his fake name, thinking that he didn't know if it would work, and if not, then forget it. After clicking confirm, Ling Mo heard a ding-dong sound, but did not enter the store. Seeing the pop-up interface again, Ling Mo couldn't help but widen his eyes. I still need to verify my capital? It only said on the interface that you need to pay 1,000 gold coins as a deposit to prove your purchasing power. When you leave, the deposit will be automatically returned. Of course, you can also exchange the deposit for a distinguished membership card so that you can come and go here freely and bring your friends in. Ling Mo thought about it and decided to give him the 1,000 gold coins since he would get them back when he went out anyway. As for membership cards, don't even think about it. Then came a very familiar welcome. The decoration inside is also very much like that of a luxury store, the kind that looks very expensive at first glance. In fact, it is very expensive. When Ling Mo renovated her shop, the system gave her several decoration plans, including the one in front of her. It is also the most expensive of all the options. At that time, Ling Mo felt that this decoration was not practical at all, not cost-effective and very expensive, so he decisively passed it up and chose the cheapest and most cost-effective one. Ling Mo started walking around in this store. Ling Mo had basically seen most of the things here on previous shopping platforms. To describe these things in one word, it is expensive. It seems that the owner of the shop is planning to go the high-end route. Ling Mo thought so and looked around, and found that most of the people here were just stopping to watch and had no intention of buying. He became more certain of his idea. In the early days of the game, many wealthy people bought game coins. At that time, a copper coin was even speculated to be worth 50,000 yuan, and the prices of silver and gold coins were even more exaggerated. The previous fee of 1,000 gold coins was obviously for screening customers. As he walked, Ling Mo suddenly discovered that there was something very familiar in front of him. When I walked over to take a look, I was surprised to find that it was nutrient solution. Look at the price again, 3 copper coins, the same as her previous price. Such prices are totally out of place in this store. Moreover, it is specially marked here that buy 3 and get 1 free, which seems to be intended to stimulate consumption. But Ling Mo looked around. Anyone who can enter here has at least 1,000 gold coins on him. Such people have enough food and drink in real life, so how could they spend money to buy such disgusting nutrient solution? Moreover, Ling Mo took a look at the bottles of nutrient solution on display. There were 5 bottles in total, with 5 different flavors. But 3 of them were nearing expiration. I looked at the date and found that it would expire in 3 days. You should know that unlike the expiration date of ordinary food, for food like canned food, expiration means that the best consumption time has passed, so even if it is expired, it can still be eaten normally. However, if the nutrient solution expires, the nutrients contained in it will quickly dissipate until they disappear completely. Although taking this kind of nutrient solution can bring a feeling of fullness, this feeling of fullness is just an illusion. It's like a person who eats only rabbit meat every day will eventually starve to death. If someone drinks this kind of nutrient solution every day, the end result will be starvation to death. As for the 5 flavors, they are flowers and plants, fresh fish, fresh meat, flowers and fruits, and original flavor, which are the 5 most common flavors of nutrient solution. If you were to describe the difference between these 5 tastes, it would be the difference between unpalatable and even more unpalatable. Don't ask her how she knew that. After seeing the 5 flavors of nutrient solution, some painful memories were brought back to Ling Mo's mind. Speaking of which, the reason why Ling Mo knew so much was that when he was playing the game, if he hadn't suddenly received that message, Ling Mo had originally planned to go to the nutrient solution manufacturing factory. She originally went there for the nutrient solution that was about to expire, but after Wai Shua's explanation, she gave up. Because the nutrients in the nutrient solution do not begin to disappear from the day it expires. In the interstellar world, the standard for judging whether a nutrient solution is expired is that more than 70% of the nutrients in the solution have been lost. In other words, the nutrients contained in these expiring nutrient solutions in front of us will not exceed 40% at most, or may even be less. So Ling Mo decisively gave up these expired nutrient solutions. However, the nutrient solution manufacturing plant contains not only nutrient solution, but also the machines used to make the nutrient solution. It's just that the plan was temporarily interrupted. After walking around here, I thought that there wouldn't be what I wanted here, but I didn't expect that I could actually find it. Season Converter. A device specially developed by Fantasy Group for planets with only a single season. It can be set to different seasons and temperatures according to your needs. The effective range is 10 square meters to 500 square meters. Ling Mo can be said to be very excited about this season converter. After looking at the price, I found that a season converter would cost 1.5 million gold coins. After seeing the price clearly, Ling Mo asked, "Wait a minute, in the interstellar space, how much does a season converter cost?" Season converters are available in various price ranges, depending on their functions and sizes. The cheapest one costs 500,000 gold coins, with no upper limit. What level is this season converter in front of us? Ling Mo asked. The most basic season converter. The price in StarCraft is 500,000 gold coins. According to interstellar law, the ordinary grade goods purchased do not have any collection value. When they are resold for the second time, their price shall not exceed 25% of the original price. This person has seriously violated interstellar law. Master, you can sue him. Why are you suing? He doesn't even have an ID card, so he's not even an interstellar citizen. Ling Mo rolled his eyes. According to federal law, those who fail to obtain a Star Citizen ID card or use an expired or fake Star Citizen ID card will be fined between 50 and 1,000 gold coins, and the informant will be rewarded with 50 to 1,000 gold coins. Like them, they do not have Interstellar Citizen ID cards, maliciously raise prices, and are punished for multiple crimes. They may face high fines and imprisonment, and the whistleblower will receive 1,000th of the fine. After hearing what Chiehan said, Ling Mo was a little tempted. With just a small report, she can get a lot of money. This thought flashed through Ling Mo's mind, but was quickly shot down by her. Let's just forget it. It would be bad if the location of Blue Star was exposed. And it seems that she is also involved in all the things that Chiehan mentioned before, except for the Star Citizen ID card. Look at the season changer again. She could afford 1.5 million gold coins, but Ling Mo didn't want to be the scapegoat. After turning around and leaving the store and taking her deposit, Ling Mo turned around and told Mutu the news. She was no longer responsible for what happened next. On the other side, after receiving the news that the 1, 2, 3 wooden men were drunk and acting crazy, they immediately became excited. He was always the one who sent the messages when he was drunk. After seeing the content of the message clearly, 1, 2, 3 wooden men immediately took it seriously. However, in order to enter this store, you not only need to enter your game name, but also pay 1,000 gold coins. Although it is marked that the 1,000 gold coins will be returned after leaving, this only applies to ordinary people. Famous players like 1, 2, 3 Woodman have long been blacklisted by this store. The so-called blacklist does not mean that you are not allowed to enter, but once you enter, even if you come out again, the 1,000 gold coins will not be refunded, and they will not be able to purchase any of the items. This means that they lost 1,000 gold coins, went in and looked around, but couldn't buy anything. They didn't want to waste the 1,000 gold coins, so they thought of sending players who were not blacklisted to check it out. However, the people who were sent out have not returned yet, and 1, 2, 3 wooden man received the message that he was drunk and acting crazy first. Based on the principle that what Brother Nine said must be the most important, 1, 2, 3 wooden man reported the matter without hesitation. Xia looked at the report submitted by the 1, 2, 3 wooden man, a season converter that can change the surrounding seasons. Are you sure this thing is so magical? 1, 2, 3 wooden man said truthfully, I don't know either, but this is the information provided by a drunkard, so it shouldn't be wrong. However, he also said that the season converter in that store is actually only worth 500,000. He suggested that we bargain when buying it and not be taken advantage of. After listening to the words of the wooden man, Xia was silent for a moment and said, I think you are drunk and crazy. You don't want to be a scapegoat, so you told you this. 1, 2, 3 wooden man also agreed with this statement. I think so too, so should we buy it or not? Xia gritted his teeth and said, Buy it, why not? Let's buy it and study it ourselves. Hearing this, 1, 2, 3 wooden man hesitated and said, But do we still have idle researchers? They bought a lot of good things from the drunk guy, Zhang Xian and others, as well as some they brought from the game. It can be said that these scientific researchers are the busiest people in the country right now. A group of gray-haired scholars in their 70s and 80s worked sleeplessly with their students, sleeping only 1 or 2 hours a day. Some even simply don't sleep, relying on energy potions to keep going, or relying on their own willpower to hold on. In order to provide these people with a safer environment, most of the experts, academicians, and scientific researchers were transferred to Qingyang Star. The environment there is safe, allowing them to devote themselves more fully to research. Only a small number of them remain on Blue Star. Xia naturally knew about this matter, but it was not his responsibility. He let his superiors deal with it, and he only needed to buy the things back. However, the price must be negotiated carefully, as he doesn't want to be taken advantage of. On the other side, after Ling Mo's consciousness came out of the shop, he opened his eyes and looked at the time. It was already noon. The other three were busy with their own things. Jiang Xin is playing with static electricity, crossed out, trying to control it, and Fu Yu is wiping the things he uses for divination. Ling Mo took a closer look. There were tarot cards, playing cards, coins, crystal, basically everything you could find on the market. Can I ask you where you got all these things? Aren't they all props? After hearing this, Fu Yu glanced at her, and that look seemed to be saying, what beautiful things are you thinking about?
I bought these online.
At this time, Jiang Xin, who was playing crossed out and trying to control static electricity, explained, Fu has been interested in these things since he was a child. He has at least 20 strings of blessed Buddhist beads in his hands. So many. Ling Mo looked at Fu Yu in shock. Yi Kai, who was petting a cat nearby, added, he bought lucky crystals and other things in boxes. People who knew him would think he brought them himself, but those who didn't would think he was selling them wholesale. Of his arms despite Yi Kai's attempts to keep him, and meowed sweetly, and ran towards Ling Mo happily, with its big fluffy tail raised. Only Yi Kai's old father was left behind, stretching out Kong's hand to keep him, but he didn't even turn his head back. Fu Yu, who was standing by, said with a piercing look, your son doesn't want you anymore. Ling Mo bent down and held Xiaobu in his arms. Before entering the space, Xiaobu weighed only 8 or 9 kilograms, but now he weighs almost 20 kilograms. Ragdoll cats are relatively large in size among cats, and they are very good at eating and drinking in space. From a distance, they look like a huge gas tank covered with white hair. As soon as it came into Ling Mo's arms, Xiaobu began to rub against him, making purring sounds from time to time, and her beautiful watery blue eyes were full of anticipation. As if to say, hurry up, send me back. What a hard life it is here. It still prefers its original home. Seeing this, Ling Mo symbolically asked for Yi Kai's opinion. Let it go, like an old father whose heart was broken by his children. The next second, Xiaobu disappeared in Ling Mo's arms. Seeing this, Fu Yu asked curiously, I am becoming more and more curious about your space. Can you let me go in and take a look? Unexpectedly, Fu Yu would ask this. Ling Mo simply refused and said no. It's not possible, not can't. Fu Yu grasped the key point of the sentence and guessed that there should be other conditions to enter that space. Little did I know that I was overthinking it. At this time, Ling Mo's stomach made a rumbling sound. He hadn't eaten for a long time. No wonder he was so hungry. I went in and cooked a pot of instant noodles, then put a bunch of goodies in it, meatballs, crab sticks, vegetables, poached eggs. Yi Kai looked at Ling Mo carrying the pot out and teased, are you cooking instant noodles or spicy hot pot? Of course it's instant noodles. I didn't put sesame paste in it. Ling Mo said as a matter of course. After wolfing down the meal, Ling Mo burped comfortably. By the way, Momo, did you know that there is a new store in the game that is similar to the drunken store? Yi Kai asked. Ling Mo nodded. I know, I just came out from inside. Hearing this, Yi Kai immediately came over excitedly. You actually went in, tell me, what is it like inside? It would have been better if he didn't say anything. As soon as Yi Kai talked about this matter, his face was filled with anger. You don't know, for some reason that store blocked me, the boss, and Fu Yu. Blacklisted? Ling Mo looked puzzled. Why did they blacklist you? Did you offend that store? How is that possible? Before this, we didn't even know who was behind that store. How could we possibly offend him? Yi Kai said angrily. Jiang Xin said, it's not just us. I heard that many people in the base have been blocked. Many people in the game forum also said that they have been blocked. The common feature of these people is that they are all Chinese, and they are all strong and famous players. In other words, the shop owner is not targeting us, he is targeting the entire China? Yi Kai said with his eyes wide open. Fu Yu nodded, you can say that. How did you find out that you were blocked? Ling Mo asked curiously. Were you rejected? That's not the case. Yi Kai explained, if you want to enter that store, you need to enter your game name and pay a deposit of 1,000. For players who have not been blacklisted, it will be shown that the deposit can be returned, but for blacklisted players, although they can still enter, the deposit will not be returned afterwards. At first, I didn't know I was blocked, so I went to the gaming forum to complain about this store being a scam. Later, I found that many people in the gaming forum were talking about this store, and that's when I realized something was wrong. After listening to Yi Kai's explanation, Ling Mo fell silent. Then the question is, why are all three of them blocked? But I am the only one not blocked. We are obviously together. 3 of the 4 people were blacklisted, leaving her alone. Should she be happy? Seeing Ling Mo's unhappy expression, Zhang Xian explained, "It may be because you are too low-key in the game. Almost all the Chinese players who were blacklisted this time are famous in the game." After Zhang Xian's explanation, Ling Mo reluctantly accepted this statement. "However, I think it's completely unnecessary for them to do this," said Fuyu. "What do you mean?" Ling Mo asked curiously. Fuyu explained, "Look, if you want to enter the store, you need to pay 1,000 gold coins as a deposit to prove your purchasing power. In this situation, how many people can come up with the deposit? There were already very few people who could meet their requirements, and now some of them are being turned away. Although it's not that there is no way out at all, but such a way out seems like a deliberate mockery. It's better not to have it. People always say that when you cross the river, you demolish the bridge, and when you have done your homework, you kill the donkey. But in this case, before we even cross the river or unload the millstone, we have already started demolishing the bridge and killing the donkey. If you are the only one, of course you can say this. Not to mention 1,000 gold coins. Even if it is 10,000 gold coins, I guess someone would grit their teeth and give it to you. But don't forget, there was a drunk guy before them. When there is a comparison, people will subconsciously choose the side that is more advantageous to them. Therefore, in Fuyu's opinion, the owner of this new store is simply digging his own grave. Is that so? But when I went in before, I saw there were quite a lot of people inside. At that time, she also sighed that there were so many rich people in the world. In fact, what Ling Mo didn't know was that a large number of the people she had seen before were invited to visit for free. If we remove this group of people, we will find that there are not many people who have truly entered based on their own abilities. And among these people, very few actually buy anything. After walking around inside, these people returned home and started to enjoy the food they bought from the Don't Miss store where they were drunk. By the way, Momo, have you already been in there? What's inside that's worth all the trouble? Yi Kai asked curiously. Ling Mo recounted what he saw inside. How did they manage to bring so many things out of the game? Zhang Xian and Fuyu also looked curious. Cash power. Ling Mo slowly uttered 3 words, silencing the 3 people. Zhang Xian seemed to have thought of something and said, "After the 3rd round of the game, the top 10 players will have a lottery." After the game ended, I saw someone showing off their prizes on the game forum. I remember that one person got a wallet which allowed him to take out money continuously. He thought the item was useless, so he wanted to exchange it with someone else for a weapon. Now everyone is working. If there is really someone who has the ability to pay, Zhang Xian thinks this should be the only possibility. I didn't expect that the prop that was once ridiculed by everyone as useless could actually be used in this way. After sighing, Zhang Xian remembered another thing. Momo, you said before that you saw nutrient solution in there. Does that also sell nutrient solution? Ling Mo nodded. To be precise, it's the nutrient solution that's about to expire. The nutrients contained in it have almost been lost. Boss, why do you care about this? Do you think that someone who can casually take out 1,000 gold coins will buy that disgusting nutrient solution? Yi Kai said. Just like them. They now have a lot of nutrient solution and even energy bars in their hands, but they generally don't eat this kind of things. One reason is that these things are prepared for emergency use at critical moments. Secondly, compared with nutrient solution and energy bars, they still prefer ordinary food. After lunch and a short rest, Ling Mo had another training session. After going through all the modes, Ling Mo was exhausted. When the indoor temperature was dozens of degrees below zero, she was sweating all over, her heartbeat quickened, and her body temperature rose rapidly. At this time, Zhang Xian came over, picked up the report spit out from the machine beside him, and glanced at the data on it. Not bad, there has been progress in all aspects. If you listen carefully, you can hear the envy in Jiang Xian's tone. Among the four of them, Ling Mo has the least training time, which can be said to be 3 days of training and 2 days of drying the net. But even so, with every test, her abilities and physical fitness continued to improve. Is this the benefit of being young? If Ling Mo heard his inner complaints, he would definitely tell him that this is not the benefit of being young, but the benefit of having a plug-in.